Instead, Drake chose to opt for the saltiest of the several directions that he could have gone in.
Get a Cole Bennett video. I
would never do a crime with him.
Rappers can be quite insane, but fans are usually used to it. However, sometimes they do things so insane that no one could have predicted what happened.
Hi, I'm Rashad Fashir, and this is rap's most insane stories. As of today, rap is one of the most popular genres in the world. It's all over the Billboard charts, and making it in rap is one of the hardest things to accomplish. Not only does it take a long time to succeed, not to mention a lot of hard work or luck, staying in the game is even harder. And many rappers find out that even the smallest of errors can cause someone's rap career to topple over. So, why does this happen? How does this happen? And who has it happened to in the past? My name is Rashad Bashir, and these are rappers who ruined their careers in one moment. The first rapper on this list is the demon himself, Slim Jesus. Back in 2015, Slim Jesus was blowing up for his song Drill Time. Although Slim appeared to be a nerdy white kid, he was a drill rapper toting Glocks and pulling millions of views on YouTube. Drill Time was a viral drill hit that was clearly ripping off other drill rappers such as Chief Keef, Lil Durk, and Lil Baby, to name a few, but no one cared. The sheer idea that a skinny, pale, white guy who looked like a Walmart M&M was making this type of music was entertaining. So due to the novelty of internet virality, many thought, wow, this white kid is insane. He's really living that life. And hey, he spit a bar or two. Sorry, that was just my corny way of saying he could kind of rap. So it was no surprise that Drill Time by Slim Jesus became one of the most viral rap songs or drill rap songs ever. It began to do numbers soon, and afterwards, other drill rappers such as Lil Bibby, who is now known for signing Juice WRLD, would co-sign Slim, calling him the drill music Slim Shady. All sorts of blogs were onto him. Diplo co-signed him, Meek Mill co-signed him. Every rapper under the sun was messing with him. Birdman was even trying to sign him to Cash Money, repeatedly.
What up, Birdman? This King Yellow, bro.
What up, man? Hey, man, you tell me what we can do, man. I told him I don't want to waste this time or my time. If there's something we can do, I'd like to meet up with y'all. Y'all come see me, my nigga, and we can make it plan.
Pretty soon, there was a competition, and Diddy started to bid on him, saying, 1 million waiting on Slim Jesus when he comes to Bad Boy Records, hashtag drive sober. So there was literally a label war over Slim Jesus. But despite all of that, he still wasn't in the clear, because at the time, Slim was laughed at by the entire culture because of how he looked. He may have went viral, but fans were clowning on him.
When we saw the video and you were talking about what you talk about and you look how you look, that's what got everyone talking.
Right.
So you kind of have this interesting combination of love and hate at the same time.
Oh yeah, no, that shit's crazy. Believe me, I get them hate tweets too. Like I'm not saying everybody's supporting it. There's hella people hating on it, but I mean, they're just, blowing it up more and more every day, so it's all right. The Caillou thing is dope. Now the one about the dude from Malcolm in the Middle, that comment. All y'all sharing that shit ain't even funny.
There were mostly memes calling him Caillou, comparing him to Eminem, etc. But some people showed love. However, all hate aside, a large part of his allure and virality was merely the fact that drill fans were constantly arguing whether his persona was real or not, with many making the case that Slim was the real deal. At the time, Slim's past was kept under a veil. Most fans thought this was intentional, and it was a pretty smart move looking back, because as we all know, fans love mystery. However, on one fateful day, Slim decided to pull down the drapes, and what he said shocked the world. And it turned out he wasn't exactly what he portrayed himself as in his raps. Let me explain. You see, Slim didn't just get the attention of news pages, rappers, or labels. He also got the attention of a man known as DJ Vlad, who found Slim just as interesting and decided to interview him to unveil the layer of mystique and answer everyone's question. Was Slim Jesus the real deal? So they did an interview together that would change Slim's career forever. Slim first explained that he was from Ohio, not Chicago.
I'm from Hamilton, Ohio. It's a little north of Cincinnati. I mean, I lived over on the east side for a long time, and then I lived over on the west side, like currently.
He claimed it was Lil Chicago.
The city's been known as Lil Chicago for like a long time, because like back in the day, like mobsters and stuff had like houses there and stuff. So like it's always been like heavily influenced.
All right, buddy. He then explained that he wasn't actually in the streets, but had homies in the streets.
For the most part on the street shit, like I got homies that are in that shit, and I know people who are and people around me. I mean, I'm not out here catching bodies and shit, obviously. Like I'm fucking smart, but like, I mean, I know people and I've been, in some situations, but I'm not like out here fucking killing people. Oh yeah, no. One of my dudes who was in that video that blew up, almost did 8 years. That's crazy. Like we wouldn't have been seeing him till he was legal. I've had people like on like, man, we're gonna pull up and blah 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 blah. But I mean, I've never like gotten shot at. Like that never had to actually be a thing.
Once again, this was a bit, okay, bro. He explained he was just here for music, nothing else, and that he made drill music because he liked it.
I make music. Like, I mean, granted, you know, I hang out with people, and shit, but that don't mean that I'm out here, you know, doing some dumb trying to get, you know, ruin what I got going. Like, I realize that if you got an opportunity to get out of, you know, a spot, you shouldn't, you know, be around catching bodies and shit.
Drill is a Chicago thing.
Yeah.
And you're from Ohio. So explain to me why an Ohio dude is doing Chicago style music.
All right, fool. I'm gonna start on one part. Well, for one, that's just like, that's a lot of what I listen to, and you know, I'm influenced. I'm no way trying to, you know, steal their thing. Like, I'll give credits to Chicago. They created the drill movement, and that's, you know, I listen to a lot of Chicago rappers, and that's just what I'm influenced by. My city has been and for a long time referred to as Little Chicago, because back in the day, like, mobsters from Chicago used to come and like have second homes there.
And said the only reason he picked drill was because the lyrics sounded cool.
Why the gun lyrics? Like, the whole song is basically about guns.
Yeah.
And so forth.
Why I mean, that's dope. If I rapped about driving around in a car and like listening to country music, nobody would give a about that. Like, I make music about because it sounds cool. Like, I like making music. I make cool music, the type of shit I listen to.
So Vlad explained that some people didn't just say them because they were cool lyrics though. They lived that. It was their real life.
Some of the people that make this type of music actually live that life.
Oh, I know they do.
Like, I've interviewed the real killers. And
yeah.
Like, I interviewed Big Glow 2 days before he was murdered.
Like I already said, like, I'm not out here claiming that I actually people. Like, I put shit on Twitter, like, duh, I'm not stupid.
And that many of them would not take Slim's cap lightly.
Some people are gonna have an issue with someone talking about this type of thing.
Yeah,
who's not living this type of
course.
Thing. Okay, how do you feel about that?
I mean, I feel like that's okay, and you know, I respect it. You know, there's some people that, you know, do what they want to do, and I do what I want to do, and I make my music. You know, if people don't want to respect me because what I make my music about, then that's okay. Like, I don't need, you know, they can go to the other side.
And might even try and get revenge on him.
Talking about this type of thing, do you understand that this could actually come your way?
Slim just said he was always protected. He wasn't getting caught lacking.
I'm in no way have I been, since all this shit popped off, have I been just riding around alone, you know, on some stupid shit. Like, no, I know there's people in my neck now, and that's all right. I'll take it. Yeah, I'm not getting caught lacking.
So the takeaway from the interviews was that Slim was a complete fake. Nothing about his raps were real, and he didn't see a problem with it. However, unfortunately for him, everyone else did, especially fans of drill rap, as well as many drill rappers themselves. Some fans did give him props for his marketing and honesty, but overall, the interview turned the whole conversation against Slim and marked a serious turning point in his career. The drill rap community was shook, yeah, they were skeptical, but they didn't realize it was that fake. The popular rapper The Game even warned Slim that something would eventually happen to him. And from then on out, the hate for Slim was turned up all the way, and his career was essentially doomed. Because not living what you rap about is one of the deadliest sins of being a rapper. Everyone agreed that Slim shouldn't have done any interviews, giving up his act.
If that was me, I think the best thing he could have did was not say nothing. No interviews, no shit. Left everybody wondering. That's what he should have did, because that's what drew me into it. And I know once everybody found out, like, oh, he lied, you know, people don't respect that. I would never do a crime with him.
He should have at least lied. Shit, that's what rappers do, lie. Look, this is why I respect people. You gonna lose respect when you're not being yourself.
Pretty soon, old photos of Slim began surfacing. It was clear he was just a regular kid, nowhere near the life he was portraying. Fans then found out that he worked at Walgreens when Drill Time dropped as well. He was literally just a regular civilian. And one by one, the rappers that were giving him cosigns prior to the interview began to take it back and warn Slim. For example, G Herbo said this:
he might as well just give it up, man. His own race not gonna take him serious because you doing our type of shit. You on this nigga. First of all, they not gonna take him serious if he trying to get on some corporate big building type shit. And if he trying to do what we doing, how the fuck is they gonna take him serious?
Lil Bibby, another rapper Slim really looked up to, explained that before Slim exposed himself, he was actually fun to watch, and now he ruined it.
Now, how do you feel that he's a drill rapper, one, from Ohio, and two, he's actually not living his life?
That was one of the things that I think was so entertaining that you didn't know, you know what I'm saying? Like, you never knew. Because When I seen it, I couldn't believe it. I seen him with the guns and shit. I'm like, there's no way in hell this boy doing this, you know what I'm saying? And that's what was so entertaining about it. Everybody wanted to know, like, is this true?
The mystique is what they were all invested in.
I was wondering, like, man, is this guy really doing this? So that's what drew me to it.
But for a short while, criticism aside, Slim would continue to go headstrong, and songs like Buck Buck and Facts would get tons of views. He even defended himself, saying,
lying about it is only gonna like bring me negative, you know, nonsense.
Slim was moving like a real boss, and this ego may have been the final straw.
I've been had offers from the same bull labels that be signing y'all's favorite rappers. And you know how I feel about them? Fuck the label. We getting independent money, bitch.
I mean, who would turn down Birdman?
Birdman wanted him on the phone. I got a whole conversation with Birdman right now. Thirsty for him. Slim Jesus hung up on the man in his face. Birdman tried to fly us out to LA.
Like I jumped straight to like, we're getting paid to do like 3 songs right now.
So at the time, Slim had a lot of confidence in himself, shrugging all the hate off, and began touring the country in 2015, as he was still more popular than most of the other rappers that really lived that life in the drill scene. However, at these shows, those real drill rappers began testing his gangster to get some clout, but also just for fun and out of anger.
Support real hip hop. Next time we run into Slim Jesus, we gonna find out who the real Jesus is. We're gonna have to beat him, rap the cameraman with his own camera, man, you know.
And right from the jump, it wouldn't take long for Slim Jesus' lack of a real image to hurt his career. It began when MB Jesus confronted him outside of a show, trying to humiliate Slim.
Hey, tell the ass who the real, I'm the real Jesus. Hey, tell the ass who the real Jesus is. Tell the ass who the real Jesus is. Tell him who the real Jesus is.
And once again, Slim Jesus shook it off like it wasn't a thing and just defended himself.
Dude starts yelling again. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna get a picture of the guy real quick. Because that's what it seemed like he wanted. So I walk over, he puts his arm around me, there's a camera, I think we're about to get a picture. And then he starts yelling, you know, ignorant stuff in the camera. So at that point, my cameraman stuck his arm between us, you know, pushed it, and I just hit a spin move, walked off. That was the end of the whole little situation.
This white boy had heart. Then a rapper named Lil Mouse would diss him, and this time he would actually embarrass Slim pretty bad, saying,
Nah, it ain't a diss, it's just me stating facts, like, letting you know, like, that ain't something that we honor, like, we don't joke about that, like, we done lost homies over there, so they just letting you know I'm staying fat.
And Mouse dropped a diss on him, calling him a rat. It was clear that the community who once awkwardly embraced him, but at least allowed him to be in their scene, had ousted him, and made it clear he had no place there. But these instances were just the beginning. Even more real gangsters were about to give Slim some real problems.
And they thought I meant like I respected AOKD.
Okay.
He's trash.
A rapper named Black Jesus decided to go undercover as Slim's DJ, cut the music, took the mic, and just embarrassed him in front of everyone. And by everyone, I mean Slim's own fans. And if you listen to his music or his own words, you'd think Slim stood on business, as Slim was talking quite a bit.
All that shit saying y'all gonna pull up till we're actually out here, bitch. Where the fuck y'all at? Nowhere.
But he didn't. He folded just as everyone predicted. It became clear as day Slim was not like that. He was just a poser, and his career would soon begin to suffer due to it. The tour made it obvious to everyone that Slim was an easy target, and he had lost all respect. But Slim still stayed somewhat solid, and made it clear he didn't care, and flexed on the haters. But it wouldn't be enough. His career was going downhill. However, despite all of that, it wasn't over for Slim yet, as he was blessed with a major shot at a comeback, which would have won everyone back, being the biggest cosign he could probably have gotten for his reputation, from none other than Chief Keef himself. But it didn't go exactly as planned, and the story is a bit twisted, so bear with me. You see, Chief Keef was about to have a hologram performance, but it was cancelled and moved to another date. Keef claimed he was being silenced. His team explained that the mayor of Chicago and corporations were using Keef as a scapegoat for violence, which I agree with, and silencing him to act like they were actually combating the issues. So they had been deliberately doing their best to cancel Keef's shows. The company that was hosting the show explained that they had concerns for their employees and public safety, so they exercised their legal right and canceled the show. However, Slim was supposed to perform that night, but due to the cancellations, never got to. He did get to meet Chief Keef though. But even Chief Keef just messing with Slim, especially back then, could have changed a lot for him, regardless of whether or not he opened for him or not. So why didn't it? Well, that's because Sosa didn't actually like him either. Keef explained he didn't mess with Slim at all. It looked like Chief Keef's label or management just thought that Slim was a good clout stimulant, as there was proof he could heavily boost others' careers.
The stimulus package, Slim Jesus stimulus package.
And I'm not gonna lie, it would have been pretty cool if they had made a song, but hey, who cares now, right? And there was a decent defense for Slim too at the time, It's just that it didn't do anything to help his career.
Come on, bruh. You brought him out to your show. He probably didn't ask to come out to your show. You brought him out, right? You had him backstage. If you really didn't with him, don't try to use him for his buzz. What probably was going to happen, and I'm not saying Chief Keef probably set this up, maybe his record label, Alki David and them, but they probably brought dude out because if Slim Jesus did his first performance at a Chief Keef release party concert, it would make national news, right?
And that was really it for Slim. In 2016, he just couldn't get the same hype around his music because the illusion was gone. He did ride the coattails of his earlier success, but eventually faded out, and today he's a nobody. He really shouldn't have done this interview. It ruined him and destroyed his career before he could even really get it rolling. People like Rick Ross had copied their entire persona from a real gangster, like the real Rick Ross. Slim Jesus could have done the same thing, but he didn't look like Rick Ross, so everyone questioned it. Ironically, after his career was done with, Slim threw some disses at the media pages that he agreed to go on, but it ruined his career.
The next time I do an interview, or the next time you see me out in public and want to come up and ask me questions, do not ask me about the same old motherfucking question about some street shit. One, I've been asked about that shit like 300 times. Ask me something new. Two, what I do in my personal life, quite honestly, ain't none of y'all damn business. I know what you should be asking me about. Ask me about my music.
Well, I got news for you, Slim. No one cares about that. And to this day, Slim still defends himself. Despite not dropping music in years, in 2019, Slim would call out Lil Tecca, saying,
First of all, I'm gonna make clear though, I ain't hating on nobody else says that ain't how I rock. But I guess this Lil Tecca kid went in the interview, right? And he said, I ain't got no blocks, I don't want no smoke, my lyrics is my lyrics. And I ain't got no problem with that, honestly, because I know 95% of the game, that's what I'm doing anyway, bro. My rapping and saying whatever the gonna sell. Who gives as long as the music good, you gonna listen to it. So I ain't wish the kid nothing but success. Here's my issue. When I came out, my first interview, I said, look, I ain't out here trying to kill nobody. I'm here to make my music. Y'all motherfuckers crucify my ass.
So Slim called fans out for canceling him for lying, but not Tecca after he was lying.
I got 2 twin Glocks, turn you to a dancer. I don't have no straps for nobody. I don't got no straps.
He did have a point, but if we're being serious, Tecca never claimed to be a drill rapper like Slim did. And the newer generation of fans don't care. Just look at Tecca, 6ix9ine, Lil Mabu, and more. Next, we have Pop Hunna. In 2020, Pop Hunna was one of the most viral rap artists thanks to TikTok while everyone was locked up. His song Adderall would rack up millions upon millions of streams, go up on Billboard, and eventually he got Lil Uzi Vert to hop on the remix, gaining 50 million views on YouTube. Furthermore, Uzi and Pop Hunna were from the same city, Philadelphia. So this was a huge cosign, and shortly after the massive success of Adderall, they started promoting another song called Takeoff that they were about to release. It looked like Pop Hunna was going to be the next big rapper out of Philly. He had the catchy melodies needed to continuously blow up on TikTok. He had a cosign from his inspiration and hometown hero Uzi, and he was something fresh for the fans. However, just as everything was about to go up for Pop, something horrible happened. A fate no rapper would ever want to stay in their career. Pop was accused of snitching. What had happened was the alleged snitching paperwork was released to the public, and no, it's not for stealing a Snickers bar. It showed that Pop gave a statement on a murder. And one of the things about rappers is that snitching is a huge no-no. If you're a rap, your career is done. Pop immediately responded with an IG story that said fake papers and denied having anything to actually do with it, but it was too late. Rap fans had caught wind of it, and Pop was about to feel their wrath. But before that, it was his fellow rapper Uzi who would kickstart his downfall. Uzi tweeted, "Need my favors back, that song. Real street guys stick to the code." This tweet was posted to every rap news page. Then, right after, fans noticed Uzi removed all of his promo posts of their song Takeoff that was supposed to drop that day. But the worst was actually yet to come, because later, a leaked screenshot of Pop Hunna's close friend story on Instagram that had surfaced began making its rounds around social media, and the screenshot was of Pop Hunna's DMs with Lil Uzi. In it, Uzi DM'd him saying, "Lil bro, you gotta take me off your EP. I can't accept what you did." Pop said, "Come on, big bro. Everybody's starting to hate me because I was being loyal. I did what I had to do. I can't even get features from no artist because of this." Uzi said, "Sorry, lil bro. I just can't respect what you did." After that, more and more rappers from the Philly area spoke out about the situation and explained they didn't want to be seen with them. Lil Uzi even asked for his verse to be taken off of their hit song and for the song to be pulled off of all platforms. And this actually seemed quite reasonable at the time to rap fans, because who would want to be associated with a snitch, right? Pop's career was in shambles, but when taking a closer look at things, it looks like Pop didn't really snitch the way these rappers and most of the fans thought he did. You see, when Pop snitched, he was only 15 years old. This is what happened. 15-year-old Duvad Design Jr., or DJ, had a new toy gun. He flashed it at another kid, and someone named Kyrie told that boy to stay away from DJ. Then he walked down the street confronting DJ, and DJ started threatening him, showing him the toy, and Kyrie walked off. Later on that day, Kyrie went over to Omar Bernan's house. That's Pop Hunter's real name. Kyrie told Pop he was gonna fight DJ for waving the toy at Kyrie's little brother. Then a 19-year-old named Meek pulls up on DJ and says, "What makes you think it's okay to pull a toy on one of my little bros?" They start arguing, there's a little fight. Pop Hunter's mom even tells him to go away. But then DJ tries to grab his toy. But before that, Meek grabbed his toy and shot DJ in the back of his head. DJ was just a kid playing with a toy, something a lot of kids do, and the 19-year-old, at the time 19, Meek, is currently serving a 40-year sentence. So Pop didn't really snitch. He was 14, barely knew the kid who died, barely knew the kid too. And it wasn't all the legal docs. Pop was just Kyrie's friend, and Kyrie was going to fight DJ. Pop was just with his mom. 1 week after the shooting, homicide detectives brought Pop in, and as a 14-year-old, he just said what he knew. Unfortunately, the rap fans and internet perceived it differently, and they thought and believed that Pop Hunter was a bona fide snitch. You see, street rappers have no sympathy for snitching, and in this situation, even after hearing the details, they still didn't have any sympathy.
Uzi wasn't 100% happy about it. This whole kid's career is under fire. How do you feel about that? And how would you judge somebody if you knew that a rapper snitched when they were at like such a young age? They probably barely have hair on their balls yet.
I mean, that ain't no excuse to me. I mean, you feel me? But it's like, at the end of the day, I don't, if you not a street nigga, I don't judge you.
You may think this is harsh, but that's just how people from the streets think. They can't help it. And if that's where the culture originates from, as fans, you just gotta respect it. But remember, it wasn't actually Pop Hunter's snitching that directly ended his career. It was the Uzi screenshots that went viral that really took his career. Except, after the whole situation went down, and Pop's career was down the drain, some pretty shocking revelations came to light. In an interview, DJ Academics asked Pop about the screenshots.
The only reason why I stopped to think about, is this true? I started seeing a screenshot.
Right.
And it was like, they claimed, I don't know if it was true, that it was Uzi saying to you like, "Yo, bro, I don't want to be on your tape no more. Please, could you take me off your tape because like you're telling on people."
Pop said it was fake.
Bro, dude never said this shit, bro. He never ever said that.
So he never asked to be taken off your tape?
Bro, that's the last messages right there, bro. He never said that, bro. He never said this shit, bro.
He thought it was obvious.
Like, don't you think if he would have said some shit like that, it would have been in there?
Yeah,
he never said that shit, bro. Yeah. It was a lot of since I wasn't saying anything about it.
Why didn't you say nothing? Like that's an easy lie to disprove. That shit was an indictment. I'm gonna be honest. When I saw that and I said, "Oh, Uzi's just he's trying to." Like, Uzi's on the hottest song.
And said that Uzi never spoke to him.
He never said that, bro. Like, bro, he never said a word to me about that. Like, since that shit came out, bro, we ain't say nothing to each other.
So Pop actually had the chance to disprove this and keep everything pushing at one point.
Going back to what I said at the beginning, a lie that goes unchecked becomes the truth.
A lot of people just start switching. You know what I'm saying? Like, people who was showing love, they stopped showing love.
Pop also said what Uzi told him was really ironic.
He was the first person to even tell me, like, you feel me, like, to don't even f nobody in the industry type shit. I'm saying, like, he was saying, like, yeah, all these niggas fake for how you saying, you feel me, like, don't f with nobody in the industry, but like, you feel me, like, I don't know, like, for a lot of people don't even know that I got 5 songs, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Uzi.
Yeah, I got 5 songs with dude.
And this is pretty wild because fans just realized that the main proponent behind Pop's demise was false, meaning he played himself. Then they started to think a bit more critically. Why would Pop post that to his story? The DM also looked fake. Neither Pop or Uzi would type like that. And it showed that Pop wasn't even following Uzi, so it was definitely fake. But no one caught it at the time. How did all these rap pages start posting it? I guess we'll never know. But someone definitely had a vendetta against Pop. But that wasn't all. Academics also confronted Pop on the snitching rumors that he had been called out for.
There's quote unquote paperwork with you.
Right.
I don't even know what the case is.
Right.
And at this point, I barely even remember what happened. But you tell us what happened, and I'm pretty sure whoever is watching this will try to fact check it. But all I remember, they said that you told on somebody else to get out of something. What exactly happened?
First, he explained he was just a kid that wasn't involved in the streets whatsoever.
That's not how the shit went, you know what I'm saying? I was confused, you know what I'm saying, and manipulated, you know what I'm saying? Like, I was 14 years old when that shit came out. Long story short though, you know what I'm saying? Like, I was 14 years old, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'd never been in the streets, you know what I'm saying? Like, I never played with no guns, never sold no drugs, I never did none of that.
But what was even worse was that he was tricked. He was lied to by the authorities.
And when they came and grabbed me and shit, like, they lied and said that they got consent from my mom to talk to me. No, for real, they didn't get no consent from my mom to even say anything to me. They was saying shit to me like, oh, if you don't tell us what happened, we're gonna lock you and your mom up. They was really saying this shit to a 14-year-old. As a kid, you know what I'm saying? Like, what is you gonna think? For
him to be canceled over quote unquote snitching was just wrong.
People hate snitches because they feel like the person who cooperated, whatever.
Yeah, they were saying that they're like a part of the crime or something.
Yeah, you're part of the crime and you're trying to take the easy way out.
Pop Hunter wasn't really part of a crime. He didn't do anything.
For real, like just like I said, like I never was in the streets.
He was a traumatized child.
Traumatized.
Bro, I was traumatized for mad years, bro. Even still to this day, bro.
But academics pushed further and asked if Pop Hunter regretted it, which is a bit tone deaf in my opinion. And here's what he had to say.
Did you go through the regret phase of like, yo, just kind of replaying the events and being like, damn, I just wish.
And Pop's response was pretty sad.
Man, I be wishing all the time that I never went through that shit, bro. Ain't no kid supposed to go through no like that, bro.
He explained that even after making it, he couldn't enjoy his life.
I barely even want to have fun, bro. Even being a rapper, bro. Like, I used to cry, bro. After every show, bro.
Other than that, Pop just had it hard in life. Other than Uzi cutting him off, Trippie Redd began throwing shots at Pop for no reason.
When I say a rat, I mean all rats. I don't mean one specific rat, goofy ass. I mean every last one of them.
Afterwards, he found out that his baby mama's kid that he had begun to raise was not actually his. She just wanted his money because she thought he was about to become rich and famous. Then, while performing, a fan ran on stage and took Pop Hunter's mic. He looked helpless and it was just sad. Of course, some of the real gangsters like YB and Namir said Pop was in the clear though. That's good to know. Today, Pop barely gets 10K views a song. His momentum is completely gone and he's back to square one. So what's really messed up about all of this to me is that some people just have it way harder. A lot of people these days who come from privileged backgrounds blame their life situations on trauma, but they're really just excuses. Pop Hunter was someone who really went through something traumatic, and even after overcoming it all for a short while, it still came back to haunt him and ruined his life. So hopefully his story puts it all in perspective for you. The final rapper on this list is Lil Mosey, who had the rap game in the palm of his hands at only 17 years old, until he was hit with one of the worst allegations of the decade. But before we talk about how his career was ruined, how did he get it in the first place? In October of 2017, Lil Mosey went viral after dropping his song Pull Up, which he recorded in 15 minutes. The music video went viral on YouTube, racking up 50K in a week and 40 million today. At the time, he was only 15, and the song would change his life. That July, he dropped the video for his song Noticed on Lyrical Lemonade. It blew up, peaking at number 80 on Billboard, and the rest was history. Mosey had been solidified as a star in rap, and the song is currently sitting at 230 million views on YouTube. From there, Mosey would drop a series of hits. G-Walk with Chris Brown, his song with Gunna, Stuck in a Dream, peaked at number 62 on the Billboard charts, but none really touched the level that Noticed did. And things would soon take a turn for the worse. In August of 2020, when Mosey would have his first run-in with the law. Arrested on a felony Nerf gun charge, authorities pulled him over to find that the vehicle had 3 loaded 9mm water guns. His bail was set at $35K. However, Mosey quickly previewed some new music and said, we're good. However, in 2019, a leak of Mosey's began surfacing on social media, titled Blueberry Faygo. It went viral on TikTok, and eventually it was released with yet another Cole Bennett music video. This was a comeback hit, and to fans, it proved that Mosey was here to stay. It sits at 300 million views today, has billions of streams on all platforms, and was even put on Obama's public playlist of the year. Mosey wasn't even 18 years old. It was clear he was one of the biggest stars in rap, and it looked like his future was bright.
Juice WRLD and Corday.
Real bright. Unfortunately, those predictions fans had wouldn't come true, because in 2021, Mosey would face some very dark allegations from a woman. She accused him of second-degree sexual assault, claiming that she and a friend were R-worded by Mosey and a friend in a cabin. According to what she told authorities, she said she had originally consented, but in the cabin she passed, and when she woke up, Mosey was on top of her and they were having sex. He immediately maintained his innocence, but if he was convicted, he would be facing a maximum life sentence. Remember, Mosey wasn't even 18 when he was charged, and a restraining order was filed on Lil Mosey. And right from the jump, it wasn't looking good for him. He was forced to delete Instagram posts by his label and management, and there wasn't much being said from his end. However, at the time, to be fair, it looked like Mosey was guilty from an outsider's perspective. You see, most of the time, when a rapper is accused of such heinous crimes by a girl, they usually take to social media to expose the rapper and get clout. However, this time, the victim did everything right. She didn't post about it, just went straight to the authorities and told them what had happened, and never made a public post about it. The fans believed she was telling the truth, because what did she really have to gain? Then, in April of 2021, Mosey neglected to appear in court, which was a horrible move. And after he was a no-show, Mosey looked even more guilty. Afterwards, a $50,000 arrest warrant was issued because he failed to show up. However, apparently, it was sent to the wrong address by the court. So, skipping court, even though it was the court's error, just made Mosey look more guilty, because most casual fans wouldn't see that it was an error. From there, things wouldn't get better. As I said earlier, if Mosey was sent to prison, his career would be done with, and his trial getting postponed multiple times would only add to the suspense, as it was initially scheduled to start on January 12th, 2022, but then postponed to July 18th, February 16th of 2023, meaning his trial would start 2 years after the allegations were brought to light. But Mosey still had a career that he had to deal with. While all of this was happening, Mosey had just come off of the largest hit of his career, and he tried his best to keep going, but it wasn't easy. Even though he hadn't been found guilty yet, those types of allegations will put a serious toll on anyone's career. Mosey's legal battle was about to burn a lot of money, but more importantly, it tarnished his reputation. No one wants to collab with an artist with those allegations, especially in today's day and age of cancel culture. Worst of all, it came at the peak of his success, and to him, it must have looked like everything he had worked for had been taken from him. Concerts were canceled, endorsements were gone, and the industry and fans that had loved him before were no more. He also faced a ton of backlash and hate from people online. However, maybe he could spin it to something positive and try to defend himself in his music, right? Well, he did. In an unreleased song, he sang, "I ain't have no dad. Growing up, I was with my mom. Why the fuck do you think I would ever touch that girl wrong?" This might have actually helped his case, but he wasn't allowed to speak on his case publicly due to legal issues. The song never dropped. So essentially, the allegations had put his career in a limbo, as he couldn't really do much. He had no help from his label, no support from the fans or his peers. He was all alone. So that year, Mosey took to Instagram Live to attempt to clear his name, and in it, he tried to plead with fans that he was innocent, that he would never do such a thing. He started it off by saying he would never treat a woman that way.
If a woman brought you in this world, how could you treat a woman wrong in any type of way? You see how I don't even like to say the word, because it's just, I was never raised to be that and say that.
And due to the situation, he was depressed.
To be falsely accused of a situation like that, how could you be happy? And it's like, I try so hard to be happy, because I've never personally been like the type to look down and like beat down. Cause I kept my head high. I always keep my head high. I'm always happy. I'm always, for me, trying to make the best out of it. I'm blessed to be where I'm at. But things come with it, and things like this happen. For me, my mindset is not where I want it to be.
And he was barred from dropping music by his label.
I want to drop music every day. I wish I could drop every day. I want to drop every day. But if I want to drop the music I want to drop, right now, I personally...
And also explained he would try and become an activist for victims of false accusations once his career was back on track.
False accusations is just, it's kind of crazy. And when I get proved innocent, I'ma definitely benefit. I'ma definitely give a lot of for the people who actually been accused, not accused, fuck being accused, the people who actually got found guilty and the people who were actually the victims of the real shit I'm getting accused of, I'm gonna do a lot for them.
After watching this live, most fans didn't recognize Mosey. Sure, it looked like him, but everything about him was different. He was clearly very sad, and his demeanor had completely changed. He went from a bubbly, upbeat kid to this. But hey, he still had his label, right? Nope. After the allegations, they went on damage control. They allowed him to release a series of singles during the hiatus. However, they didn't promote them because despite the massive success of Blueberry Faygo, his record label couldn't justify the risk, which as a company is justifiable. They kicked him to the curb. In other words, they just let him fall off. In March of 2023, after his trial was rescheduled and pushed back multiple times, Lil Mosey was found innocent by a grand jury. He was officially an innocent man. He also passed the polygraph test with flying colors. So Mosey's freedom was saved, and he shared his relief with his followers on an Instagram post. Spent 2 years of my life going through the storm, and I'm happy, thankful that God has finally brought the truth to light. Thank you. The moment this came out, everyone felt horrible. Mosey had been saying he was innocent for years, but due to how severe his allegations were, they couldn't be sure. He had just lost everything over a false allegation.
Lil Mosey's career was literally just ruined based off of an accusation. And so now news has come out that he is not guilty. And it's like, damn, y'all literally just ran his name through the mud. And it wasn't even for anything.
Fans realized that the girl that Mosey was accused by was just a clout chaser, and were disappointed that fake allegations ruined the career of one of rap's youngest and largest stars. What's worse, before all of this, Mosey was at the height of his career, and after these allegations, the chances of a comeback. After all, 2 years of not being able to collab with an artist or really even drop music, and what was put out not being promoted wasn't really gonna help. Right before Mosey's allegations, Mosey had blown up and was on top of the world. Moreover, he was just a 17-year-old. Years later, he was 20, no longer a kid, but a grown man, and had gone to see how cruel the world can truly be. For me, as a viewer, I feel like this should just make you feel grateful, as everything can be taken from you at any instant, especially if you're positioned like this. SA is a horrible crime, but what's just as horrible is people getting falsely accused, and it actually hurts the actual victims as well. The fact that a false accusation can destroy a career and life is scary, and it makes me wonder, where would Lil Mosey be today if he hadn't been accused wrongly of SA? Honestly, I think he would still be big. So with any video, I would try to give you some actionable advice, but there really isn't any. Sometimes life just doesn't go the way you want it to, and it's up to you to save yourself. If not, you're gonna end up like these guys, no matter how tragic their circumstances were. I'm not really talking about Slim here.
We all remember the era of industry plants blatantly stealing authentic artist style and persona to try and make it in the music industry. But fast forward to today, and where many of them are now is quite shocking. Some are horrendously down bad, while others have become superstars, leading to the question, where are these industry plants now and what happened to them? I'm Rashad Bashir, and this is Industry Plants, Where Are They Now? Part 1.
But before we talk about each industry plant, we have to define the term. And here's what my friend Matty Balls came up with. Industry plants are artists who sign early in their careers and have their image mostly created by the label as some sort of marketing gimmick, which includes faking that they're an independent artist. Or in other words, to the average music fan, a fraud. The first industry plant on this list is the infamous Baby Goth, and before talking about where she's today, we have to look at her career. Baby Goth was a woman who randomly just appeared on the SoundCloud rap scene, and I mean randomly. Her first moment in the public rap spotlight was when she appeared on Trippie Redd's album as a feature. Then her first song dropped, Swimming, featuring Lil Xan and Trippie Redd. For any other emo rap artist, this would be great. However, no one knew who Baby Goth was, so it was clear she was an industry plant. Because how was your first ever song on Trippie Redd's album? But at the time, being an industry plant was a relatively new concept. So as crazy as it sounds, it wasn't obvious to all the fans. However, this would all change soon, when fans would start to notice some pretty fishy details. Specifically one fan named Progress, who found a lot of red flags. For starters, he noticed that despite having so many mainstream features, Baby Goth had very inconsistent social media followings.
She only has one song, and that's actually featuring Lil Xan and Trippie Redd, and also that she featured on Trippie's album before her song even came out should set off a fuck ton of red flags.
She had 200 followers on Twitter, and her SoundCloud had 1,000 followers. But on Instagram, she had 160,000 followers, especially since she only had one song, right? Well, Progress and the other fans were correct, because what Baby Goth was showing the world wasn't the whole truth, not even a lick of it. It turned out that Baby Goth had an entire past that only she and her label knew about at the time that they were trying to cover up. How was this exposed? Well, the YouTuber Progress found that Baby Goth had edited out a name of an old song of hers in an Instagram post.
I also found it weird that since taking that screenshot, she has now edited out that she ever had a different song in that caption. And so that made me go a little bit like,
He did some digging, and what he found was quite shocking. Baby Goth was not always Baby Goth. In fact, for most of her life, she was a singer named Bria Bueno, who turned out had a ton of songs. Except it was her in the years prior, where she had dressed like a princess, the music was completely different, and most importantly, she was getting no plays. It was obvious she wasn't blowing up from that old music and wasn't a SoundCloud rapper like she claimed. She definitely wasn't big enough for a record company to sign her. In fact, it turned out she was raising money on a GoFundMe-esque site to raise money for her music career, saying, "Please make my dreams come true," explaining she needed money for production for the EP, travel expenses, and hotel accommodation for her husband and son. Yep, you heard me right. She has a husband and son. However, she didn't raise enough money, falling short by $10,000, and likely had to give up on her previous dreams of making it by being true to herself, which is pretty sad in my opinion. And it was clear from this that Baby Goth was told to cover up her past and then create an image where she would show face tattoos, guns, and be edgy/emo. So that's who she actually was. But if it wasn't how she actually got to fund her music career, what was it? Because just getting some face tats doesn't fund your career. It doesn't get you random cosigns from large SoundCloud rappers, and it definitely doesn't get you signed. Well, in an interview with No Jumper, Baby Goth did reveal some more facts, although very muddy, about how she did get her start in the industry.
So, I mean, for a while I was just like building my following up on Instagram, so it would be like ready when I release music. And then I was just doing like covers. Hitway found me on the Explore page and then flew me out.
Explain who Hitway is for the people at home.
They're my production.
But it just didn't make that much sense. She explained that she was doing covers and got flown out by her label. She then said they told her she reminded them of Trippie Redd, which doesn't really resemble her at all in any way. I mean, look at her. But Admin22 also asked her about her industry connections, because how do you just get a Trippie Redd and Lil Xan feature? Keep in mind, Lil Xan was very big at the time. So she explained that her and Trippie had the same audio engineer.
So me and Trippie have the same audio engineer.
And her manager just knew Xan. So it's safe to say this did not clear the air at all. However, the recording group who got her signed and management did, even if it was by accident. You see, after the YouTuber Progress made a video on Baby Goth, they falsely striked the YouTuber Progress's video and started threatening him, which I won't go into here. However, they did agree to some calls, where we learned some pretty shocking information. First, they admitted that they had intentionally covered up Baby Goth's past.
and because of that, the label was upset that I let that out.
She does have kids. It's obviously people know that. But the label, like, she signed her public, and they didn't want that to be public because that can hurt, like, people's view of her for some reason. I don't really understand why, but it can hurt people's view of her. So we were waiting until after she dropped, which is next month, to come out with that. So it's just like it messed up timing of a lot of stuff, and like the label, like Republic is super mad about it. So they're trying to make us take it down.
This was cool, but it was more of an admission of guilt. What came next was pretty shocking. The first thing the manager said was that Baby Goth had absolutely no personality, so he had to come up with a fictitious persona himself. And although I think he did a pretty bad job, it definitely worked, and this was his reasoning.
I made Baby Goth, right? All right. That's the real story, right? At the end of the day, a lot of these artists are not what you think they are, right? You know, Baby Goth talks about all this cool stuff and women's rights and all that shit. That bitch ain't nothing like that, right? The first thing I did, because I know that bitch like a potato. She has no personality. So I was like, since a person can't speak, you gotta make them look cool, right? So we get a cool name, right? She not goth, but the goth wave is popping. So he's like, fuck it, let's do the goth thing, you know what I mean? Yeah, and she talks like a baby, so I put Baby Goth together, right? So that's how I came up with the name at the end of the day, right? And then what we did was, it was easy. All we had to do, get face tats, because all these artists got face tats, right? So you build an aesthetic, you build a brand, right? So when she walks into the office, she looks cool. You know what I mean? That's all labels want.
And in the end, he admitted Baby Goth's music was trash. But that wasn't the point. He just wanted to finesse the label. And if we're being honest, he did. So props to this guy. This was very interesting, as it was an inside view on what went on behind these management's heads and their thought processes. With Baby Goth, it was frightening. It was clear she was just a lick to this guy. He had no interest in ever helping her career, but rather to collect a percentage of a record deal, use the rest to promote her career, and when the money ran out, have her kick rocks. If you'd like to know the full details, go watch the full video by Progress. I mean, this guy pulled up her marriage documents, did a call with her management, and fact-checked every minute detail she lied about. He didn't just catch her in 4K, he caught her in like 40K, it was insane. I do believe he went too far though, at some point you just have to let it rest. But this was just the half of it. What happened afterward to Baby Goth was even worse. After this debauchery of her being exposed, she was still connected with Wiz Khalifa, she got a Genius video, she dropped a song with Slim Jimmy, but it was all too late. To fans, Baby Goth was a fraud, and worse, everyone started agreeing her music was trash. Later, she would post screenshots as a cry for help, basically admitting she was depressed, and it was clearly because her music career had not gone the way she thought it would, which I can't help but feel bad for. But that was still in 2019. What happened after that? From 2020 and beyond, Baby Goth just fell off of a cliff. She didn't post at all. However, in 2022, she did return with an announcement saying, "After 2 years, I'm finally dropping. Thank you to everyone who stuck with me throughout my absence. I've gone through so much." And it seemed like she actually was going to drop music, because in another post she wrote, "Run up the comments, show my label how y'all are ready for this music, swipe to hear a moment from one of my new songs." Unfortunately, no music ever came. And after that, it was pretty clear what had happened. It seems like after the catastrophe of a career she had, post 2019, Baby Goth was shelved by her label. What does that mean? Well, it's a fate worse than being dropped by a label. Being shelved by a label means they know they will never get their return on their investment. However, they want to be sure of that and don't want to let the artists they signed go free and become successful, even if there's a small chance. So they shelve the artists and let them rot. That's what happened to Baby Goth. But wait, it somehow got even worse. In 2022, her YouTube channel was hacked and her label didn't even care enough to get it back. That same year, she tried to assure her fans new music would drop once again, writing, "Please bear with me while my amazing team gets my YouTube channel unhacked. Mad Together music video is ready and waiting for you. Debut album coming this year." Still no music. And later on, it became clear her label had been the ones who quote-unquote hacked Baby Goth's page. They had essentially repurposed it for their other artists. It was obvious the label was actually trying to cover up her career because it looked bad. So much so that her music video with Trippie Redd, Swimming, was deleted. And if 2022 couldn't get any worse, at the end of the year, she got into a car accident. And after all of that, she went on a 2-year hiatus again. And at that point, can you even blame her? But it's 2024 right now. What is she doing currently? Well, you may or may not be pleased to know she is really active right now, except not in the way you think. In 2024, she's been posting multiple times per week since the beginning of the year. However, it's not to promote her music, but her new exclusive content. Wink wink, cough cough, if you catch my drift. Which is pretty sad. It's a classic case of what happens to naive people who think they can make it into showbiz just to have to turn to some pretty disgusting things to make their ends meet. And if you're curious, just check out her Instagram and you'll see what I mean. Overall, Baby Goth has one of the saddest industry plant stories ever. It's a lesson to everyone, and her story shows that being disingenuous is literally one of the worst things that you can do to your career, no matter what you're in. However, this isn't always the case, because this next artist was just as much, if not more, disingenuous than Baby Goth. However, their results were much different, and that is the Kid Laroi. But before we talk about where he is today, how was he exposed as an industry plant? Let me take you back to 2019, where most fans of rap, including myself, discovered the Kid Laroi through his Lyrical Lemonade song called Let Her Go, which got millions of views on YouTube, followed by his song with Lil Tecca, Diva, that would also get millions of views. If you listen to the music, it was clear the Kid Laroi was going to be another one of those artists who got a Lyrical Lemonade video to blow up. I mean, he was even featured on songs with some, like Tecca. At the time, the Kid Laroi was a teenage rapper who was working with artists like Lil Skies and had connections to Juice WRLD, but it didn't take long for fans to find some other details. At first, it wasn't that much. Fans found that Laroi was signed under Columbia Records, and Lil Bibby, who Juice WRLD was also signed to, they figured Bibby had made some calls and got Laroi a video on Lyrical Lemonade, as Cole Bennett listened to Lil Bibby growing up, and that's honestly how Juice WRLD got his music videos. So to be honest, it wasn't really a big deal. And after fans found more interviews of Bibby, it was clear that was what happened.
This Australian kid I'm very excited about. I think.
How do you end up with an Australian kid?
I heard his music and that shit just blew me away. I've been trying to sign it for a whole year and everybody was on it, but we got it and now we gotta put a plan.
So end of story, closed case, right? Nope, because one fact wouldn't slip past a very diligent fan. A man named Hello Yassine, who despite this story, said something about a teenager from Australia reaching Lil Bibby was very fishy. Very, very fishy. On top of that, prior to signing to Lil Baby, Laroi had an EP called 14 with a Dream, which was made with high quality equipment, good producers, and great mixing. So Yassine thought, how did the Kid Laroi go from being a nobody to having all these people produce for him and get signed? There's something missing in the middle of the story. Laroi had also repeatedly claimed he was dirt poor, so that wasn't adding up either. But there wasn't anything to confirm Yassine's suspicions, so he just kept his eyes peeled. And eventually, he found something. It was a short clip from a No Jumper interview that Laroi had quickly brushed past. Most fans thought nothing of it, and it was a question about Laroi's origin.
I posted a video and this guy locally in Sydney was like, oh, I have a studio, come through, like, you know, you can use it for free whenever you want, like, you know, we got producers here, da-da-da-da-da.
Yassine realized this was key, and the fact that Laroi brushed past it so fast only furthered his suspicions. He didn't buy the fact that teenage Laroi was making all his music himself, because behind every young musician, there's always an older figure who built them as a talent and taught them the game. Think Chief Keef and DJ Ken, or any other younger rapper. This prompted Yassine to go digging, and go down an insane rabbit hole, and what he found was probably the craziest information he could have found, and will definitely go down as one of the greatest rap exposés in the past 5 years, or even 10 years. So what was it? Yassine found that Laroi had been taken under the wing of a guy named Marcus at a young age. Marcus would throw parties, DJ, produce, and he met the Kid Laroi in 2015. Now bear with me because things are about to get very interesting. Laroi messaged Marcus at first, but he was ignored. So he used a girl to message Marcus and get Marcus's attention, which Yassine later showed was one of Laroi's go-to strategies for getting his foot in the door. This also proved he lied in the No Jumper interview, because he hadn't posted a video and got discovered. He had to message Marcus multiple times and even finesse him to get a chance. But after finally linking up, Marcus allowed Laroi to perform. Marcus realized Laroi was talented and saw a lot of potential in him, and decided he would take Laroi under his wing. From then on, Laroi and Marcus became best friends. He called Laroi his artist, and every weekend Laroi would come to Marcus's house and record music with them. He'd eat, sleep, and record there. But that wasn't all. Marcus also single-handedly was responsible for shaping Laroi's sound. At the time, Laroi only knew how to rap and wanted to rap. However, Marcus realized that rap music was changing, and it wasn't going towards lyrical rap, but a more melodic style of rap. So as the big brother figure he was, he taught Laroi how to use autotune and make melodic music so he could succeed. Laroi was very against it, but he tried it out and it was a huge success. Marcus was even going as far to write music for Laroi. At that point, he was so invested that he had taken a year off after high school solely to develop Laroi. On top of that, he changed his Instagram name from his DJ name to their group name, and Laroi also wasn't okay with the idea of Marcus rapping with others, so Marcus only worked with Laroi. It was safe to say Marcus had put all his chips in and was willing to put it all on the line for Laroi's career. And in 2016, it looked like this was all about to pay off. That year, a man named DJ Ziggy gave Laroi and Marcus an opportunity to perform at a radio show in Sydney, one of Australia's major cities, where they not only performed, but also met a Sony label executive. DJ Ziggy was a DJ, of course, and a manager as well. And Yassine did later find that Ziggy did manage Laroi for a short period of time, however unknown when. So after the meetings they had with Sony, which seemed very promising, Marcus had to go back to his family. Remember, he took a year off after high school just to develop Laroi, so he had to explain to his family that things were finally going to work out. Marcus thought that Laroi was going to go back home with them. However, Laroi's mother explained they were going to stay for a bit longer. Marcus then asked her how they were going to put music out as a duo, and she said, "Don't worry about it. You would just record the vocals and send them to Marcus." Okay, great. So Marcus thought it was all good and left. 2 months passed, Marcus didn't hear from them. Did Laroi stop recording music? Probably not. So what happened? At some point in Sydney, the Sony executives took Laroi aside and told him he didn't need Marcus. He was the star, he was the talent, and he should ditch Marcus and become a solo act. Of course, his mother agreed. After all, Sony had better producers, engineers, better everything, period. Marcus couldn't even come close. So why not just cut him out of the picture altogether? Why split the fame, money, and all your success with someone who wasn't essential? I mean, all he did was be one of the sole reasons you're even in this position in the first place, right? It's not a big deal. And I guess you can't really blame Laroi and his mother. They were in a very interesting position, but the lack of loyalty is pretty messed up. They couldn't even make him Laroi's DJ. So Laroi had just used Marcus as a stepping stone and left him behind. With his new people at Sony, Laroi recorded his 14 with a Dream EP, which became the initial project to get him the attention of Lil Baby. By the way, he ditched Sony too once he got introduced to Lil Baby. which I just thought was kind of funny. But what's even worse is they didn't tell Marcus any of this. They just sold Marcus the dream and lied that he was going to be a part of everything. 6 months went by and Marcus heard nothing from them. While Laroi was recording music every day, Marcus was praying that he would hear back a reply from Laroi and his mom. He got nothing. At the time, he still thought they were a group act. So one day, he had enough and decided to rap himself and put out a solo song. And that's when he finally got a response. Laroi's mother hit him up and was furious, commanding him to take down the song and video because Laroi wasn't in it. And now that he had done what he had just done, he had to take down everything on the group's page or their lawyers were going to force him to. And although she had no legal grounds to do something like this, Marcus was scared and obliged. And that's how all of this got erased from the internet. At this point, Laroi was already signed and him and his mother were getting money from Sony. So Marcus was no longer needed. Ziggy was the new Marcus. And Laroi decided he would just lie that he had done everything himself until then. But to be fair, Laroi was just a kid who was acting in his best interest.
That was literally my goal for like the last 2 or 3 years, was just, I want to get a video with Cole, So
this was some pretty crazy information. It proved that Laroi had faked his origin story and basically lied to everyone. However, it wasn't everything. And I guess Laroi and his team realized they already looked really bad, so they had to put a stop to it before things really got out of hand. Their plan of action was to do the same thing they had done to Marcus, but to Yassine. Erase him from the internet. Days after Yassine's video had been posted and got a decent amount of traction, Laroi's label issued a copyright strike taking down Yassine's video forcefully, and it was falsely issued. Afterwards, Laroi's main producer at the time, Han, was sent to scare Yassine. Han threatened Yassine, first by saying, "Lol, he doesn't care about it. I care though. You're putting out false information with no real evidence." He then told Yassine to be careful. It's cool if you want to keep deleting my comments, but be careful what you say on future videos, because there's a difference between discussing opinions and trying to slander someone's name for some clicks. And it's safe to say the industry plant police force, aka Hello Yassine and Progress, were not scared one bit because they just went even harder. Years later, this is also pretty funny because Han and the Kid Laroi fell out after the Kid Laroi dropped Lil Baby as a manager. So I wonder what he thinks today. And taking down Yassine's video turned out to be a huge blunder. It totally backfired because not only did Yassine now go much harder, fans would start to turn their backs on Laroi in numbers.
Now finding out about everything, it just seemed like industry planish.
So Yassine went back to digging, and when he came out, he had the entire story of how Laroi became an industry plant. This time, he found a lot about Laroi's family background. Remember when I said Laroi was supposedly poor? Well, I guess this was emphasized too much, and Yassine realized something was up, as they had even filmed a no jumper vlog where Laroi would supposedly show off his hood, except when you look at the comments, they're all clowning them. First off, Yassine found out that the Kid Laroi's mother used to manage Scott Kane, who was pretty big back in the day. She also seemed to be a big fan of the Kardashians and idolized Kris Jenner, which explained why she was so on board with the Laroi going all in on his music career. He found a lot more about her, but I'm going to leave it at that key info, just enough for you to get the story, out of respect for Laroi and his mother. However, what I just told you about his mother doesn't prove Laroi was rich, right? Just that his mother had big industry connections. But everyone doesn't just have a mother, they also have a father. And something about Laroi Yassine found was that he would never mention his father. Why? What about him? Do they not have a relationship? Well, it was because his father was the definition of someone massive in the music industry. His father had worked with Jay-Z, Nelly, Fat Joe, and more. If you don't know, those are some of the biggest rappers from the 2000s. And his father was definitely a very wealthy man. But hey, maybe his father wasn't in Laroi's life, right? Nope. Laroi was very close to his father, and he went to a private Catholic school definitely paid for by his father. Yassine even found out that Laroi's dad owned a boat. On top of that, Laroi's father was constantly sharing posts showing love to Laroi. And the Kid Laroi could play guitar. Who taught him? His father. But to be honest, his father just wanted the best for his child. He was probably on board with the idea of not being mentioned for the sake of Laroi's career, understanding how crucial the rags to riches story was in Laroi's blow up. So, where is the Kid Laroi now? Well, after getting signed to Bibby, Laroi was touted as Juice WRLD's protege, and after his passing, the second coming of Juice. The thing is, it didn't work that well. Sure, the Kid Laroi has become huge today, but while he was pursuing the emo rap track, Juice WRLD fans hated him with a passion. The reason? Because it was blatantly obvious that the Kid Laroi was an industry plant and that Juice WRLD's ex-label and management were attempting to turn him into another cash cow, just like Juice WRLD. The Juice WRLD fans really hated him, openly admitting to it, saying things like, just don't like how they pushing out of him, he's not all that. And I think his music is alright, Like, he just isn't on Juice's level and shouldn't be on songs with Juice. I think he ruins them. However, afterwards, Laroi ditched Lil Bibby in grade A, likely over how large of a cut they take from their artists. Then, Laroi became managed by Scooter Braun, who famously manages Justin Bieber and Ariana Grande, dropped a single Stay featuring Justin Bieber, went #1 on Billboard, went #3 on Billboard with Miley Cyrus, and was also nominated for not 1, not 2, not 3, but 60 music awards, 2 of which being the Grammys, and won about 16, and he's only 20 years old. So it's safe to say the Kid Laroi is not a failed industry. He's a successful superstar who's managed to come out on top, and it really shows you how tough it really is to make it in the music industry, as his story isn't fully over either. However, this sort of picture-perfect story doesn't always happen. In fact, it usually doesn't. And there's no clearer case than the next rapper on this list, Jumex, who at one point was the poster child for industry plants. And where he is today is pretty sad. But of course, before we speak about his current situation, how did he even get exposed as an industry plant in the first place? Jumex started blowing up in 2019 after his hit song Loner. And when one song randomly started blowing up out of nowhere, it was very apparent something fishy was going on behind the scenes. So once again, Progress, the same YouTuber that exposed Baby Goth, came out to expose him too. And he showed that Jumex not only had 100 subscribers and just randomly got hundreds of thousands of views, which after watching the video and, you know, hearing the song, obviously it didn't happen organically.
If you look back on Jumex's actual stats that came from last year as provided by Social Blade, you'll be able to see that he didn't really have any subscriber growth or even that many views that got accumulated in the span of from like the past March or whatever it ends up being. It shows that he had roughly 100 subscribers gained in the entire like last 9 months, up until before the music video had dropped.
He then showed that the way the views were being processed was not normal.
One point was actually getting less than 700 views on its worst day. Then the most noticeably weird section is right here, where it shows that his video was getting less and less views for about 4 days straight, going all the way down to only 31K in a day, to then, boom, out of nowhere, 102,000 views the next day.
It was clear Jumex was viewbotting.
Now there's two things that could obviously be able to make him get that many views. One being that he got promoted, which is confirmed, but in a way that's a little bit different that I'll go into more detail later. And then there's also the possibility of subbotting or viewbotting. We may not have full evidence, obviously, of him viewbotting on the YouTube video, although it's pretty compelling when his views were massively skyrocketing, then dropping really low.
Progress then proved that Jumex's SoundCloud statistics were literally impossible. This is what the like and repost count should look like.
Can look at. Right here you can see that his song Trapped had 3.2 million plays, which is an insane number. But what's wrong with that? Well, just look at the interactions. Less than 10,000 likes and less than 700 reposts. What?
But that wasn't all. Progress also looked into the music video for Loner. There were 3 executive directors, a whole set team, which takes tens of thousands of dollars. Later, he was given a DJ Snake cosign, who by the way is one of the biggest DJs in the world. Why would DJ Snake mess with a random rapper that's supposed to be unknown?
One of the people Jumex got shouted out by was DJ Snake, one of the biggest producers in the entire world. How the fuck does DJ Snake know who Jumex?
So after all of this, it was pretty clear he was an industry plant. I mean, all you really had to do was look at his music. His song Loner was a cookie cutter scream rap song where he starts yelling in an emotional voice. He essentially said, "This was popular, let me copy that." But something I didn't mention earlier was the music video was directed by ex-Odd Future member Taco, who was pretty up there in the music industry, and it was released by a record label. So how did Jumex get there? What was the explanation for that? Well, Progress found that out as well. Jumex's old music was just Walmart, Lil Peep, and XXX Tentacion music.
And he also did rebrand his name from being Lil Jumex to Jumex.
But in high school, he went viral while smoking in class and yelling "World Star." This would catch the attention of a man named Brad Scoffern. Who was he? Well, Brad was Tyler, the Creator's old tour manager and the operating manager of Golf, Tyler, the Creator's clothing brand. He also works at Camp Flogna, and he's pretty high up there. So I guess it wasn't a coincidence that Trapped by Jumex was being played in Camp Flogna, which is Tyler, the Creator and Odd Future's yearly festival. So Brad had watched Jumex's famous World Star video, decided to invest in him, and hooked him up with a bunch of industry connections, and even created a fake indie label to sign Jumex under. I guess Brad thought he was a genius or something. And later on, this was confirmed when someone close to Brad explained that Brad was overconfident and he thought making Jumex a large artist was light work.
Met Mark Jumex because he saw the smoking video And, you know, Brad is like a 40-year-old white guy, you know, because he thinks he knows what's cool in rap, what's popping, you know. He's really out of touch. And he saw the video of Jumex smoking and, you know, thought he could make a profitable artist out of it. So he flew Jumex out to LA.
It didn't stop there though. Brad also got Jumex some pretty decent industry connections. For example, Jumex never wrote his songs, and instead they were written by some pretty big names in the industry. Loner was written by I Love McConan. What's funny is Jumex knew he had no talent, so he would beg people to write him songs, and if you just read them, they're pretty embarrassing. Later, a Genius interview dropped, and people were clowning on him heavily, and after that, it didn't take long for fans to completely turn on Jumex. He got a ton of hate, and it was clear his career wouldn't go anywhere. He was dropped by the label and kicked to the curb. Except that wasn't the end of Jumex, so where is he now? After the fiasco of his industry planish career, he did a ton of messed up stuff that basically guaranteed he would never have a career in the music industry. However, even before he was dropped by his label, Jumex did some other questionable acts. He tried to be friends with Billie Eilish, or to better describe it, pretended to be friends with Billie Eilish by posting a picture of them at a fam meetup, pretending they were friends. He was also still part of a collective with his high school friends and decided to abuse the copyright system and copyright strike all of his old friends' music, and hacked into the old group's clothing brand on Instagram and attempted to rebrand it as his. Finally, he doxed all of those ex-friends on Snapchat and threatened to do it again. Yeah, this guy was not a great person. But Jumex wasn't done with the shenanigans. In 2020, Jumex started beefing with Lil Xan. At this point, both their careers were completely down the drain, but Lil Xan was actually someone at one point. Jumex blocked Lil Xan, and Xan went on a rant, writing, "Lol, I put so many people onto Jumex and now he just blocked me. I was trying to help him get more exposure. I'm not gonna read the rest," but he was mad. At this point, the label was totally done with Jumex, and he was barred from releasing music under his name. And Jumex was left with nothing. His old friends were no longer friends because Jumex doxed him. He had no shot in the industry anymore, and everyone knew he was an industry plant. Kinda sad because he probably was left with hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt. So at this point, you probably noticed a couple patterns among these artists. Jumex and Baby Goth tried to wear depression as a brand, like, oh, I'm depressed, I'm mentally ill, etc. But no one who's actually depressed would do that. And most of all, they didn't really have any talent. And the one that did succeed, the Kid Laroi, did.
Something strange is happening to rappers' legacies. XXX Tentacion, Juice WRLD, Lil Peep, and Pop Smoke. All of these artists have one thing in common. Some have been handled with the utmost respect, and others not so much. So what caused this? Why did it happen? And what is the current state of these artists' legacies? Hi, I'm Rashad Bashir, and this is what happened to these rappers' legacies. The first rapper on this list is XXX Tentacion. For most of his life, he was one of the most controversial rappers in the game, and at one point, he even had his music pulled from Spotify. However, when he passed, X was one of the most loved artists in the game. But would it stay that way? Well, the clearest case of what was done to X's legacy was his albums. When X passed, his allure was at an all-time high, and this was largely due to his amazing projects. For example, his album Question Mark spent over 200 weeks on the Billboard 200 chart. However, when his estate dropped Skins, his first posthumous album, it was the exact opposite of what X had stood for. Skins was mostly minute to minute and a half songs that sounded very unfinished, and most fans agreed the album was not great. It ended up selling 130,000 units first week and fell off the Billboard charts completely. Afterwards, X's estate's greed would be solidified when they dropped a song with Lil Peep that his family and friends did not approve of. In fact, Lil Peep's best friend said that the two didn't even like each other. But Falling Down, the song they dropped, still hit the Billboard charts and was actually a great song, so it wasn't that bad. However, unfortunately, after seeing the success, X's estate would push even further to make more money off of him. Because in mid-2019, X's estate announced they would be dropping a final XXX Tentacion album. And at first, fans somewhat had their hopes up, because X had announced that Bad Vibes Forever coming soon. It will be a mix of all genres you have seen me dabble with. If you are not a fan of me, this is not an album for you. It is for core fans only. This sounded great in theory, but when the album dropped, it was far from that. The material on the album was paper thin, it had horrendous features, and the beats were pretty terrible. In the end, Bad Vibes Forever went down as one of the worst posthumous albums ever dropped, with very forced and cheap features from artists such as Lil Nas X and many more, with a total of 25 tracks and 19 features. XXX Tentacion practically wasn't even on it.
Just Forever, the new posthumous album from XXX Tentacion, and yes, it's not very good. And it feels weird saying that because I feel like it not being good has very little to do with the artist the album is named after.
So it's safe to say Bad Vibes Forever was a massive cash grab.
Because Bad Vibes Forever is yet another example in the music industry of an artist's name and legacy being grossly exploited posthumously with an album that is theirs in name and in name only.
What's more head scratching is the fact that X's estate was getting a lot of money. There was no need for this. After fans heard the album,
how many monthly listeners they got? Like tens of millions. Juice got 30 million. X got 30 million. They're bringing in over like 1 billion streams a year.
The backlash was insane. In fact, it was so harsh that Lil Nas X's song was taken off, and the album only ended up selling 65K first week, which was horrible for X's size at the time, and debuted at number 5 on Billboard. A couple weeks later, it had completely fallen off the charts. To put it in perspective, Question Mark debuted at number 1 and spent 5 weeks in the top 10. But it wouldn't end there, because in 2020, things got really bad when X's mother decided to turn things up a notch and started using her son's social media to promote another artist's song. On October 16th, 2020, fans were furious after X's mother went live on his Instagram account to promote another artist. X's 18.2 million followers at the time saw he was going live despite being gone for 2 years, and to their surprise, X's mom was promoting a song by one of X's tattoo artists, Ichabod Veins, featuring X for only about 30 seconds.
They tuned in, they discovered Bernard was promoting the video for the Bad Vibes Forever track Chase Glass Shards featuring Ichabod Veins, who she currently manages.
And it's safe to say that fans were anything but pleased.
As the live continued, which pulled in roughly 300,000 viewers, comments such as "This is disgusting however you want to look at it" immediately started flying on Twitter.
On Twitter, fans were accusing X's mom of tarnishing his legacy. XXX Tentacion started a live video? Really? F that. What XXX Tentacion's label have done with his name after his passing should be genuinely illegal. It was one of those notifications you shouldn't have been getting, but the details made the situation even worse. Before the music video was released, they dememorialized X's account, and furthermore, the song wasn't even finished. So you'd think after all of that backlash, X's estate would learn. Well, not exactly, because in 2022, XXX Tentacion's Instagram page posted this. A picture of X and Juice morphed, signaling a collaboration.
Their latest Instagram post, X's that is, they posted a half and half of Juice WRLD and X, and they didn't even write a caption. What does this mean? Well, it seems as though a Juice WRLD and XXX Tentacion collab is on the way.
And once again, to say fans were confused would be an understatement.
I don't know how many times we gotta say it. We don't know what X and Juice would want to be doing. Would they have wanted to collab?
The funniest part, despite both of their fan bases sharing a large number of fans, nobody asked for it.
The fans, every single one of us, were like, yo, chill.
Luckily, it never dropped because some fans leaked it. But it was clear X's estate did not care about his discography one bit. But an artist's legacy is so much more. It also includes their image. They cared about that, right? Well, it's complicated because they made a number of questionable moves. For example, X's estate released a series of non-fungible tokens, or NFTs, to help preserve his legacy, when in reality they were just cashing out. So it was clear X's estate was making money, but what if I told you that money was allegedly being hoarded and allegedly illegally by his mother, who pretty much every other family member has sued at this point? The most famous case of this is when X's baby mama demanded a DNA test in court. Why? Because she needed the court to allow scientific testing of biological samples of XXX Tentacion and his son to establish him legally as the father. When it happened, it was a huge shock to fans. When X left, his mom was the one who said X left a surprise and was really accepting of X's son. Until then, everything seemed good. When one day, randomly, X's mom deleted all the pictures of the mother and the child. Later, she would try to get the court to deny X's baby mama's request, but she was the one that was denied. However, the details aren't that important. It was the thought that counted. Because to fans, the reason behind this all could only be one thing. A recurring theme in X's posthumous history: greed. Because if X's son's mother couldn't prove if X's kid was valid, X's mother wouldn't have to pay the baby mama the money deserved. In the end, the baby mama won, but it wasn't a great look. But you see, that wasn't the only family lawsuit. X's half-brother Corey Pack also sued X's mother for various reasons. According to his lawsuit, X's mother was hiding money through various shell companies. X's mom was also accused of transferring over $11 million in assets to herself that were designated to him. The suit also states that X's mother purchased a Mercedes-Benz SUV, a Lamborghini Huracan Coupe, a Can-Am Spyder, and 7 cars for her friends, including a Range Rover and a Lamborghini SUV. It also states that she purchased and sold 2 properties, so clearly she was balling. And after finding out some of these details, fans were not pleased. If all of this is true, it's disgusting and dishonoring X's estate, making profit off of your son, SMH. So that brings us to today, where most fans of XXX Tentacion want to forget most of his posthumous releases. And the milking of X has been so normalized that nothing even surprises fans anymore. However, I do want to say that despite all of this, X loved his mother, and it was well within her right to do what she did.
There will be and always was a void in my heart. And it was just due to the fact that I didn't have my mom for a long amount of time. And my mom was out there trying to hustle, get her money up, you feel me? And she was doing everything she could. And I ain't even finna dub my mom. Like, I love my mom to death. That's the apple of my eye. I'll take a bullet for my mom any day. You take a bullet for my mom right now, no question. No questions asked.
That being said, she definitely didn't do his legacy any favors. However, at least X had the luxury of having his family exploit him. The next rapper wasn't so lucky. The second artist on this list is the late emo rap rock star Juice WRLD. While he was alive, or even afterwards, Juice WRLD was one of the largest artists in rap, who unfortunately passed away on December 8th, 2019, and it sent shockwaves through hip-hop. However, Juice WRLD was no regular rapper. He left behind thousands of songs, many of which had not been heard. So regardless of the sad news, most fans had something to look forward to, his music. And in the beginning, things were going well. Juice WRLD's label dropped Legends Never Die. It sold a whopping 300,000 units. Everyone agreed it was a great album. But not too long after that, the greed of his label and management would start to take over. And all began when his next album was teased, with a trailer that was released in July of 2021, which now has over 50 million views. That trailer was for an album called The Party Never Ends. However, right after that, the album immediately got postponed. Why? Well, Juice's management decided they wanted to drop a documentary and an album along with that. This would have been great, but the album was filled with sad songs that most fans did not want. But hey, Juice WRLD didn't know what he wanted. Nope, because in the documentary, they played 2 songs and then Juice says he wants them on his next album. None of them made the cut. Yikes. However, luckily for the fans, Lil Bibby, Juice's label owner, reassured them that the next album was going to drop soon, writing, "The party is about to start soon." To fans, this was great news because they were finally about to get what they wanted, turnt Juice WRLD songs. However, once again, it looked like Bibby and Juice's team had spoken too soon, because by the time they started promoting The Party Never Ends, Juice WRLD's music began getting leaked like crazy. People in Discord were paying thousands for these Juice WRLD leaks, and Bibby and Juice's label were getting mad, very mad, because not only were they quote-unquote losing music, they were losing a lot of money. At one point, it got so bad that fans would be in Lil Baby's comments every day begging for songs, then they wouldn't get it and decide to take it themselves. This made Juice's management furious, and Bibby would notify fans that The Party Never Ends might never release due to these leaks, writing, "These leaks are getting out of hand. I hope all the fans are happy. The Party Never Ends might be cancelled. All this leaks." So Lil Bibby was essentially being mad about the leaks and then not dropping them, and therefore punishing a fan base that didn't really have to do with it, at least 99.999% of them. What's worse, this may be valid if it was a normal artist. However, Juice WRLD left behind thousands of songs, so to blame a delay on a couple leaks did not look good. And that's exactly what happened, because this type of behavior by Bibby and the team would backfire horribly. Bibby continued delaying the album, and after doing so multiple times with no end in sight, he had become a meme. On top of that, the leaks were only getting worse. At this point, the majority of the anticipated songs were leaked for the album, and Lil Bibby officially canceled the album for the year, writing, "No party this year, f the hackers." Lil Bibby would then make tweets to address the so-called leaks and fan backlash, writing, "If you don't know the whole story, shut up." But what was even worse was the fact that he would continue to say that Juice WRLD's album was dropping soon.
Juice WRLD's posthumous album dropping. 6 weeks? That's okay. Well, stay humble and stay blessing everybody, man.
All of this looked horrible, but Juice's estate's tricky relationship with hackers and fans wouldn't end there. Because in May of 2024, Juice WRLD's manager Pete went on Instagram and started saying some very concerning things about how Juice WRLD's music was leaking. That month, he took to Instagram and wrote, "Max Lord leaked Oxy and Muddy for money, SMH." Then a fan slid up in his DMs and wrote, "He's been selling songs for years. It's been known. Unfortunately, the first sign is when he started selling songs only he would have." Juice's manager put a bullseye emoji. Max Lord was one of Juice WRLD's main producers and engineers and a close friend in his latter life. So this came as a huge shock to most Juice WRLD fans, and it actually became huge news as DJ Academics was making posts about the news. However, that wasn't what made the situation bad, because Max Lord wasn't going to take this disrespect, and his response shared the sentiment of many Juice WRLD fans and exposed Juice's management, and he just kept it a buck. He started off by saying that those songs weren't even going to be on the album, writing, "Neither of those songs were singles. Muddy was never on the album." He then said that they didn't even have real proof that he was hacked, and they were ghosting him whenever he tried to get in touch with them. By the way, your proof is a bot account I heard was paid to send that to you. Your phone number was leaked 2 days ago, and I received a spoofed phone call from your number for the 10th time. You haven't answered me back when I reached out. Then he exposed them for not knowing the proper titles of the songs, writing, "And why don't you even know what the music is you care about so much? That's not even me being illiterate. That's just how he wrote that down. Yeah, it isn't even your job." Then he exposed them for not spending their money and just stealing from Juice's bank accounts. When Juice was alive, you ain't spend 1 penny of your own money. You milked Juice for everything you did off his business/touring accounts. Then he exposed them for not paying producers. How about y'all pay your producers what they've been owed since 2018? Y'all run a scam, not a business. This made them look even worse, as Juice WRLD had made millions and they had made many more millions off of him, which I'll go into later. So not paying producers what they deserve is a bad look. But that wasn't it. He then exposed them for taking the album from the original producers, including him, and giving it to the industry mega producer Benny Blanco. Keep printing merch instead of music, your real job. We finished the album almost 2 years ago before y'all scrapped it for Blanco to ruin it for whatever reason. Then he exposed them for not even paying Benny Blanco. Heard y'all don't even pay him either. Then he exposed them for not even responding to him, but speaking on him online, which was weird. I tried to hit you directly, but you want to go online and spew lies. And finally, which is what's really sad, is Max Lord explained he had sacrificed his health so the album could come out good, and it was all going to waste. And I have to regret writing all this. I've spent countless hours, days, weeks, months working for the community and building this album together. He cares about y'all so much, talking about Juice. I spent months in the hospital waiting to get back to finish this. I literally flatlined on the operating table. I made sure to get back so I could work on a project with 45 plus staples, zipped, holding my torso together at the studio. This came as a huge shock to most people. It basically confirmed that the management was greedy and didn't really care for Juice WRLD's legacy. However, they had some words to say for themselves. They started by firing back, explaining that the album was going to come out.
Nah, man, the album's ready to come out. We got a lot of good features. I hope they don't leak, you know? But we got good features.
And said that Benny Blanco, the producer the album was handed to, didn't ruin the album.
Benny did not ruin the album. You can't ruin an album that's most of the songs already done.
And that they were trying to release the album with Juice WRLD's community.
We're gonna roll out this album with the community. We're not gonna do it without y'all. When y'all ready to lock in and everybody's ready to go as a team, we're gonna do it together.
In fact, if the fans, not them, were better, the album would have been out already.
No, it was crazy. It was actually supposed to come out in January, low key, right after Juice WRLD Day.
Which is what they actually had promised.
Y'all be complaining, begging the music's there, let's support it. Let's get this party never ends out at the top of the year. How about that?
They then made a bunch of excuses, like they had business issues.
Yeah, but it just was some business issues.
And that leaks were ruining the album.
So this is the problem though, bro, is when we do put leaks and stuff that you guys request, it's gonna be a whole nother part of the community.
However, this would just make fans hate Bibby and the rest of the management even more. For example, Bibby tweeted, "Happiest day of my life," and a fan said, "Happiest ratio of my life." Show you how much they dislike him. And all of this probably has you wondering, why would a management/label service behave so unprofessionally and be so disorganized? Well, that's because they weren't professional. You see, Juice WRLD's quote-unquote label, Grade A, only was founded in order to exploit Juice WRLD. Literally. It didn't exist until they found Juice WRLD and he agreed to sign to them. On top of that, no one in Grade A had any experience running a label prior to Juice WRLD. To make matters worse, they were insanely greedy, taking 50% of his earnings.
Exposed the fact that I remember someone telling me that Juice WRLD's deal with Grade A was 50%.
People are talking about it?
I said it in the video. I was like, all right, I don't know if this is true, but a source told me like 3 years ago that Juice WRLD's deal with Grade A was 50%. Like they take 50% of his as his.
However, it's actually worse than it sounds. Because when you do the math, it's a teeny tiny fraction.
I promise you, Juice WRLD is probably only getting, like his team and mom and shit are probably only getting 20% of his streams, like every other artist. Like that's the standard. After recouping, say you get $1 million advance, you have to pay back that $1 million and then you get 20%. That's probably what Juice WRLD got of his streams. He's getting 20%.
So Juice WRLD was in a horrible management deal.
Of his show money and his merch money,
50.
Those are taking 50. That's not a good deal.
That's not a good deal at
That's
all.
a horrible management deal.
In fact, the deal should have been illegal.
If that's true, it's bad.
It's very bad.
Because like the standard for a management to take percentage of shows and merch is like 15 to 25%. 25 is extremely high.
And it was so bad that when Juice WRLD signed his multi-million-dollar deal, he was practically left with nothing.
Then he got a $3 million deal from Interscope because there was a big bidding war for him. So
how many years did he sign for? Wait, how?
I don't know the details of that. All I know is Interscope got him for $3 million, and then his management contract was 50% of his shit.
But you see, Juice's management and label weren't the only ones tarnishing his legacy. His loved ones, or just loved one, you could even call it that, or her at this point, Ali Lottie has done quite a bit of damage herself by doing nothing but make him look bad. In the beginning, it actually looked like she was about to hold Juice down for life.
I'm trying to uphold a legacy my name is attached to. I would never be on here acting like that or posting OnlyFans or doing anything but still trying to acknowledge Jared's legacy and be part of that.
However, it didn't take long for her to completely go back on that. The first time it was evident she did not give one frick about Juice was when she began dating a well-known scammer in hip-hop, who went from managing her, I'm a bit confused as to what there was to manage, to be honest, but okay, to dating her. But that wasn't a crime. Everyone has to move on. Here's what's disrespectful. Hollywood began giving away Juice WRLD's gifts to her, Carter, her new scammer boyfriend. He was also seen in clothes Juice WRLD had worn, and even with the custom bag Juice commissioned for Ali. What's worse, the boyfriend had absolutely no chill, writing things like, just chillin', watching YouTube in Juice WRLD's house, Juice WRLD's home studio. But at that point, as crazy as it sounds, it hadn't gone that bad yet, because I guess the backlash just made Ali think, I might as well get paid for all this hate, which prompted her to launch her own content. Wink, wink, wink. However, once again, Ali explained that her content would only be for her, to support her, and that she would be upholding Juice WRLD's legacy, writing, also, by the way, I never put anything of Juice or about Juice or with Juice or regarding Juice on my /for my /towards my who taught this woman how to write, alright, or for you to go to my content ever. You did. So do me a favor and stop, because I'm not with that stuff. It's been 3 years. Let him rest. My content is for me and about me. Which sounds great in theory. However, she would completely go back on the statement after probably realizing nobody wanted to buy content of just her. So she decided to include Juice WRLD. How? Well, she would go on to post on her content page about Juice WRLD, talking about a tape her and Juice made, and I'm not talking music. She also used it to sell a bunch of Juice WRLD's old clothes and even his juice to raise money after her and her scammer boyfriend I mentioned got arrested for meth possession and shoplifting. But wait, it gets worse, because after all of that, a video of her calling Juice's music trash surfaced.
And this is why I can't listen to the radio. I need to stop rappers. You have a small day.
Keep in mind, all of his latter songs were about her and how much he loved her, and she was 8 years older than him. So that brings us to today. What do people think of him now? Well, ever since making false promises to fans about Juice's final album, Juice WRLD's management has been dropping a random sad song every 3 months. In late 2022, it was revealed that Juice WRLD's catalog, or 90% of it, was sold to Opus Music Group for $300 million. Yes, $300 million. While Bibby and Grade A maintained control. So they now were in complete control of the music with no incentive to drop anything or anything good because they were no longer making money off of Juice. They had cashed out. Today, they just drop a couple of random emo rap singles every month that no one wants, and the only time Juice WRLD is brought up now is over delays, leaks, or just people hating on what happened to him. His fan base is starting to get depleted, his monthly listeners have drastically fallen, and his label is starting to destroy his discography. But Juice WRLD had a solid amount of music already out. Unfortunately, this next artist didn't have that same luxury. The next rapper on this list is the one and only Pop Smoke. While he was alive, Pop Smoke brought back interest in New York's rap scene single-handedly by popularizing New York drill. Unfortunately, he accidentally posted his address and was gunned down in an armed robbery at the young age of 20 years old. Once again, this was devastating, but fans were assured that his legacy would remain intact. And at first, the label did a great job of it. His album, Shoot for the Stars, Aim for the Moon, was great. However, it didn't take long for the money to take priority. In June of 2021, Pop Smoke's label and team announced the second posthumous album would be releasing.
On Wednesday, June 23rd, an official trailer for the late rapper's second studio album, set to arrive July 16th, was released.
Well, I ain't trying to just be cool. We gotta make history.
This was 1 year after the success of Pop Smoke's successful posthumous album, so no one really thought much of it. At first, fans thought it was going to be 16 solo songs. However, that wasn't even close to what it was. The album was a 20-track album with 6 Pop Smoke solo songs, 1 is an interlude, and the rest all have features.
And this new Pop Smoke album is like 20% Pop Smoke and 80% features. I want to hear Pop Smoke on his own album, not a bunch of other artists.
What's worse, Pop Smoke was the minority, small minority in a lot of these tracks. So he was essentially a feature on his own album. But the worst part was that Pop Smoke didn't even like collaborating with other rappers in the industry, and he made that very clear.
Same for Lil TJ?
Nah, Lil TJ, my nigga.
Oh yeah?
I don't f with nigga. If you notice why I don't do songs with nigga, tape ain't have nobody on it, cause I don't f with nigga. I don't like niggas. I don't wanna like niggas. I'm not into them. You know what I'm saying? You know, cause niggas be envious.
So the label had gone against his wishes for money, but it still got worse. Furthermore, the album was just clearly scraped together in a very sloppy manner. For example, Pusha T's verse on the song with Kanye mentioned a Tyler the Creator album that dropped 2 weeks prior to Pop Smoke's album dropping, further confirming fans' suspicions. On top of that, there were horrid features: Chris Brown, Dua Lipa, Kid Cudi, artists that Pop Smoke would not have featured with, except maybe Dua Lipa. It was clearly a money grab. But the reaction to the album dropping was even worse for his legacy. Many of Pop Smoke's closest friends came out and spoke out about him. For example, Mike D, one of Pop Smoke's best friends, explained he had no involvement or idea that the album was dropping, writing, "For anybody saying, why did I let anybody drop this or that? I had no involvement in my dog's album. Didn't even know an album was dropping until it got broadcasted on this internet shit. I'm upset at myself because I know he wouldn't have even wanted it like this." It was so bad that Pop Smoke's main producer, 808 Mello, had to speak out and explain why he wasn't involved in the album, writing, "Don't complain to me about the album. I had no involvement in it, and you guys know that."
The producer, 808 Mello, had no part in this album. That's Pop Smoke's main producer. You don't put him on the album. It makes no sense. What the f? What do you guys think of?
He even had to issue an apology, saying, "Sorry bro, I miss you." One fan said, "I smell cap," and Mello quickly corrected it and said, "I solo produced the song, but they changed the drums and put a feature on it," confirming that the label had altered the way the music was meant to be put out. Another one of Pop Smoke's good friends, Rowdy Rebel, spoke out and wrote, "SMH, I don't understand. My boy not on this track. Ayo, Eli Frost, don't trip bro. You know how these industry guys is. Straight suckers." Wait, what? What's that about? Well, they also altered a song called Manslaughter, putting Rick Ross on it, and fans were furious. So mad that the label owner of Pop Smoke's label, Victor Victor, had to speak out, writing, "Y'all need to chill. The original Top Shotta beat wasn't clearable. Could not find the artist's estate. Working on multiple deluxes. Let us know what you want to hear." And they had to make multiple posts on social media to try and calm fans down.
What's up, everybody? I want to talk to y'all about the situation with the Pop Smoke Top Shotta track featuring Eli Frost that I know everybody was expecting for that to be on the album. Unfortunately, that didn't make the cut. It was supposed to make the cut, but you know, things always end up happening in the industry, you know, when it comes to the business side.
But they weren't tricking anyone. You see, there's no issue with tracks not being able to get cleared. That's a common occurrence. But what Pop's label had done was remove the original artists and replace them with more pop mainstream names like Rick Ross, Pusha T, and Dua Lipa. And fans saw right through this all, calling the album mid and blatantly calling the label out for being greedy.
Why is this a rushed product? For what reason? Yeah, you guys are selling 25,000 every single week on the first album. You guys are making a ton of money. It's like, you seen that Mr. Krabs meme? I watched the episode where he digs up the number one guy just to get his hat to sell it for money. So, yeah, he digged up a dead body in the Mr. Krabs SpongeBob episode. He digs up a dead body just to get the hat to sell it for money. And the guy that tweeted is like, this is exactly what happened with Pop Smoke's album. Is they dig up a corpse They dig up his corpse just to get as much money. Like, let's see if we can sell something out of his dead body right now.
Because it just didn't make sense. Why would they do this? In fact, Anthony Fantano described it best, saying,
know that you're gonna hear like some weird stuff that doesn't go over too well. I think there's a lot of stuff here that's pretty clear that Pop Smoke would have done something to it or just not have put it out had he still been around. And I think that's true just by virtue of the fact that the quality level on some of these tracks isn't even up to snuff to, again, the last posthumous LP. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not too crazy about this one, and I'm feeling a strong 3 to a light 4.
And, however, Pop Smoke's family came out and disagreed with everyone, not just Pop's friends, but also the public, saying that they were actually happy with the album because they were just trying to get paid. And Pop's brother specifically told everyone to humble themselves.
So before y'all tell me what my brother would allow, y'all need to really check yourselves.
And that all of the people who were calling out his family were the same ones who did Pop dirty or were fake or were just never around for them.
Some of y'all is allowing other people who steal his sound, who did not give the family money after they took off wool, apparel, clothing, and it was you. I know niggas put him in predicaments and put him in certain positions who took clothes, and I know niggas, you feel me? I know niggas that did him dirty. I know niggas that crashed his car. You feel me? I know niggas, bro. I know niggas that say they loved him, but still doing dirty.
The Pop Smoke's family clearly prioritized money over Pop's legacy. However, this next artist family was a bit different. The final rapper on this list is the emo rock star Lil Peep. After Lil Peep passed in 2017, the blame was quickly placed on those around him, his friends, for being a bad influence and enabling his bad habits, and for a while, to the public, that seemed fair. But as the years passed by, new details began to surface, and the truth would unravel itself. At first, his legacy was mostly intact, only a couple commercialized releases, but mostly just respect by his estate. However, his ties to his management company while he was alive would shine a bad light on not only the true details of his life, but what was done to him. It turned out the story of how he left, which was shielded to the public as a story of a rapper unable to control his demons, turned out to be a much darker story of an artist being taken advantage of. And this would forever change how many fans, or most fans, would look at Lil Peep. But before we get into what was made public after his passing, how did he manage to get into this predicament in the first place? Back in 2016, Lil Peep was a buzzing SoundCloud rapper and was playing a show. In the crowd was a man named Chase Ortega. Stunned by Lil Peep's performance, he approached Peep and asked if he had a manager. Peep said no, and told him he would just get by however he could, and admitted he was basically homeless. At the time, Peep was living in Skid Row, self-releasing his music on SoundCloud. Shortly after, Peep's music would be shown to the CEO of First Access Entertainment, Sarah Stennett, a longtime manager to acts such as Iggy Azalea and Zayn Malik, and a big name in the music industry. And from the moment Stennett first heard his music, she was obsessed. Eventually, she'd get in touch with Peep and they had a meeting. She asked him if he wanted to play stadiums and if he wanted to become a global superstar. He responded with yes, and she told him she could help him with that. So in the middle of 2016, Lil Peep signed to First Access Entertainment, a deal that would change his life forever. At first, things were alright. First Access helped Peep with releasing his music to all platforms, selling merch, and most importantly, tours. Maybe not stadiums yet, but tours in Europe, Russia, and the entire country. But once Peep started seeing success and was able to make a substantial amount of money, First Access focus shifted entirely to how much they could profit off of Peep, and took a series of measures to ensure this. For one, they didn't want him to be in Los Angeles with his friends or peers, who they saw as a distraction, an obstacle in their way of profiting off of Lil Peep. So after Peep finished his first tour, First Access and his manager pushed Peep to move to London so that he could live a quieter life and maybe even get sober. Peep grudgingly agreed. And just like he thought, he didn't like it. While he was in London, he was even unhappier than he was in LA, and to him, a lot of the blame was on First Access. During his stay, he texted his manager at the time, "I'm not enjoying life. I don't want to be Lil Peep G. I'd rather work at Starbucks. I just feel like I should be doing everything that First Access is trying to do for me because they don't have shit on me, and they should be paying me to do their job." According to Peep's close friends, he was so unhappy with First Access, he was even thinking of firing them altogether. Just 3 days after he expressed his discontent with his new location to his manager, he was struggling with a panic attack, and instead of comforting him, his manager told him a member of First Access would be bringing him Xanax. Later on, his manager denied the claims in court. And while Peep was in London, First Access sent him on one last tour. On October 2nd, 2017, Lil Peep would embark on the last tour of his life, and right from the jump, things would go wrong. He and his manager, Chase Ortega, the man he first met at that show, stopped all communication, and they used a new tour manager from First Access as a middleman. Even worse, the van he had used for his last tour was replaced with a grimy, cramped tour bus. The touring became miserable for Peep. He was forced to sleep at weird hours and had nothing better to do but take substances and play video games, which to someone like Peep with depression didn't help. On top of that, the new tour manager hired by First Access, Belinda Mercer, who was supposed to be a reasonable person, turned out to be the opposite. Mercer was a fangirl obsessed with getting Peep's approval, attention, and used her role to control and manipulate him. The tour bus was flowing with substances more than ever, and things were getting dangerous. Mercer knew exactly what substances Peep loved and what got him the most high, and Peep would be in a coma-like state 24/7, according to those around him. In fact, Mercer's nickname by the supporting artists of the tour was the Pimp, because she would supply everyone with their substance of choice to control them. MacNed, one of Lil Peep's best friends, said, "Belinda, she's kind of a pimp. She kept us in line with drugs. We were like her host." And since she was a fan, she even managed to have a relationship with Peep under the covers, if you know what I mean. Essentially, she was more of a dealer than a tour manager. And it only got worse. On October 25th, 21 days before Peep's passing, his tour was almost jeopardized because of Belinda Mercer. While they were crossing the Canadian border, everyone in the bus was told by Border Patrol they had to leave the bus. Mercer was apprehended and interrogated, and they had to wait 7 hours to cross the border. In the end, Mercer was held back even longer, and they had to go on without her. Yup, you heard me. They had to leave the manager of the tour behind because she got caught with illegal substances. Mercer would rejoin the tour the next night. Years later, in a deposition, Mercer admitted that the authorities had found illegal substances on her, but they were the tour's, not hers, implying that the substances were Peep's. However, Peep's mother came with receipts, and when Mercer was confronted with text messages in which she allegedly asked Peep how many blew, referring to a type of substance, Mercer pled the fifth. And of course, later on in court, First Access claims they gave Mercer a stern talk for giving substances out. However, the CEO of First Access, Sarah, had engaged in activities similar to what Mercer had been doing. You see, unlike what First Access claimed in court, Sarah Stennett, the CEO, was on board with all of this, according to Peep's mom and those around him. She, quote, fostered, promoted, and encouraged drug use to maintain control over Lil Peep and his tours. For example, on a tour stop in London, Peep and Stennett had dinner, and he was given a bag of substances by Stennett as a gift. However, later, through a lawyer, Stennett denied that she had ever given Lil Peep any substances, and that she was merely trying to comfort him by offering substances that she had no intention of delivering. But once again, Peep's mother had receipts, and in court, Peep's mom showed text messages in which she contacted him about drugs, writing, "I'm about to land at JFK. I have 1 2 milligram and 4 quarters," referring to 2 different doses of substances she had for Peep. 11 days after the border incident, Peep met with one of his rapper friends, Fat Nick, who hooked him up with a ton of substances for his birthday. Once again, First Access didn't try to limit Peep's use. Instead, they signed Fat Nick. At this point, and even at certain points prior, Peep wanted to quit the tour, but his managers ignored the pleas and pushed him onto the tour city after city, applying and propping him up on all sorts of substances. Sometimes, he'd show up to a show, a complete mess, stammering, vomiting, and looked like he was about to pass out. But as you can see, continued to perform. And things only got worse. Peep's final show was a nightmare. First Access had failed to get him a proper venue, which he vented about to his mom on FaceTime, and it was the last time they would ever speak. In fact, in his final show in El Paso, Texas, his manager, Belinda Mercer, encouraged him to take an excessive amount of a certain substance so he could cancel the show and collect insurance money for being sick. It was so normalized at this point that people didn't even care. His friend even took a video in case something went wrong, worried for him. In the end, the promoters got mad and Mercer made Peep post the video to social media showing he was fine and then perform. Peep was already depressed and going through mental issues, so forcing him to tour and take drugs wasn't going to end well, and it didn't. Eventually, the lack of concern for Peep's health led to his demise, and on November 15th, 2017, Lil Peep was found on his tour bus deceased, all alone in a corner in the back. Earlier that day, he was hanging out with some fans before the show, and there was enough evidence on the tour bus to say he died from substances on that bus. Years later, it was revealed that the night before, Mercer begged the local tour staff for heavy drugs. When he was found unresponsive, attempts were made to revive Peep, but he wouldn't come alive. How did he end up like that? At 3 p.m. that day, he was in Tucson, Arizona, chilling with friends from his group, and almost an hour later, he started acting funny. His friends moved him to a couch and tried to keep talking with him, but Peep kept passing out, and after being kicked and shaken, he wouldn't wake up. They thought he was just in a really deep sleep because he was snoring, but this was actually him ODing. Others on the bus were told about this, but in the environment the management created, this was normal, so no one did anything. In fact, Mercer had seen Peep at 5:30 and couldn't wake him up.
but decided not to call the police or an ambulance and instead decided to run a personal errand. It wasn't until 3 hours later when they realized he was frozen, his skin was pale, his lips blue, and that he had no pulse that an ambulance was called. But it was too late to save him. He was pronounced dead on the scene. His management, as well as those on the bus, had watched him slowly pass away in front of their eyes. Immediately after, the manager who Peep had fallen out with on tour tweeted, "Been waiting for this call for a year," explaining he didn't even expect Peep to last this long. Following his death, Peep was mourned by friends and family. His best friend took to Instagram live crying, and there was an outpour of support coming from his fans and other musicians. Post Malone spoke about him.
More than what, like a genuine, good, real, true person that he was, his music was gonna change like the culture of everything. Like already shifting culture in such a short like period of time that, you know, he was, you know, like kind of on, I guess. And but he's just an incredible, talented dude and good guy.
XXX Tentacion mourned him, and even artists like Juice WRLD. And Peep's music briefly surged in popularity with the single Awful Things entering the Billboard 100. But here's where we get to his legacy. Because the thing is, practically none of these details I just shared with you were available to the public at the time of his passing. So rumors about Peep's passing began circulating, and First Access knew this. So they had to quickly find a way to cover up their negligence to the public as well as his family. How did they do this? Well, First Access decided that Lil Peep's friends, the ones they had tried to move him across the world from, were responsible and swiftly crafted a narrative that Peep had passed due to bad influences around him. But you see, some of those friends were on tour with him, and those close to him knew the truth. Lil Tracy, Lil Peep's best friend, said, in a very ominous way,
"Was it like, how are you like taking it now, you know, that, you know, like Peep's, passing?"
I mean, shit. I'm not taking it good.
Oh, me. I was seeing like some stuff on like social media.
I'm willing to die for what my friend died for. You might not even know what that means, but I know what that means.
Shortly after Peep passed, he signed a deal through First Access to star in a movie, and after Peep passed, First Access decided to go through with it, but with a twist. They'd produced a documentary on Peep's life. It was quite a moving and emotional watch, except everything surrounding Peep's death was extremely biased, because First Access had financed the documentary. Sarah Stennett was listed as a producer herself, and 100% of the blame was placed on Peep's friends. And frankly, it worked. For a couple of years, they tricked everyone, including his mother. Peep's mother was not happy with his friends, publicly calling them out for multiple things, like saying they had stolen his clothes and more. But a couple of years later, after Peep passed, his mother had done her own homework and found out who was really responsible for Peep's passing, which led her to none other than First Access. So in October of 2019, Liza Womack, Lil Peep's mother, filed a 372-page lawsuit against First Access Entertainment in Los Angeles Superior Court, claiming wrongful death, negligence, and a breach of contract for unspecified damages. The defendants were Peep's manager, Brian Ortega, and his tour manager, Belinda Mercer. And the suit laid out some mind-blowing details I spoke about a bit earlier that were hidden from the public until then. Furthermore, Peep's mother also filed a lawsuit claiming First Access owed her $4 million that was owed to Lil Peep, and pleaded to the court she needed court intervention as soon as possible for her son's legacy, as her working relationship with Peep's label was dysfunctional due to it. To show you how dysfunctional, Smoke a Sack, Lil Peep's main producer, and one of his best friends honored Sarah Stennett on National Women's Day, stating, "Today is National Women's Day. I can't say how much I appreciate this particular woman, my mentor, who's also the godmother to my daughter," and posted a picture of him and Sarah Stennett. The woman Peep's mother was suing for her part in Peep's death. The whole time, Peep's mom was working tirelessly to release his music to all platforms, which involved clearing samples and other business dealings, something she had no experience in. Following Peep's mother's suit, First Access countersued, claiming that Peep's mother's selling merch was a breach of contract and tried to get the charges dropped. However, the judge sided with Peep's mother and approved every core accusation and set a date for the jury and trial. However, despite the trail of evidence, First Access was a legitimate company and the lawsuit wasn't going to be an easy win. Peep's mom's biggest hurdle was trying to get over the duty questions, which meant, did First Access Entertainment have a duty to prevent Lil Peep from obtaining or accessing substances? And it was possible because a court could reasonably decide that by providing a person with an addiction with prescription medication and illegal substances, they endangered his life, and that brought responsibility upon themselves. According to another legal expert, if it was proved in court, It could have legal ramifications much worse than millions of dollars. There could be criminal charges for everyone involved. The lawsuits show that they were facilitating substances or bootleg substances without prescription. In fact, the same legal expert said Lil Peep's case was very similar to Michael Jackson's passing and famous lawsuit, except his management had hired a doctor. Peep's management was much dirtier. They were handing him substances under the table, which would likely influence a jury to find them responsible and guilty for Peep's passing. Following the lawsuit, First Access denounced the suit, saying, "The claim that First Access Entertainment, any of its employees, was somehow responsible for, complicit in, or contributed to Peep's passing is categorically untrue." They also said Peep's mother's lawsuit was groundless and offensive, and entirely baseless, misguided, and without merit, and even said it was 100% Peep's fault, saying, "It is extremely disappointing that Peep's mother would file this meritless lawsuit, since she is well aware of the numerous efforts made by First Access and Chase Ortega to steer her son away from his concerning lifestyle choices. Unfortunately, in spite of our best efforts, he was an adult who made his own decisions and opted to follow a different, more destructive path." In fact, Stennett even said that Peep's passing made her realize how important the work she was doing was, because she was saving lives. In an interview, she said, "It restored my faith in a higher power," adding that her and Peep's relationship made me understand there's a purpose to what I'm doing. It's not just music, it's a much bigger responsibility. However, the judge saw right through First Access's lies and disagreed, saying, "There's no question there's a tribal issue as to whether Mercer provided the substances or not. If you're going to create an environment like that where substances are flowing, and hey, you don't have an actual life-saving device or any Narcan to help people who are going to have a problem with these substances, it seems to me you're creating a very dangerous situation here," and supported Peep's mother. I'm not saying that's what happened, but that's what Womack, Peep's mother, alleges. The fact that the defendants didn't give decent, adequate protection for that environment, I think that could add up to causation there. So despite First Access Entertainment's attempts to get the case dismissed, Peep's mom wouldn't budge and said, "I want justice for Gus. That's why I'm doing this. Whatever form it takes, what I'm looking for is for people to be held accountable for their behavior." And it was something she had to do as a mother, and so that other young artists couldn't be exploited. This is something I must do as a mother. I feel very concerned that they not be exploited. What Gus had to live through is actually horrifying to me, and I'm not sure he's the only person his age in this situation. In 2021, a fan on Reddit comments, "Damn, this is nerve-wracking to watch. Can't imagine what it must be like for Liza." And they were right, because that same year, Peep's mom did an interview where she revealed she'd almost passed twice during the lawsuit. "I've had 2 strokes, and I'm not gonna until I take care of this matter. I'm going to live. I have a mission." And after 4 years, on February 14th, 2023, Lil Peep's mother and him settled his wrongful death lawsuit outside of court, and it never made it. And part of the deal were that the terms of the settlement were to be undisclosed. But on Instagram, they announced, "Great news for Lil Peep fans, his music will now be in the care of only his mother and brother and no one else." Today, Gus's music came home. From this day forward, his music will be in the care of his mother, brother, and no one else. It is a solemn moment for us as we reflect on the struggles of the past 5+ years. We are grateful to all of the fans, friends, professionals, and family who stood by us. We are all permanently changed by Gus's passing. We know he should be here in the world with all of us, creating, making, whatever he was supposed to make, but he is not. So we will protect his music with all of our strength. This is a very important day for us. So the lawsuit had been settled for an unknown amount of money, probably millions, and First Access returned all of Peep's music to his family. And the event definitely gave his family and loved ones some closure. However, many fans are disappointed, as although there would be a lot more releases of Lil Peep's music, and First Access Entertainment could no longer make money off of him, no one was personally held responsible for the neglect that clearly occurred on the tour, and it never ended up being the precedent-setting case his mom originally wanted it to be, making change for upcoming artists in the industry. Industry plants faking their entire come-up story and secretly hiding behind a label are usually the worst at having longevity in their careers, with ultra-fast come-ups and fall-offs that occur just as quickly, since their careers have no foundation. My name is Rashad Fashir, and this is Industry Plants. Where are they now? Part 2. But before we talk about each industry plant, we have to define the term. Here's how the internet defines it. Artists who sign early in their careers and have their image created mostly by the label as a sort of marketing gimmick. Or in other words, average music fan, a fraud. First up, we got Billie Eilish, who although many don't remember, was actually one of the first artists to be quote-unquote exposed as an industry plant. She even become an industry plant in the first place. Most fans know the song that blew Billie Eilish up, Ocean Eyes. However, what they don't usually know is the true story behind the song. Ocean Eyes was initially a song written for Billie's older brother Phineas's band. In October of 2015, she recorded the song, so neither did she write the song, nor did she have any involvement in the production. She just sang the vocals, and yeah, the vocals were good, especially for someone her age. Okay, cool. But the issue was, that story I just told you has a lot of controversy surrounding it, and is the beginning of a very convoluted story behind what had actually happened. And Billie was definitely being dishonest, because she told two completely different stories behind the song in two separate interviews. In an interview with Vogue magazine, she said this: "Last year, one of my teachers asked if I would either write a song or have my brother write a song to choreograph a dance to. I was like, yes, that's such a cool thing to do. Then my brother came to me with Ocean Eyes, which he had originally written for his band. He told me he thought it would sound really good in my voice. He taught me the song and we sang it together, along to his guitar, and I loved it. It was stuck in my head for weeks. We kind of just decided that was the song we were gonna use for the dance." But with Interview magazine, Billie had something different to say. "It was weird because we didn't plan for it to do anything really. The reason we put it out when we did was that the whole song was meant to be for my dance teacher, because he wanted to use it for a dance. That's why the production is dance-esque, contemporary, and lyrical. And then it was done. And we were going to wait till Friday to put it out and thought, screw it, let's just put it out now. So we did." So in one interview, Vogue, Billie claimed that the song was already made, her brother made it, and it was his production, to be able to dance to. In another interview, Interview magazine, she said that the song was made for the dance and it was produced for the dance. Very different replies. So it probably makes the most sense that her brother made the song and gave it to her as a cover. But then, after more digging, fans found out that the only two other songs that she had were very mid and hardly had any substance, horrible lyrics, and they were also produced by Phineas. So it wasn't a very long shot that she had no part in it, and it was all her brother's work. But wait, that's not all, because the YouTuber Progress also found something else. In a video titled "Billie Eilish Reacts to Teens React to Billie Eilish," that's a bit of a tongue twister, she says,
"I know that when she made this song, she was like 14, right?
I was 13.
This clip sparked outrage from many fans like Progress, who said,
"No, Billie, you did not make the song. When someone says that somebody made a song, they usually assume that they wrote the song, produced the song, did something more than just the vocals. You did not make the song. Your brother did."
Which is a bit overkill, but I guess they had a point. And by now you're probably wondering, who is her brother? Well, her brother is Phineas, a singer-songwriter who is also a huge music producer today, and as a solo act himself. He won like 8 Grammys or something.
He's actually been in some pretty big things like Fallout 4, Glee, Bad Teacher, and Modern Family.
And Progress pointed out that Billie and Phineas's music was exactly the same.
One thing you can probably do is if you listen to any Billie Eilish song or Phineas song by itself, you can probably imagine like either one of the two singing each other's songs because they sound so similar when they do their music.
Which he explained meant that Billie Eilish's music was just Phineas's music. And when you look at her production credits and writing credits, it kind of checked out, at least the way he argued it.
That probably comes from the fact of something I haven't mentioned yet, which was that Phineas has actually co-written and produced almost every single song that she has put out since Ocean Eyes. Even her most recent song that she put a music video out for, called Bury a Friend, was once again co-written by her brother and produced by her brother.
So many fans believe that Billie Eilish was not even a real artist.
All I'm saying is it's not her own creative work. She is not doing this alone.
However, these are just allegations that Billie was being disingenuous. And if you remember correctly, industry plants usually also have some very fishy stuff going on behind the scenes, label-wise, and Billie had even more fishy stuff going on. Firstly, Progress found that her parents are also actors and musicians who have been in quite a lot of stuff. But here's what was more shocking. After just having one song, Billie Eilish was already signed to Interscope Records.
Even though she only had her music on SoundCloud and had one big hit at that time, being a song that she didn't even write, she was signed to Interscope Records.
How does that even happen?
How did a 14-year-old girl who had almost no music under her belt manage to get a record deal with a massive company like Interscope when she didn't even write or produce the song that blew her up? Because she didn't have anything of her own. Because that's the thing, when she put music finally onto Spotify, she was already signed to Interscope, meaning she got a deal signed to her before ever even attempting to have anything go worldwide. She had nothing.
And after all of this information was revealed, fans like Progress believed that they had enough proof to prove that Billie Eilish was a bona fide industry plant and fraud.
Did they see potential in her vocals? If so, that is just planting someone. That is just straight up taking somebody and saying, hey, if we gave you everything, you'd be able to probably do well. It's not any hard work put into it. It's just straight up, here, we're gonna grab you and put you into this, because she didn't have anything of her own.
And after that, Progress was worried what type of control the music industry had over her.
Worried about what kind of control they have over her?
The music industry, man. We're all sad as hell. All these artists, we're sad as dude. Everybody I know that's an artist, we are sad motherfuckers. That's the way it is.
He then showed how much the music industry had hurt and changed her in just 1 year, but I think she's doing fine personally. However, no matter what you believe about Progress's point of view and the evidence he gave, and whether or not Billie Eilish is an industry plant or not, to which I'll stay unbiased. After this, the label of industry plant was taped onto Billie Eilish's forehead for quite some time, and in an interview later on, she finally addressed it. The interviewer asked her how she felt.
I've wanted to ask this forever.
Go.
How do you feel about people calling you an industry plant?
Oh. Okay, you know what? I just want to hear the reasons why that's said.
She said she didn't believe in the term existing.
I actually don't believe in the industry plant because it's actually impossible to make somebody genuinely successful and it be fake. You can get famous and it can be fake, but you can't actually have people love you and like cherish you and have art that's really good.
And that she didn't get people's reasoning.
What's the word? The phrase or whatever?
Yeah, the term, phrase, whatever.
You know, it would make sense if my mom was some like crazy famous, you know, model or actress or singer or something. Then it would make sense to me. Well, a little bit.
Her family came from nothing, according to her, of course.
I love my mom, and my mom is insanely talented and an amazing actress and an amazing songwriter. And I learned how to play music and how to write music from her. I learned from my dad how to, you know, play the piano and play the ukulele, but there are nobodies.
It was all bogus.
Where's the plant?
Yeah, where's the
Where's
time?
the seed, bro? Where'd you put it? Like, I'd love to be an industry plant. I would love to have not worked hard for this. I would have loved that, you know, to not do anything. But the thing is, even industry plants work really hard.
Yeah.
And to her, you can't fake anything.
Also, like, people think industry plants are like, you know, like record labels getting together and saying like, who's gonna be the right look for blank, and like, let's do this and then put this here and like make all these fake da-da-da-da. And it's like, you couldn't do that if you tried. You can't do that.
And I don't think you can fake what you're doing.
No.
You can't fake raw.
Yeah.
And she was doing great.
And it's like, I respect everybody's opinion. Go ahead and think I'm an industry plant. I'm fine. I'm doing just fine.
So where is she now? Because all of this was a while ago. Well, Billie Eilish has been in a ton of controversies since then for all sorts of things. Mostly her relationships with men due to age gaps, and you know, I'm not shading her as a woman or anything. It's just where most of her controversies lie. But also for stealing another clothing brand's designs, and recently something about men's bodies as well. But that stuff isn't really my lane. They say the best revenge is success, and after these industry plant allegations, Billie Eilish became a superstar, and rightfully so. I mean, let me just read some of her accomplishments straight off of her Wikipedia page. Eilish has received multiple accolades, including 9 Grammy Awards, 2 American Music Awards, 2 Guinness World Records, 3 MTV Video Music Awards, 3 Brit Awards, 2 Golden Globe Awards, and an Academy Award. She is the youngest artist in Grammy history to win all 4 general field categories: Record of the Year, Album of the Year, Song of the Year, as well as Best New Artist in the same year. She is also the first person born in the 21st century to win an Academy Award. Geez, my mouth is just tired of saying all of that, and she's only 22 years old. So once again, like she said, she's doing just fine. However, this next artist never quite got to those heights. The next artist on this list is Ian Dior. Ian Dior is an artist that blew up in 2019 after capitalizing on the last bit of hype left for the emo rap wave, along with the Internet Money Producer Collective, and went on to go #1 with 24K Golden. And despite all that success, for most of his career, Ian Dior's name has been shrouded in controversy due to industry plant allegations and just for not being that original.
Well, he's basically Juice WRLD 2.0. You know what? Actually, no. He's not Juice WRLD WRLD 2.0, he's Juice WRLD negative 1.0, because he's just not original in any way.
And it all began when fans started to find some very odd things in his statistics. Ian Dior had a ton of songs spam uploaded to all sorts of rap promotion pages, which cost a pretty penny, while on his personal channel, the songs were getting next to nothing in terms of views.
Also, it just started looking more and more weird that his music is apparently blowing up everywhere but his own YouTube channel. Like, how the fuck is that possible?
His songs were getting streamed like crazy out of nowhere. And not only that, Ian Dior had an A-list feature and A-list producer on one of his songs. What?
And then I realized it was featuring P&B Rock, and it was produced by Nick Mira.
Finally, there was a red flag of hell. It was Ian showing appreciation to his fans, which I guess is kind of wholesome, except it was for fake plays on his music. Molly 100k in 4 days, Emotions 200k in 12 days, Cutthroat 161k in 16 days. It hasn't even been a month of me releasing music. Thank all of you guys, couldn't do it without you. Fans like Progress were appalled at the blatant lies. This wasn't just one red flag, it was like 10. So many fans got to thinking. It was clear Ian Dior's career had been paid to up to that point. It's just at the time, no one knew who was paid by. So after a decent amount of success for SoundCloud rapper, Ian Dior began getting labeled the I-word industry plant, and videos began to surface, of course, the most famous being by the man himself, Progress. And what he found was pretty interesting. It turned out that Ian Dior was signed to Internet Money, and they were promoting him like crazy.
Is echoed by the fact that Nick Mira, who is actually a producer for Internet Money Records, was constantly promoting Ian on his other socials, and even Taz Taylor, the CEO of Internet Money Records, was posting him on his Twitter. Plus, all of the official Internet Money Records YouTube channel and Twitter and everything like that were also posting stuff from Ian Dior.
Progress found out that the Internet Money Collective had worked on him like a lab rat and helped him blow up. Okay, so that just explains how Ian Dior's music was getting such a push. But who even was Ian Dior? Did he just come out of nowhere? Well, Progress found that out too. It started with them finding that Ian Dior's old music was registered underneath a different alias, Olmo. He started finding more links and realized that Ian Dior used to go by the name Olmo. It was definitely him.
But am I able to show you that the record deal that he signed with Internet Money Records actually made him change his name or his aesthetic at all? Yes. Yes, I am. Firstly, if you look at how he used to dress when he was Olmo, it was very much more clean cut, and even his haircut was much shorter above his eyes and had a clear pattern to it.
And he actually used to dress like a regular person. But somewhere along the timeline, Taz Taylor found him on the internet and realized he could turn him into an emo rapper, and more importantly, a star. And he tweeted, "Welp, I found my new artist." 2 days later, Cutthroat by Ian Dior was released and produced by the famed Juice WRLD producer Nick Mira. And that's when the fake view voting and promotion began.
I also just wanted to say that I'm a little bit skeptical of the legitimacy of the views on Ian Dior's channel, because as you can see from these stats right here, they're actually taken from just after he released his music video for his song Emotions, and on the first day he went up 4,000 subscribers from 29,000 views, but then the next day he went up 6,000 subscribers from 326,000 views, then the next day he got less subscribers at 4,000 subscribers, but went up 472,000 views, then he got even less subscribers the next day at 3,900, but he still went up 346,000 views. Then the next day he got even less subscribers at 3,000 subscribers, but he went up even more views at 400,000 views that day.
Something I also didn't mention was that Internet Money had paid for famous YouTubers, hey guys, hit me up, just kidding, I'm not famous, to promote Ian Dior's music. This included FaZe Clan, Clout Gang, Nelk, and more. This was actually insane promo, by the way. I have to give them props. I used to watch FaZe Banks, and at the time I had no idea Ian Dior was a paid promo. I thought they were actually friends. I guess that was just a bit naive of me. And so only 2 months into his career, his new career I should add, Ian Dior signed to 10K Projects. But the backlash that Progress's video caused changed Ian Dior's career forever. He became one of the poster boys for the term industry plant, and it severely harmed his image. Ian and his team would try to respond to the industry plant allegations multiple times. In the beginning, his label owner, Taz Taylor, tried to fight back against the term. In an interview, Taz was asked,
"Now that you don't work with Ian Dior anymore, are you willing to accept that to some extent that you were industry planning that
Every
situation?"
artist is an industry plant, though. Every artist in the music industry is an industry plant.
He explained everyone got help and made some pretty horrible arguments.
Industry planting is whenever a label signs an artist and acts like they're unsigned.
Right.
And they're not affiliated with them. They don't do anything. If I'm the label owner and I'm promoting these artists, how is that an industry plant?
Taz tried to play it off, but it was clear what was really happening.
On May 1st, 2019, he said that industry plants are people who get the perks of being signed while claiming that they didn't. Then on July 26th of 2019, Taz tweeted industry plants don't exist at all and everyone is just hating.
And it just got to be too much. Ian's comment sections were filled with people calling him an industry plant, and he just couldn't escape the label. So after basically being forced to take accountability, Ian and Taz Taylor decided to just own it and named Ian Dior's debut studio album Industry Plant. To them, it was a genius move. Taz wrote, Ian's album title is the best of this year. If people want to focus on BS instead of the music, so be it. We'll call ourselves it, so you can't say it anymore and you're forced to just take the music for what it is. Also, when you Google Ian Dior Industry Plant going forward, you won't get BS clickbait videos of people who have no clue what they're talking about. You'll get the album. Genius. Progress explained that that's not really how it worked.
Hey, let's go on Google right now. Google Ian Dior Industry Plant. Let's just see what pops up. Just, just for fun. Let's just see what pops up. Oh, my video is the first search result link.
And in an interview, Ian gave him his own response.
Ian is saying that he wants to literally remove the line between being a real artist who takes things from the heart and being a manufactured piece of garbage.
But that obviously wasn't how Ian Dior felt. It was probably what others around him were telling him to say, and as a young musician, he probably just listened. However, in an interview later on, he did reveal his true emotions. The interviewer asked,
hearing this story, does it offend you to think that like people thought you were an industry plant?
And Ian explained,
it did. It like really made me feel like people were like stripping me away from all the hard work that I did, because I worked my ass off to just get to LA.
He really had to struggle.
At that point in my life, I was living off Jack in the Box tacos. Like I was not in a good situation. So like going out there signing my deal and all that stuff, it was a super proud moment for me.
He just couldn't fathom the term.
I didn't know what that meant, so I was like, whatever. And then I started to hear about it and hear what it means and all this stuff, and that's when I was like, what, how?
So where is he now? Well, for a short while, Ian Dior had a great run. He dropped albums his fans loved. He went #1. He was doing shows everywhere. But afterwards, reality set in. Ian Dior began dropping some heavy mid. He dropped a song with Lil Uzi Vert that didn't do well. His albums failed to sell. And when bringing up the topic of emo rap, Ian Dior is not in the discussion, unless you're talking about the bottom rung. In other words, he fell off. But a rapid rise does not guarantee a rapid fall. This doesn't happen to everyone. And this next artist is the best example of that. In fact, her rise was so fast and prominent that many don't even know that she was an industry plant. In the past years, we've seen many more female rappers blow up in rap than before. Normally, female artists get tons of hate, but Ice Spice went from being a nobody to a global sensation and worldwide meme almost overnight. So where did she come from? Ice Spice came from the New York drill movement, known for its violence and rough areas that it originated from. Ice Spice is from the Bronx, and she went to a private Catholic school called Sacred Heart. Her nickname was Ice from her name Isis, and Ice Spice was just her Instagram username. In college, she began to rap and caught the attention of a producer named Riot, who got her to start taking it serious. She was making TikToks and posting thirst traps, and slowly started gaining some traction. Ice Spice's music was different because it was classic female rap, but in the New York drill style, something that most people weren't used to, as New York drill is usually extremely violent lyrics and in a very aggressive tone. Ice Spice was different. She was soft. In the beginning, this would garner her a lot of hate because many argued she was just twerking instead of actually doing real promotion for her music. But by mid-2022, Ice Spice was getting recognized by blogs and others in the industry. And then, all of a sudden, on August of 2022, Ice Spice dropped Munched. Most people just heard the first 4 lines, and it was only created because she needed to rhyme it with the next lines. He ate it with lunch. The song was about women who take advantage of simps, and it blew up, becoming one of the most memorable songs of the year, and the song's success took Ice Spice with it. However, after she started getting traction, fans started realizing something that most didn't when Munch first started taking off. There was a leaked DM of Ice Spice and Drake's where he was praising her on the radar freestyle, saying he would play her song on his radio show. This was 5 days before Munch was released. What's wrong with that? Shouldn't we all be happy for her? Well, I never said you can't. However, this was a red flag, because how did Drake know about her? How did the screenshot get leaked? And these weren't light questions either. 2 days later, Ice Spice was seen right next to Drake at OVO Fest, but most fans just thought Drake flew her out to, It turned out this was all marketing to promote her next single, Munch, and it worked really well for once. What's interesting is this was exactly what all the industry plant haters hated, But why it worked so well was that no one realized that she was an industry plant until it was too late. And by the time they did, there was no point. She was no longer an industry plant. She was a bona fide star.
That is a munch. Nigga eat it, he eat it for lunch. You said that a little too spicy. I like that song. We know. And I like her.
What's equally interesting is that her song Munch never charted on the Billboard 100 and didn't have as many Spotify streams as people thought. Ice Spice then dropped Bikini Bottom and In Her Mood. The fans liked her repetitive songs and they all became hits. She was also easier to market because she's more attractive than many of her more talented female drill counterparts, and people just loved her. She went on Rolling Loud and got a great reception, unlike Kid Laroi. So where is Ice Spice today? Today, Ice Spice is on top of the rap game. Maybe not music-wise, but conversation-wise for sure, and popularity. She basically speed ran the process of becoming a celebrity. I mean, she was just at the Super Bowl with Taylor Swift. Although her EP in 2023 only sold 20K, since then, every song she's dropped has been a hit. Recently, she's making rounds for her new single, Think You The Sh*, where she literally says, think you the sh*, you not even the fart. Amazing lyricism. I'm just kidding. It's meant to be ironic though. And moments like these, where she faces tons of backlash, only add to her popularity, just like the industry plant rumors. And hey, if you watched all the way up to here, I have a prize for you. What happened to the YouTubers who exposed these industry plants? Let's go full circle. Progress stopped making videos altogether and hasn't been seen since. Patrick CC later made a video explaining he himself had many misconceptions, apologizing for the wave he started. Overall, it's pretty interesting to see most of these industry plant artists fall off, and the ones that did remain became superstars. If that tells you anything, it's that labels are just investment firms for artists. They don't need you all to succeed, they just need one. So maybe becoming an industry plant isn't really the move, but it's your life. So both me, the other YouTubers, and these industry plants were biased. However, when Billie Eilish's industry plant allegations came out, there was one man who gave a very unbiased spiel, in my opinion, and that was Anthony Fantano, who, no matter what your thoughts are, gave a very solid reasoning to whether or not Billie Eilish was an industry plant.
Is the California singer, pop artist, an industry plant? The closer that we get to the release of Billie Eilish's new record, the larger the conversation about whether or not she's a label-controlled puppet. Is she someone who has a faked origin story? Is she inauthentic? The larger I see this conversation get.
He started off by saying progress wasn't wrong, but it wasn't actually supposed to be seen as wrong. It was the industry standard to do what Billie Eilish's label had done. But once again, he did admit that a fake persona will help boost your career. However, the most popular or powerful part of the spiel was where he sunned the rest of these YouTubers, in my opinion, because he simply explained that their expectations of these artists weren't in tune with reality, and that making it is only the beginning. So to put it all together, the term industry plant was a new term that only a naive youngster would fall for, such as Progress, who was a naive fan. And he ended it off by saying, at the end of the day, the music is all that really matters. So I know all of you guys don't want to hear this, but some of you definitely do want to know what I think. Well, here it is. Back in the day, radio and TV made it tougher for people to get their name out there. The only way to be marketed was to be part of the industry. However, with the industry, it's different. Rappers like XXX Tentacion, Lil Peep, and more paid their dues, hustled, spent years and years trying to achieve success before they had it, and eventually earned a very loyal fan base. And that's because they earned it. They can't just fall off, or couldn't just fall off. Even if they don't have a hit in recent times, their fans will have spent so much time listening to their music, it didn't matter. They could still sell out shows and do amazing. With an industry plant, they just don't have the same longevity. So after all of that is said, hopefully it makes sense why fans gravitate towards the kid that spent thousands of hours in his room learning to make music himself than the artist whose parents paid for a record deal. Can you call those same fans naive for thinking that way? Sure. Can you blame them? No. Rappers are known for getting fast money, and to put it lightly, not being the best human beings. But during the pandemic, a new wave of rappers known as scam rappers began making a lot of noise. They were rappers who literally rapped about scamming, giving every detail, which may sound silly, but to fans, they were extremely creative and a breath of fresh air in the industry. However, through a series of poor decisions, years later they fell off completely. And today, all that's left of scam rap are viral internet trolls. But why and how? My name is Rashaf Ashir, and this is the satisfying downfall of scam rap, rap's most devious genre. But before we talk about the fall of scam rap a couple of years ago, how did they even get so hot? Scam rap was a subgenre of rap that became popular during 2019 with its out-of-pocket lyrics, fast-paced Detroit-style beats, with lyrics talking about stuff like wire fraud, identity theft, crypto scams, and more. And it all started with TJX6. During that time, he dropped songs like Swipe Story, Dark Web, and Website Scamming, all which went on to get millions of views on YouTube. And something about the style of the music just sparked millions of fans' curiosity, and they loved it. And these tracks are not only considered to have skyrocketed the subgenre, but also TJX6. But he wasn't alone. Right by his side was his fellow scam rapper, associate, and friend Casher Quan, who was just as big in the beginning. They had quite the history together, scamming with each other for years, and had formed a bond strong enough to when Casher began rapping and seeing success, he was okay with teaching TJ how to rap and gave TJ the tools to be successful. They went on to release songs such as Dynamic Duo 1 and 2 and Printer Machine, getting millions of views, and they'd rap about all sorts of fraud techniques that they were allegedly taking part in, while also bringing back the wave of storytelling and rap, along with rappers like King Von. Fans couldn't get enough. But this dynamic duo wouldn't last forever. You see, TJ had that it factor that Casher just didn't. At first, their songs as a duo began blowing up, so it looked like they'd come up together, right? But soon after, TJ's solo songs blew up and Casher's didn't. Big artists were reaching out to TJ.
Lil Yachty, Lil Uzi, everybody tapping in, listening to it like, damn, and we was just talking silly, dumb, goofy shit, really.
And of course, this made Casher feel some type of way. He felt like he was being looked over, especially since he was the one who taught TJ how to rap and gave him the blueprint.
His Instagram gave him the name for his rap name, started taking him to all the studios and I just made him start rapping.
Even going as far to write some of TJ's songs.
Like, people don't even know some songs that he made. I'm damn near wrote that. So a lot of people don't know most of the songs he did. I personally wrote some of that.
So when Casher, who's actually been rapping about scamming since 2014 and is technically the first scam rapper, didn't get the attention he felt he deserved, problems would soon arrive, but not immediately. For a short period of time, everything was perfect. They were making ludicrous amounts of money from what they were used to, and Casher was happy for his little bro. It wasn't even the popularity or clout that changed him. It's what we all know as the root of all evil, money. See, when TJ surpassed Casher in success, the bag came, and the bag was $1 million. TJ even called Casher and showed him the money. And from then on, as we've seen countless times, the money got in between the artists' friendship. Immediately after signing his $1 million deal, TJ wasted no time showing Casher his bank account.
Send me a screenshot with his bank account in there, his real name on that shade, welcome such and such on that. He like, that check just hit. Had $800,000 in his bank account.
And even promised Casher he would get some money too. But Casher didn't get anything, so he had to continue to sell cheap features to support himself. But one day, TJ saw Casher was selling cheap features and called him, telling him to stop, and said he had his back.
Looking at it sideways, but he called me one day because I had like $500 features up. He called me like, delete that. I'm like, what you mean? He like, I'm about to send you something. I'm like, what you about to send me? He like, bro, I'm about to send you something.
He then told Casher he would give him $50K just for being there for him.
And it's the fact that you told me you were going to give me $50K. It's not like I expected something. You told me this. You know what I'm saying?
Casher had actually stopped. Casher never asked for anything, but he appreciated the gesture and said, okay, and stopped selling features, meaning he cut off his main source of income. But despite TJ telling Casher he would give him $50K, TJ never did. And worst, stopped promoting Casher's music altogether.
Video on his page. He won't even post my video, like my solo video, because he was already going crazy. So I'm like, I'm trying to get up there with you.
Eventually, months went by.
4 months went by. I ain't received not even $500, bro. You feel me? Like nothing. Like I ain't received $500. 4 months go by.
But instead of helping him out, TJ was flexing on Casher, buying designer jeans, wearing iced out jewelry, all while Casher would sometimes be broke.
Balling, I ain't got. I'm just waiting on my time.
The worst part was they were still best friends, meaning they saw each other in person all the time. Fans thought they were really close, and everybody expected them to be cool with each other. But behind the scenes, things were ugly. Despite helping TJ when Casher was able to, back when he was bigger and had more money, when Casher went broke, he couldn't even rely on TJ for $20.
I had $0, bro, and I was texting this like, damn, bro, let me get like 500 real quick. I'm trying to get some weed, get some food. You feel me? Chill for the day. No text back for 2 days. I got $0. You just got a whole 8. Like, what happened to all them dreams you was telling me?
So Casher had helped TJ when he was nothing, but when the tables were turned and Casher was at his lowest, TJ abandoned him.
It's a that I, put in the game for real. Like, you my peoples, you feel me? Sleeping out of motels and all type of crazy shit. I'm coming through paying for that shit.
So an enraged Casher decided he would take revenge. The last time they ever met, Casher told TJ to come to the studio. And during the shoot, he asked TJ to hold the cash that TJ brought for the shoot.
Let me see that 30,000 real quick so I can put that in the video, because I was shooting a video.
Long story short, he ran off with the money and never came back to that studio.
We go down the street and do the scene. I just took the bag with the 30K and I never pulled back up. He ain't never called me, text me.
TJ realized what happened and never even asked Kasher. At that point, Kasher had had enough, and he was just salty, thinking TJ was ungrateful for what he had done for him. Even 10K Kev, another scam rapper, TJ's adopted brother too, was asking why TJ wouldn't give him some money either. TJ was just selfish, and that was it for the duo. They never spoke to each other or collaborated. But it wasn't the end of the scam rap wave, nor was it the end of their beef. TJ, he was still a really big artist and the face of scam rap, and still had the potential to pull millions of views. So even if he betrayed his best friend and let him fall off, how did TJ fall off? And it wasn't just one thing. He made many mistakes. The issue was not that he didn't have the star power, it was that he got comfortable, lazy, and made a lot of horrible decisions. The first major blunder he made was with his image. As dumb as it sounds, impressionable teenagers looked up to TJ as someone who was cool, because he was young, getting money, and scamming, which they looked up to. But soon after, he started getting publicly embarrassed regularly. The first time was when he was caught at a mall and given the beats. Whether it was logical to be able to defend yourself against multiple people, it didn't matter. To fans, he had been embarrassed. He then got his chain snatched by some rappers from Lil Baby's label, and then he was exposed for not paying a woman who he had agreed to cuddle with for money. Very quickly, he lost the respect of his fans. On top of that, his music began getting repetitive, and slowly he went from pulling millions of views to pulling hundreds of thousands of views to barely being able to pull 100,000. Then, finally, his Instagram with 550,000 followers was deleted for posting inappropriate material, and he wasn't able to promote himself.
Page getting deleted, that shit really unmotivated me to just drop, because it's like, I got my YouTube still, but it's like how I'm gonna promote my.
So not only was he seen as a joke, but his numbers were going down as well. So he stopped dropping music altogether and hasn't dropped since 2021. But why, right? He was still pulling views and still had the potential to come back. After all, getting into a slump as a rapper is nothing new, and most rappers actually go through them. They just overcome it. But TJ disappeared. Why? It turns out that the big record deal TJ had signed wasn't all that. Although he signed for $1 million, he lost 40% to tax, 10% to a manager, and another 10% to his lawyer, leaving him with $400K, which, taking a look at his lifestyle, must not have taken long to run through. Furthermore, record deals aren't handouts. They're loans that need to be paid back. So TJ was in debt, $1 million worth of debt that he needed to pay back. But by the time the money ran out, his buzz had run out as well. His record label, Atlantic Records, was also not a fan of his scamming antics, especially after he went on a TV show and claimed that he scammed the label for $10 million, when in fact, he was in debt for $1 million.
Aw man, XXX finished. That finished. He a whole M. He finished, like I.
Ironically, TJ didn't realize it, but he was getting in the music industry, which some people say is a legalized scam. Eventually, Atlantic Records realized TJ was not the next Jack Harlow or NBA Youngboy, other artists they've signed to who've become superstars, and dropped him. Meaning, he would still have to pay the debt off, but he was by himself with no promotion. And today, it's not looking much better. TJ himself has spoken on the situation.
I mean, the last thing we really heard about you were you signed $1 million deal and then you basically blew it. That's what Cashier Quan said in our viral interview.
Explaining he didn't have much money.
Basically, the money, it's like, I don't got as much as I had. I don't got millions no more, but a had millions. Can't say that they had millions ever in their life. You feel me? So, name me one who can say they had $1 million.
And he also spoke about the rough situation with his record label, explaining he's still trying to repay the money that he owes to Atlantic years later.
But I probably got to pay like $170K back.
Okay.
Yeah.
This was a huge contrast to how TJ was acting earlier. In that interview, he was ashamed that he had lost millions and looked very bummy, but just a couple of years ago, he was seen on Instagram Live spending and flexing a lot of his money like it was nothing.
Oh, what y'all gonna say about the kid? What y'all gonna say about the kid now with the Panamera roof? Uh-oh. What y'all gonna say about the kid now?
Tens and thousands of dollars. And although he says he plans to make a comeback, nothing has happened so far, and it's not looking great for him. As for the duo, that doesn't seem to be coming back either. So it's safe to say XXX and Cashier Quan completely fell off. But around a year ago in 2022, scam rap began to have a resurgence. The resurgence was by a rapper named Punchmade Dev. As I said earlier, today all that's left of scam rap is viral trolls, and the most notable is Punchmade Dev himself. He rose to prominence in 2023 and made a lot of noise, but it's not from his music. It's from various marketing strategies, such as when he went viral for giving scamming tutorials in his raps similar to TJ's, but he was ridiculously straight up about scamming. And these gimmicks, such as scamming internet celebrities like Aiden Ross and dropping music videos where he went in depth on how to commit fraud, began going viral. For example, his song on wire fraud got millions of views, and his lyrics were even crazier and more out of pocket than TJ's. He has songs where he makes fun of addicts, saying he doesn't feel bad for them, gives tutorials on fraud so good they got taken down by the FBI, which hit over 1 million views. It's called, or was called, How to Write a Dump. He even has a song called Special Needs Kid, where I can't even go into what he says. They're just all really messed up, but they do go viral, with people asking, how could this even be real? For most genres, getting a lot more attention to your type of music would be great in theory, but for scam rap, this was horrible. Scam rappers were never taken super seriously, but Punch Made Dev turned the genre into a meme. But to understand why and how he achieved this all, we have to go all the way back to the beginning. You see, Dev wasn't a rapper, he was a real con man. He came up in 2017 off of scamming his fans for player builds in the popular game 2K17 by getting the money from gullible fans and blocking them directly after, never giving them the player. In 2018, Dev dropped a song called Track Meet. It was his attempt to become a meme rapper, which was still a big thing back in 2018. It got a bit of success, and although the song was trash, the views made him believe that he could make it. So he quit being a gaming YouTuber and decided to pursue rap full time. He was right, he had what it took. Back then, he was named OBN Dev, a play on YBN Namir's group, YBN, and self-admittedly said that YBN Namir was what got him into rapping, and that his playlist was full of TJ Casher Quan, and their associates. And copying TJ and his friends gave Dev all of his success. Like when his song Scam Jesus went viral and received 2 million views. From there, things only picked up, and they picked up fast, and his songs began going viral on a regular basis, all while TJ and Casher were trending downwards very, very, very fast. This brought a lot more eyes to the genre, and Dev single-handedly gentrified it. Scam rap is unique to Detroit, but Punch Made Dev is from Kentucky, and due to his marketing, he's way bigger than TJ ever was on the internet. Currently, he has 750,000 followers on Instagram. TJ only has 17,000 because his original was deleted. But even at his peak, he was at 500,000. That took years. Punch Made Dev accomplished his growth in months. Some might argue that TJ paved the way for Punch Made Dev, and he did. But TJ actually knows him, and they've had issues in the past, having an online beef that dates back to 2020. Back in the day, when TJ was at his peak, he would make fun of Punch Made Dev for being a copycat, and said him and Casher would laugh at him behind his back.
You mad because you claim I'm talking about the scammers.
We be looking at your videos laughing at them.
You said what?
We be looking at your videos laughing at them because you be trying to be.
So you be looking at my videos laughing. I don't give a if you.
This was in TJ's prime, and back then Dev was a nobody compared to him. Their beef began when Dev claimed he had scammed XXX, the king of scam rap at the time, and TJ denied it. They started beefing on Instagram Live, and TJ claimed that Dev was lying in his raps and couldn't actually back up his lyrics, which is true, by the way.
Stop rapping about that shit, bro. Just like if you not.
Why does it matter? Why does it bother?
TJ also claimed that Dev's manager paid him $15,000 for a feature, and TJ was the one who had scammed Dev, which is actually what seemed to have happened. But what happened next gave Dev a lot of exposure, and looking back, TJ probably regrets ever beefing with them, because he unintentionally helped Dev blow up. After the Instagram Live, TJ asked Dev for his address to meet up in person. Dev then posted his address, but TJ never arrived. Dev then staged a chase on Instagram Live, pretending to chase out TJX6, but this kind of makes sense, because why would TJX6, who's from Detroit, Michigan, come to Lexington, Kentucky to confront someone who was a nobody at the time? What's funny is Dev probably just got his friend to hop in a car and start speeding, and then pretend to chase him as if he was TJ. But whether it was real or not, it got him attention, and Scam Jesus 2 reached 500,000 views. And remember when I said TJ got given the beats and that made a lot of fans lose respect for him? He was also confronted by some quote-unquote ops in front of his family, and those ops were Punch Made Dev, who confronted TJ in the mall and then made him look stupid. 2 years after their digital beef on Instagram, the two ran into each other at a mall and were talking back and forth, and Punch Made Dev came with multiple people and told TJ to step outside so they could rough it out in person. TJ claimed Dev was armed, which he was, and said that he was with his family, which was a valid excuse, but to fans, he looked scared. Afterwards, Dev claimed that TJ was dodging him, so TJ looked like a fool, and later on, he tried to act like there wasn't even any beef to begin with.
He just a fan. That's really what it is. He just a fan, bro. He just like try to take the wave. He's just a fan, basically, at the end of the day.
But it was too late. Dev has become much more successful than TJ ever was, and today, if you didn't know who TJ XXX was, you'd think he was sleeping under a bridge if you saw him. Punchmade Dev's got an assortment of iced out watches, crazy chains, and is constantly flexing designer. But Punchmade Dev being popular should mean that scam rap is back, right? Or even on the map? Nope. Like I said earlier, Punchmade Dev isn't a rapper. He's a scammer that raps, meaning rapping is just a form of marketing and promotion for his scams. For example, he's extremely nonchalant about his crimes and states multiple times that he has no feelings towards his victims. And the way he makes money is honestly very interesting. Unlike TJ and Casher, who were hitting small scams on their followers, Punchmade Dev has an entire operation that's printed upwards of $1 million in the past year. Here's how it works. He showcases his scams for the whole world to see in his music videos, music, and vlogs, and uses them to get eyeballs. From there, he promotes his Telegram, which has 200,000 members, and he has a shop on there where he sells information and teaches what he does, allegedly, of course. In his shop, he claims to sell cards that you can then cash out for much more money, which, if you have common sense, is an obvious scam. But to a lot of his gullible, younger fans, it seems like 200,000, which is crazy to think about. They've fallen for it. He's a ruthless marketer and self-promoter, but it works. The worst part about all of his stuff is it's fake. He doesn't actually scam or do anything that he raps about. He just pretends he does and gives instructions out for real scams. The real way he makes money is by scamming his fans. He's a scam rapper. He's made it abundantly clear that he doesn't do anything. He's an actor and it's all education, saying, "All my music and posts is for entertainment purposes only. I'm a law-abiding citizen from the suburbs." So it's clear Dev takes advantage of dumb fans that think they can get easy money who are attracted to his music, because he just pretends to have knowledge on how these things work, not actually taking part in any. But even Dev's career seems to be crashing down. Not yet, but it looks like it could be heading there too. Dev's antics were only gonna last a short amount of time, and they did. It began with YouTube taking down Dev's song Wire Fraud after the police requested a takedown and Dev's information. Soon after, the viral videos on scamming were picked up and investigated by law enforcement, leading to his recent arrest in Chicago. Furthermore, a jeweler exposed him for having fake chains, so his image was completely fake, but he's free again. And it doesn't look like there'll be justice anytime soon. But wait, there's more. At the time of recording this video, Casher and TJ had an altercation at a liquor store. Casher pulled out his phone to confront TJ, and this is what I mean by him looking homeless. TJ just ran away. However, after the altercation, TJ went on Instagram Live from a hotel room, claiming he gave Casher the beats. Neither of them were taken seriously, and this little scuffle between them was mostly just funny. And it's clear scam rap has just become a joke. Another huge reason scam rap saw its decline was obvious. Scamming is illegal, and rapping about scamming is an easy way to get on law enforcement's radar. It doesn't even strictly have to be scam rappers. Other mainstream rappers have gotten caught up too. Chicago's G Herbo was caught up for wire fraud. He pled guilty and is going to do some time. Another Detroit rapper was sentenced to 7 years for fraud and having 3,000 stolen credit cards. And even woman rappers like City Girls JT, who is currently dating Lil Uzi Vert, served 2 years for credit card fraud. There are actually countless rappers who have gone caught up due to fraud and theft, and most of the time it's because they snitch on themselves by rapping about what they do in their music. It's just that the scam rappers took it to a whole nother level. So what really happened to scam rap? The sad truth is, scam rap as a whole lost a lot of momentum not too long after its rise. The scene superstars just couldn't maintain relevance, and the people who weren't actually scamming like Dev have taken their tactics and made fortunes off of it. All while TJ and Casher, the pioneers, are making peanuts and are irrelevant. But to me, that's a good thing. Right now, Detroit rap is bigger than ever, but just not scam rap. And some have even gained mainstream rap attention in the past few years. Babytron, who's still relevant today, came up in a similar way to TJ, rapping with his friends in a group called Shitty Boys, and shifted his sound over time, as he's no longer using the scam rap persona, just edgy bars. But the most important thing to remember with these people, to me, is to not feel bad for them. They're scammers and deserve what they got. If you don't believe me, check this clip out. It's a video of Casher Kwan bragging about scamming a man 200 times. The man went broke, got divorced, and went through severe depression.
I scammed this man 200 times, no over exaggeration, 200 times. Like for 2 years straight, he lost his job, his wife divorced him. Like, bro, this real, bro. Like, this is really real. This man lost his wife, bro. I'm telling him I work for the IRS. You done sent me 20,000 already. The IRS is investigating this. I got his social, so every time I block him for 2 weeks. Soon as he get paid, I'll call him. Like, the IRS just called me and they said it's 2,500 in your bank account. Leave work right now and send me that, or they finna f you up.
Casher just laughed. TJ doesn't care either. And Casher explained how easy it was for them to make thousands off a microscopic amount of their fan base.
Scam your fans. He just posting cash apps and shit, like all the bullshit. See what people posting these cash apps. I got a cash app login with 5,000 on it. Give me $100. Like that, and then you get 30 people to send you $100. You know what I'm saying? And you just made 3,000 off 30 followers, and you got 600,000 followers. He had 600,000 followers at that time.
Dev has also talked about how he has no feelings for the people he scammed either. So all these people will eventually meet their destiny, and they deserve it. Back in 2019, New York drill was making some serious waves. Pop Smoke had dropped Dior, which now has over 1 billion streams. Other rappers like Fabio Foreign were beginning to make some strides as well. And the genre just seemed like it was going to go on the same run Chicago drill had gone years prior. And it did for a short while. Pop Smoke went mainstream and drill songs and artists were going viral left and right. However, years later, New York drill hasn't fulfilled its potential at all. And the drill rappers that were once meant to be superstars are nowhere to be found. Leading to the question, why did this happen and how? My name is Rashad Bashir and this is the fall of New York drill, rap's most dangerous genre. But before we talk about drill rap's demise, we have to talk about its rise. And to do that, we have to define it. And to do that, we have to go back to Chicago, where drill rap all started.
Chicago is a city in crisis right now, from the chaos we saw downtown this past weekend to the rise in violent crime.
Back in the early 2010s, Chicago was and still is a war zone, with drill music providing a reflection of the lifestyle. And it was at that time that drill was born, with names such as Chief Keef, Rondo No. 9, Lil Bibby, Lil Durk, and countless other notable names that were associated with the movement. Chicago drill was a violent wave of rap that took over the city for many years, with a lot of the genre's drama even spilling outside of the music. Drill was a lifestyle, the word itself referring to violently fighting or retaliating. And before long, Chicago drill made an impact on music that was heard and seen around the entire world and still is today. One of those places it was seen was New York, one of the first areas to catch wind of the movement. From 2013 to 2015, artists like Polo Rel, Bambino, Bobby Shmurda, and more were thriving on the grimy styles of drill rap. However, it only lasted a few years, although it did carry on and eventually bloom into the drill sound that we're familiar with today. It all really began in 2018. At the time, New York had many stars who had gathered early attention to the style of new rap taking over the industry. Rappers such as Chef G and Sleepy Hollow were making noise. 22 G's was creating waves. Busy Banks had garnered an audience, as well as countless other notable names. However, at this time, no one had made a hit to take the scene to the next level, aka go mainstream, and without one, the genre would go nowhere. However, as we all know, the drill scene would explode with success when Brooklyn artist Pop Smoke grabbed the world's attention. In 2019, Pop Smoke's name started buzzing. He would get beats from the UK producer 808 Mello, known as the pioneer of modern drill, and together, they were a force. One of their first songs together was the song Welcome to the Party, released in April of 2019, and it became the song of the summer in New York. Next, he'd get another beat from 808 Mello, but it was different, and it would become the foundation for his song Dior. When Pop Smoke first showed his crew the song in the studio, you could just tell by their reaction that the song was going to be crazy, and when it dropped, all doubts were thrown out of the window. Pop Smoke was clearly not only the future of New York drill, but New York rap as well. Soon after it released, Dior reached number 22 on the Billboard Hot 100. 808 Mello recalled saying, "The sound had arguably reinvented the wheel for New York's take on drill music." So Pop Smoke was on fire, and Dior solidified him as a rising name in rap. He began to cut cosigns from other large rappers, most notably 50 Cent, a big inspiration of his, and other industry support as well, from artists like Drake. On February 7th, 2020, he released the sequel, Meet the Woo 2, which debuted at number 7 on the Billboard 200. He'd be nominated for multiple awards, the BET Awards, MTV, the Billboard Awards, which he won 5, and even got nominated for a Grammy. This was huge, as it was clear he was no longer just a New York drill rapper. He was a force to be reckoned with in the industry, and had done it almost exclusively off the back of New York drill. So Pop Smoke was on a wild run across the world singing and dancing along to his music. The generation at the time was attached to Pop Smoke, from New York at least.
It's Pop Smoke Day! Whoa!
Drill was at its peak, with what seemed like every speaker blasting the hard-hitting tunes of New York drill in the city. However, not too soon after all this would occur, the movement would come to a halt, because unfortunately, just 12 days after the release of his new album, Pop Smoke's life was taken.
A rising star rapper from Brooklyn is shot dead during a break-in at home in California. Police say 20-year-old rapper Pop Smoke, whose real name was Bashar Jackson, was shot just after 4 a.m. in the Hollywood Hills.
On Wednesday, February 19, 2020, at around 4:30 a.m., it was reported that 4 suspects in hoodies, with one masked up and carrying a weapon, entered a Hollywood home where Pop Smoke was staying and fatally shot the rapper while he was in the shower. They found his location because he had accidentally revealed it in an Instagram story, and the culprits were teenagers that had been coaxed into it by an older man. Responding to an emergency call, LAPD arrived to find Pop Smoke with gunshot wounds. Pop was then transported to a hospital in Los Angeles, where he passed away a few hours later. The police detained several people at the house, but all were let go. According to authorities, at least 4 suspects fled the scene, and there were no charges for years. However, in 2023, an 18-year-old man charged in the fatal shooting of Pop Smoke admitted to killing the rapper in juvenile court. The defendant, who was 15 at the time of the crime, admitted to a juvenile court petition charging him with first-degree murder of Pop Smoke. He also admitted to a home invasion robbery and allegations that he personally and intentionally discharged a firearm during the crime. He's expected to be held in a state juvenile facility until he turns 25, a very light sentence to the crime. What's more, Pop had left so early that he didn't even get to drop his first real industry studio album, and it was up to the label to release it. They did posthumously on July 3rd of 2020. Titled Shoot for the Stars, Aim for the Moon, it sold 250k units in the first week and launched to the top of the charts. Songs like Mood Swings featuring Lil TJ were massive hits. However, there was some backlash from fans because the label had placed a lot of industry features that Pop himself said he didn't mess with. It was bittersweet, as we've seen many times. Pop didn't get a chance to see the fruits of his labor after his death, where he became one of the most streamed rappers of all time. However, Pop Smoke's presence was still felt in the drill scene. 808 Mellow stated, and his absence left a large hole inside of New York rap because he had created a new path for rappers to follow. So it was time for others, his peers, to pick up speed and carry the torch. And there were a couple that fans were looking to do so. The first rapper that many fans thought would do so was none other than Fabio Foreign. Although Pop Smoke was drill's first superstar, the scene still had space for more stars to capitalize on the sound, and one of them was Fabio. Even though Fabio was about 10 years older than Pop, they were still good friends, and many fans would even joke that Fabio was Pop's sidekick. Pop Smoke even attempted to convince his label to sign Fabio as well, so that Fabio could eat too. So with the spotlight on Fabio, he embraced his new challenge. On one of Fabio's biggest songs, City of Gods, he rapped, "Welcome to the City of Gods. Pop Smoke was the king of New York. Now I'm the guy in charge." In fact, one of the original anthems of New York drill belonged to Fabio Foreign himself, being the song Big Drip. So he was already a big name in drill, with a lot of potential. Now, all he had to do was capitalize on the opening in the genre that was left from Pop Smoke's passing. And that's exactly what he intended to do. In an interview, Fabio explained he was ready to finish what Pop Smoke had started. And he did have an incredible few years when it came to his music success in the industry. He worked with Drake, Kanye, Alicia Keys, Nicki Minaj, and even took writing advice from Beyonce. However, despite some success, Fabio never really stepped up to take the throne. It wasn't just him though. There were others, such as 22G, Sleepy Hollow, etc., who could have stepped out and went mainstream. However, none of them had the star power that Pop had, and the hole was still felt in the drill scene. But it wasn't over. Drill was still relatively new, and listeners had not given up on it. It was still very prevalent in New York, and the idea that the next budding star was about to come out was not a distant or crazy thought. So drill still had a lot of hope, and it was time to make its move back into the mainstream. But despite the upward trajectory, or predictions of an upward trajectory, drill still had a huge problem: crime, a lot of it. Similar to all types of gangster rap, crime is a common theme in New York drill, and gang violence plays a big role in the streets of New York. And it was actually one of the reasons that the previous rappers I mentioned couldn't take Pop Smoke's spot. You see, the crime surrounding New York was not just the sound, it was also responsible for turmoil and destruction across the city. The violence inside of the communities is actually what sparked the inspiration for drill music. And without crime and violence, there's no drill. So in the coming years after Pop Smoke's passing and the popularity of drill rap, the mayor of New York City came out and denounced the drill music wave that had taken over the city. At the time, many officials believed that the style of music was tied to the crime rates being so high, and after only 1 month of being in office, the mayor decided to focus on the rising crime rates, which meant targeting drill music. He was not a fan, and explained,
"We're going to ask them for good corporate responsibility. This is contributing to the violence that we're seeing all over this country."
He had a plan to get rid of drill for good. During a press conference, the mayor not only publicly spoke against drill, but called for social media platforms to ban and censor the music videos. This has been a debate in hip hop for a long time, whether lyrics and videos should be legally held against you in the court of law. But New York already has very strict laws, especially regarding Nerf guns. And now they were taking drill rap into their own hands. They explained NYPD monitors all social media platforms. In a press conference, Detective Gary Allen explained that they conduct social media investigations against rappers with potential connections to crimes all the time. The city hated New York drill so much that the NYPD even got Rolling Loud, the most popular festival in the world, to remove drill rappers from their performance lineup. They successfully censored 22G's, Ron Suno, and Shy EK, 3 very big names in the drill rap scene. So having a genre's home city's officials being so opposed to it and actively trying to take it down was not really helping the genre. But that wasn't it. You see, drill rap didn't just have outside forces trying to stop it. It also had its own members tearing it down due to jealousy, gang beef, and more. Most of the crimes in New York aren't just random acts. It usually comes as a retaliation from existing beef. After all, drill rap represents the pain that comes from crime and violence. But you see, this was just one part of the puzzle. Just like most gangster rap scenes, the internal beef of different rappers and cliques played a massive role in the New York drill space. Many different cliques and artists clash and have created a very hostile environment in the scene. In New York, there's a lot more than just 2 gangs. It's not just Bloods versus Crips. Many of New York drill rappers are a part of these gangs, and when they started rapping, they rep them hard. And when others start rapping and they rep their gangs, they start having very, very, very big and dangerous problems with each other. One of the most prominent New York beefs is between Chef G and 22G's. Chef G's gang being the 8 Trey Crips, beefing with 22G's gang, Blicky gang, associated with the Gangster Disciples, aka GDs. I won't go too in depth, but just know a lot of people have been getting into skirmishes. Even Pop Smoke had some serious gang beef. The gang that Pop Smoke would be closely associated with, the Woos, have a deadly rivalry with the Chews. I didn't just make that up, those are real gangs. There are also the YGs versus the OGs, and countless others. However, that wouldn't even be the largest reason why drill rap suffered such a loss in talent, because not everyone was taken from beefs or deaths. You see, when cliques began to publicly beef with each other and harm each other, the feds would start to catch on, and many gang takedowns have come from the deep investigations of gangs and individual crimes. Recording music videos, having lyrics speaking about your crimes, and just attracting more attention to your criminal behavior will make it easier for the feds and police to track you down. With a lot of crime and violence, consequences will eventually arrive, and this is no different with New York drill rappers, who have been the target of many New York indictments. One of the most shocking was when a few drill stars and pioneers, Chef G and Sleepy Hollow, were indicted on a massive gang takedown. In May of 2023, Chef G and Sleepy Hollow, who both have billions of streams on all platforms, were picked up in a huge gang takedown. Mind you, these guys are millionaires. In a press conference, they explained that Chef and Hollow were arrested as a part of a 32-person, 140-count gang indictment alleging murder, attempted murder, gun possession, and other crimes. The NYPD claimed that the men charged are members of the 8 Trey Crips and 9 Ways gangs, who collectively waged war on a couple of other gangs beginning in March of 2019, meaning these guys were really about that life. Prosecutors claimed that Chef and Hollow were Crips and were among members that shot at innocent people and bragged about it on social media. They were allegedly linked to 12 shootings and 1 murder, all caught on camera. The charges included murder, gun possession, and attempted murder. According to them, Chef had used his rap earnings to finance these crimes. He was ordering hits like a real boss. And the NYPD also expressed their disdain for how Chef chose to up his criminal lifestyle rather than do good in his own community. And what's interesting is, while these charges were filed, Chef was already serving a gun charge in Rikers from a couple years back, which happened after he took an illegal U-turn and police found a gun in his car. Yeah, those were only 2 years he had to serve though. However, if he was convicted this time, he could be ordered to spend up to 25 years in prison, and with recent developments, maybe even life. Afterwards, Jeff and Sleepy both denied their claims, saying, "Don't believe the internet, we innocent." However, there was a lot of video evidence, and like any Rico, there are bound to be snitches, so it's not looking great for the duo. Sleepy Hollow was released nearly 8 months later, but Chef G still doesn't even have a release date, and it seems like charges are being piled on him every month, almost as if they're trying to make an example out of him. But hey, they may be huge, but they're not the only drill rappers, right? There's still some pretty big names out there, like Fabio, except he wasn't safe either, and had done some things that were equally stupid. On October 10th, 2020, Fabio was arrested in New Jersey on a simple assault charge. He was accused of purposely causing bodily injury to another person. It turned out that the other person was his pregnant girlfriend. And maybe that's why Fabio and Cardi made such a good duo on Off the Grid. I'm just kidding. That same year, he was featured on Drake's Dark Lane demo tapes on the song Demons, but that was light compared to what he was about to get into. On April of 2021, fans were shocked when it was announced that Fabio was in custody on multiple charges: possessions of weapons for unlawful purposes, resisting arrest, eluding an officer, possession of a defaced firearm, unlawful possession of weapons without a permit, and fugitive from justice. Yikes. According to the police report obtained, Fabio was arrested after failing to comply with officers and refusing to be taken into custody after leaving his 2018 Mercedes-Benz, running in a no parking zone, and then into a bank. Apparently, a cop requested the rapper's license as Fabio approached the car. Instead of handing over his license, Fabio ignored the officer and walked away. They called backup and Fabio began running. Unfortunately for him, a handgun fell out with the defaced serial number, meaning it was illegal. More officers arrived, secured his gun, searched him, and booked him in jail. So he was now facing years in jail just because he wasn't okay with handing over his ID. Not a great look, and being stuck in jail for months awaiting his bail didn't help his career either. After getting out, his career stalled, and Fabio never really stepped up to the plate. But hey, there was one last rapper left, 22G's. Maybe he was a law-abiding citizen. Nope, he couldn't stay out of trouble either. On June 12, 2022, 22G's was arrested in New York City on an attempted murder charge over a March shooting in which 3 people were injured. Apparently he was at a club, got in some type of argument, and decided to let it rain. This left him facing charges of second-degree assault, second-degree criminal possession of a weapon, and first-degree reckless endangerment. According to the District Attorney General, this shooting not only wounded the victim, but endangered the lives of everyone in a crowded club. Senseless gang rivalries fuel much of the gun violence in our communities, and I remain committed to vigorously prosecuting anyone who engages in this criminal conduct. He was released on $500,000 bail 4 days later. However, this is not 22G's first run-in with the law. Back in 2017, 22G's, then 19, was accused of killing a man over a parking spot fight in Miami Beach, though prosecutors later dropped the charges after he was in jail for several months. The year later, in 2018, G's had actually signed to Kodak Black's label, but nothing really came out of the relationship, and the 2022 case for a murder charge didn't help either. He got a lot of streams, but wasn't able to solidify his name as the face of drill rap, but rather just one of the originators, which doesn't really mean anything if others outstream you. So once again, New York drill as a subgenre was left completely wide open. Sure, after Pop Smoke passed, there were some pretty big names who did gain some steam, but due to various reasons, mostly petty beefs and a lot of indictments, none of them were able to bring back the genre to the heights Pop Smoke had taken it. So was that it? Was it just going to slowly fade out and become one of those types of genres like Chicago drill? Nope, at least not yet. Because while the pioneers were stagnating during this era, a new era of younger New York drill rappers emerged. The most notable out of these younger drill rappers was K-Flock. Sure, some of his peers had bigger songs than him at the time, but he was still the biggest. There was no debate, because he had the it factor or star power similar to Pop Smoke. This was made clear by his absurdly fast come up, releasing his first single, FTO, in May of 2020. K-Flock almost immediately blew up. 5 songs later, by the time 2021 had hit, K-Flock had quite a bit of eyeballs on him and released 2 New York drill hits, Is You Ready and Being Honest. That year, he collaborated with Lil TJ and Fabio Foreign, hitting the Billboard charts. He was getting some serious attention and signed a multi-million-dollar deal with Capitol Records. Many were comparing him to King Von and Pop Smoke. He really had it. It wasn't just him though. There was one more artist who had immense star power, and he happened to be cousins with K-Flock, D Thang. Although they were quote-unquote ops, D Thang also began making music in 2020, releasing songs like Caution and Like, which are sitting at millions of views on YouTube. But just like K-Flock, it took until 2021 for him to have his real blow up as well, when in September of 2021 he released Talk Facts, which became his bona fide hit single. Other than that, almost anything D Thang touched or had a feature seemed to get millions of views, from his freestyles to random collabs with his group / gang RPT. Other than them, there were some other young guys making noise as well, a lot of them. And when I say young, I mean they were all teenagers. B-Love, Doogie B, Shy K, PJ Glizzy, Nazi BK, and many more were all scoring songs that would get millions of views on YouTube. So things were looking really good. Yeah, most of these younger rappers had beef with each other, and it was pretty deep. I mean, like I said, D Thang and K-Flock were literally cousins, but they still hated each other. However, just when everything was about to go amazing, the New York drill scene had another tragic moment, or moments I should say, because it looked like this newer generation didn't learn anything from the older generation. Because at least the older generation waited until they were stars before they crashed out. These younger guys were even more hard-headed. And it all started with the chosen one himself. On December 3rd, 2021, K-Flock was arrested on a murder charge and federal indictment. The charges against him were racketeering conspiracy, murder in aid of racketeering, as well as many other charges. He was accused of being a member of a gang called the Sev Side, or DOA, short for Dead on Arrival, as well as accused of killing a man. The indictment alleged that K-Flock and his associates engaged in, among other activities, robberies, wire fraud, bank fraud, and acts involving murder and assault. So you're probably wondering, how did this young guy, who was 18 when he was picked up, go from being one of the most promising young stars in rap in a while to facing life in prison? Well, K-Flock was kind of asking for it. He has multiple Instagram lives of him hanging out in his ops neighborhoods, or blocks, I should say, just asking for trouble on Instagram Live. And that's exactly what happened. According to initial rumors, K-Flock was confronted by his alleged victim during a haircut inside of a barbershop. The victim then walked outside, where an argument began with K-Flock ending the argument in gunshots not too far into the conversation. However, when a video of the incident came out, it just showed K-Flock strolling past the barbershop. The victim then exited the barbershop and appeared to follow K-Flock before he shot off camera. Essentially, the guy looked at him wrong, and Flock did his name justice. What's worse is this came at a time of new success for K-Flock, being arrested before he could ever witness his full potential. In April of 2022, K-Flock released Shake It with Dougie B and Cardi B. It peaked at number 51 on the Billboard Hot 100, his highest chart-topping single ever, and it was a quick glimpse of what K-Flock could have accomplished in the music industry. Then, after sitting in a cell for 2 years, in February of 2023, K-Flock's case was brought to court and he was facing life in prison. So it's safe to say, it's not looking good for him. But remember, there was one more artist that had close to the potential K-Flock had, D Thang. So what about him? Well, in 2022, D Thang G's, along with 33 of the blood-affiliated RPT organization / gang, were indicted on RICO charges, including conspiracy to commit murder, attempted assault, criminal possession of a weapon, and even animal cruelty, amongst others. D Thang allegedly shot at rival gang members and was incarcerated shortly after a turf war with a rival gang. 7 of the defendants were hit with attempted murder and other charges for an incident in August of 2020, in which they allegedly fired approximately 11 shots into a building, just barely missing the target's head. 8 months later, RPT's organization's members supposedly committed a gang assault on a Crip at Rikers Island. The animal cruelty charge was especially weird. It was proof that the feds, like the mayor had said before, were watching these guys on social media. They caught D Thang and his affiliates live streaming a pigeon that was on their block. They ultimately beat the pigeon to death with a cane on Facebook Live to reference what they would do to their enemies. A member can be heard saying, as others struck the bird with a cane. Its lifeless body was then filmed in gory detail with D Thang behind the camera, which, as funny as an entire gang being hit with a RICO for animal cruelty is still pretty messed up. Of course, being hit with a RICO put a complete halt to D Thang's career, and no music was released after he was locked up except for a couple singles. However, luckily he was released recently and maybe he can make a comeback, but we haven't seen enough. Rest in peace to that pigeon. Another rapper with tons of potential was Nazi BK, who had multiple New York drill hits. Unfortunately, he threw it all away too. The Bronx rapper was arrested in 2023 for second-degree murder regarding a Times Square shooting, where he'd been accused of shooting a man in the chest during an argument at a very public corner of Times Square. Probably one of the worst places to commit a crime because the amount of security cameras there are insane. And apparently he even snitched on himself in an Instagram Live too. However, that wasn't even what made everyone go, oh my god, this guy's gonna do a lot of time. At the time, he was already arrested for stunts he performed while shooting for a YouTube video. He allegedly threatened a couple and said he would do some pretty crazy things to them. I can't even say what he said or show what he did. The whole thing was recorded and put out on YouTube though for millions to see. After threatening the couple, he very intelligently told them his name. Imagine you rob someone and then give them your government name. So they went and gave NYPD a quick little tip off, and the next day he was arrested. So it looks like the entire youth of New York drill was taken out by criminal indictments. In fact, it was just a classic case of history repeating itself. This was nothing new. Bobby Shmurda's gang was infamously taken down in 2014. More than a dozen other members of the gang were thrown in jail for a 69-count indictment. The charges included murder, assault, weapons use and possession, narcotic sales, and more. The detectives would use lyrics on social media as evidence and tie them to unsolved crimes to charge them, similar to what happened with these guys. But incarceration was only one part of the puzzle. The other part was the rampant deaths in New York. Sadly, there have been many deaths and murders inside the New York drill scene. It wasn't just Pop Smoke. Many stars of the drill scene passed away before they got to meet their full potential due to all sorts of reasons. Just like Chicago drill, the artists would speak on the dead to diss their enemies. Speaking on the dead in rap music is nothing new. The dissing of a dead enemy will only add fuel to the flame, as we've seen countless times, and drill rappers treat it as a competition. Which clique can have someone die so we can diss them first? They'd even create dances out of deceased people's stories. And although this would create massive hype, what would happen is, just like in Chicago, New York drill rappers would start picking each other off until, just like Chicago, there was no one left. And the biggest instance of this in New York was the of the teenage rapper Naughty and his other teenage ops capitalizing on it. One day in a subway station, Naughty Osama was sadly killed, and it was alleged that he died due to beefs that were sparked by diss tracks from his side. And instead of it dying down, no pun intended, the diss tracks just kept coming. Popular New York rappers Kyle Rich, Tata, and Jen Carter released a single and music video called Naughty Bop in 2022. The instrumental was a Nickelodeon's kids show theme song remix. However, the verses were nearly not as innocent as the sample. Naughty Bop was an unsettling song that was released as a response to the diss track that Naughty and his brother DD had released earlier that year. The trio mocked the teenager's murder with a dance that imitates a stabbing motion. The music video got 1 million views in 3 days and got to be #1 trending for music on YouTube. The dance also became a viral craze on TikTok. People would trick teachers, parents, and even police into doing the dance, not knowing that they were mocking a murdered 14-year-old. Even little kids were posting themselves doing the dance. After a couple of days, YouTube took the video down, but the damage was already done. The re-uploads on YouTube still have millions of views. Videos using Naughty Bop hashtag on TikTok have been watched over 80 million times. Dissing the deceased would continue, as it was nothing new. It's very similar to what happened in Chicago years ago, when they were mocking another teenager who was also murdered. It's just a trend that sadly caught on in New York as well. And if I could, I would name the entire list of New York drill rappers that passed, but it would be a couple minutes of me just reading names, which isn't even funny. So a large part of the reason why New York drill didn't pop off as much as it should have is because their own people were against each other, unlike cities like Atlanta where everyone is collaborating and trying to help each other out, for the most part. So why did it fall off? For starters, like most subgenres, the popularity started to fade because many of the artists have stuck to the staple drill sound. There's only so many possibilities that the sound can produce, so many things rappers can write about, etc. It becomes repetitive. And as we've seen countless times, popular rappers who can't switch up their sounds and styles will lose a lot of momentum and eventually see a flatline in their career. Except it doesn't just apply to rappers, it applies to genres as well. Of course, the major reason was what I spent most of this video speaking about. The deaths, arrests, and beefs between these drill rappers played the most crucial role in the decline of the subgenre, hands down. It decimated it. And lastly, this is very underrated, countless rappers got their fame from drill, but if they wanted to take their career further, they had to step outside of the box. For example, if Pop Smoke were to only record drill style songs, he wouldn't have been one of the most streamed rap artists of the past decade, because a lot of his most streamed songs aren't drill. New York drill artists currently don't really represent what the genre was about. Technically, the largest new drill rapper right now is Ice Spice, and Lil Mabu is up there as well, which fans of the genre despise. So can New York drill make a mainstream comeback? In my opinion, New York will always be a dominant region in rap music. With so many different areas in it and possibilities, new sounds will continue to be applied to drill. However, the experience will never be as unique as it was when the sounds are fresh and new. But I still think it can come back as it's relatively new compared to other genres. And although it seems like the popularity of the sound will never be close to its peak in 2020, you can't count out the youth. Anthony Fantano is not only the internet's busiest music nerd, he's also the internet's most controversial music nerd, as over the years he's been quite critical of many artists. Fantano also happens to have 3 million subscribers and over 1 billion views, which makes him a powerful music nerd with the ability to change the public perception of an artist's music with just a single review. Get on the wrong side of Fantano, he will not stop till you're down bad. He has the power to totally crush an artist's spirit. In fact, your favorite artist may have been one of the artists affected by Fantano. I'm Rashad Bashir, and this is the victims of Anthony Fantano. The first artist who had an unpleasant interaction with the music nerd was none other than Drake. And it all happened quite randomly and suddenly. One day, out of nowhere, on September 15th, 2022, Anthony Fantano posted a video titled, "Drake Slid Into My DMs." Of course, this caught everyone's attention, as Drake was no small name, and thought, what could he possibly want to say to Fantano? Clicking on the video, we can see Fantano was very excited himself.
As you can tell at the start of this video, I'm pretty excited.
Explaining, he normally doesn't do this.
Oh, look, I'm not usually one to pop onto the internet and start leaking DMs.
But what he had just seen had to be shown to the world.
Drake sent me, I think you guys will see and will understand is so crazy, so unexpected, and really something everybody should be aware of. I think something everybody who is watching this video could put to use.
And what he showed was a huge shocker. Drake had sent him a vegan cookie recipe.
Ingredients: 1/2 cup of coconut oil, solid but scoopable. I can do that.
For the next 5 minutes, Anthony Fantano read the fake vegan cookie recipe, and it was one of the funniest things ever. And for some reason, everyone believed that the DMs were real. What's worse, the DMs ended up becoming much larger than Fantano ever could have anticipated. The entire internet was going crazy over them. They thought it was actually real, and to them, this was the corniest thing ever. Of course, Drake, being the mega successful artist he is, has many haters. And when they saw him getting absolutely roasted, which was a very rare occasion, they pounced at the opportunity to make fun of him. One of them being Joe Budden.
But apparently he's not the biggest Drake fan.
Yeah, he's been hard on him apparently in the past. Review-wise.
Did he review this last project?
Probably, I would imagine.
Was it a favorable review?
Probably
not. Probably not. So anyway, Drake has been DMing this gentleman, or has DM'd him in the past about his reviews. So Fantana spoke about it, and he posted DMs. It was Drake allegedly saying, "Yo, I've seen your reviews on my albums. Clearly you're not the fondest of my art. I still wanted to message you to teach you how to give you this vegan apple pie recipe."
So after just playfully making a joke, Fantano had accidentally made Drake a viral meme, a laughing stock. But was it an accident? Well, the video got so much traction that the man himself, Drake, took it upon himself to post the real DMs. And here's what they actually said. Your existence is a light 1. And the 1 is cause you're alive. And cause you somehow wifed up a black girl. I'm feeling a light 1 to decent 1 on your existence. First of all, it's funny to me that Fantano left Drake on red. That was quite the power move. And in a normal situation, this would have fixed everything. However, these real DMs didn't make Drake look any better. In fact, it just made him look a lot worse. And he got roasted even harder. Fans went crazy saying things like, "This is a nasty timeline we're in right now." Drake could be literally doing anything else in his life and chose to DM a YouTube reviewer, lol. That man has an airplane. Not just an airplane, a literal jumbo jet. Rough night for Drake's pride, LMAO. It was clear Drake didn't realize how this would make him look. The internet thought Drake's reaction was hilarious. He probably thought fans would think, "Man, Drake, thank God you didn't send a vegan cookie recipe." Instead, they roasted him. Fantano then responded with his own tweets. That female dog shared the salty DMs to over 100 million people for laughing emojis. I made that man leak his own DMs. Fantano then went on Instagram Live himself to hammer down how bad Drake looked through the DMs.
I mean, Drake didn't send me a cookie recipe. He sent me some weird salty that a 4-year-old could have written. Honestly, the DM read like something one of his angry fans would write, you know, which it's sort of sad that that man is so many leagues above his fans in terms of the money he makes and experience he has, but yet he's still just like texting and DMing like an angry 18-year-old.
And said that it was sad that Drake would stoop so low despite being so successful. But after all of this mayhem, he realized that he had to address the situation seriously and address the real DMs so fans knew what he really thought. He explained that Drake actually did DM him and they were very petty, and what Drake had posted was real.
But yes, all over the internet, everybody's talking about the fact that Drake legitimately did actually DM me some very mad, salty DMs that were weird and awkward.
He thought it was weird that Drake brought up his ex-wife's race.
Also really weird that he would bring up the race of somebody's partner, even if it is, I guess, in his own dumb way, like supposed to be positive or like a compliment.
But he didn't know how to respond to this at first. He realized Drake was a superstar, so he couldn't just face him head on. He had to play 4D chess.
Obviously, you know, we're in a choose your own adventure situation here. What do? Do you ignore it? Do you fire back? Do you post it and share with the world that Drake is hating on you for some dumb reason?
And after carefully weighing his options, Fantano realized directly responding to Drake wouldn't have worked.
Firing back, obviously an option, and a whole lot of low-hanging fruit that could have been thrown Drake's way if I wanted to, but I thought that was kind of silly, and beefing with Drake in the DMs would just be like really petty and dumb, because honestly, I'm just a reviewer. I don't know the guy personally. I don't know anything about the guy other than stuff that I've seen and I've heard on the internet.
So, like any other content creator, Anthony Fantano did what he did best.
I thought that would be not only a little silly, but also what he kind of obviously wanted. Ignoring was an option, and I sort of decided to do that at first, but then my mind started moving further, and I was like, how can I turn this into content? Like, obviously, I can't share the DMs with everybody because that would be silly and trashy. I could tell people he DM'd me, but like, if people don't know what the DMs are, who cares? I know. Make up a DM. Basically doctor and make up DMs and just make them so absurd and so silly that anybody who sees me reading them aloud is going to look at this and be like, Drake didn't send him this. This is ridiculous. This is stupid. This is dumb. Why would Drake send anybody a cookie recipe in the middle of the night? Doesn't make any sense. That's not the truth. This is just a shitpost. I could have come out with that same freaking video 2 months ago and it would have had the same effect.
Except to his surprise and everyone else's, Drake decided that instead of playing along, he would just post the real DMs.
But yeah, I hope that Drake would see that the video was lighthearted, wholesome, well-intentioned, just a little silly, and would maybe respond back and say, hey, you know what? That was kind of funny. That was kind of silly and dumb and whatever, you know, no hard feelings. And it could just be maybe like our little inside joke. Instead, Drake chose to opt for the saltiest of the several directions that he could have gone in, and that is, well, if he's not going to respond or share with the world my angry DMs toward him and insult me back, I'm going to share them with everyone.
Fantano then stated the obvious and humbly ended the conversation. This may seem like an innocent response. However, like I said earlier, Fantano was never fond of Drake. Out of all of Drake's projects, only one Drake album has gotten a good score by Fantano, 8 out of 10. Take Care got a 6, and pretty much everything else got a 6 or under. The ratings only got worse on recent projects, such as Drake's Honestly Nevermind, where Fantano had this to say.
They're so thin on value, they're so thin on ideas, they're so thin in entertainment value, I'll say entertainment value, that they're not even really worth deep listening, deep discussion, deep anything.
I mean, there's literally a 20-minute compilation video of Fantano hating on Drake, not just reviewing, hating on Drake.
When I watch you do Drake reviews, something changes, and I think you have like a trolly undertone, bro. That's the only thing, and I'm not even being biased.
Many of these songs he was hating on today are classics.
To start off with the song One Dance, featuring WizKid and Kyla, this is a sexy, sensual dance floor ballad, and it is god awful. There's literally nothing redeeming about this song. I think it's one of the worst songs Drake has put out in a while.
So, painting yourself as a victim after posting something for attention isn't exactly mature, and Fantano definitely knew how to toy with Drake's ego to make him look bad. And hey, it worked. So, many fans of Drake believed that Fantano set him up, and to be honest, he might have, but I don't know if he's that smart. What led fans to think that? Well, afterwards, Fantano took to Twitter to parade his victory and run some victory laps.
Now Fantano's going on a tirade on Twitter, just basking in this victory.
He tweeted, "You can't even lie, that's hilarious. He called your existence a light one. My rating system lives rent-free in your head." He then posted that he's still listening to Drake's music and said, "I'm just being silly. I'll be the first to say that Drake's got bangers." It was clear Fantano had won, but did he intend to make Drake look like this on purpose? I'll leave it up to you to decide. Was he in the wrong? I'll leave that up to you to decide as well. However, Drake wasn't the only A-list artist that Fantano had taken on. The next artist we're going to be talking about is
one of Taylor Swift's greatest rivals, Mr. Kanye West.
Fantano has never been the biggest Kanye fan, but recently, after Kanye dropped his highly anticipated project Vultures, Fantano went on one of the most angry rants ever. Fantano's always been somewhat political, but on this review, he took it to a whole nother level. And just a disclaimer, I'm not defending either of them, especially Kanye, I'm just gonna present the information unbiasedly. After Kanye dropped Vultures, Fantano posted a video titled Unreviewable 1, where he explained that Kanye's album couldn't be reviewed.
This is completely unreviewable trash, and here's why.
However, the irony was that this was one of his strongest reviews of all time. He started by defining what he aims to achieve with his reviews.
Question: what is even the purpose of a music review in the first place? I can say, at least in terms of my own intent, that when I do a music review, I hope to achieve a couple of things. One, give the viewer pause and cause them to think about why it is they do or don't like the piece of music or art that I'm doing an overview of. Or two, excite people to give the music that I'm talking about a try.
And explain he couldn't with what Kanye had done on the album.
Problem: neither of those goals are possible in any scenario that involves reviewing this album.
Kanye was now a bigot, and his music still reflected it.
Newsflash, since 2022, Kanye has made it his mission to go full-on anti-Semite, spouting insane conspiracy theories, talking about how he loves Hitler.
Fantano explained that no apology could fix what Kanye had done.
Even if he does genuinely apologize and change his behavior past this point, his public image is forever altered by all of this. I mean, you platformed a booger-eating white supremacist,
and that Kanye's ego had stopped him from getting any help.
Not without help from someone who was willing to tell him no, but he spent this same period of time pushing away anybody who could possibly do that at this point.
However, Fantano would take a couple of low blows by saying some not so nice things about Kanye's wife, which he had this to say about.
Especially his wife, who he has now replaced with somebody who he just like kind of parades around like she's a naked body with no personality, opinion, or voice.
And went even harder on her.
Which is maybe one of the grossest and most dehumanizing things Kanye has said about a woman on any of his songs, and it's being directed at his wife.
Explaining Kanye was dehumanizing her. But here's where he really messed up in terms of the internet. He dissed Kanye's fans.
So this trajectory Kanye has been on as of late has left him with an interesting mix of fans. One, hateful psychos that actually agree with some of the stuff that he's been saying and are actually in my Twitter mentions theorizing that I'm a Jew, and that's the reason I don't really like his recent music. Two, anonymous nihilistic teenagers that don't really think anything he says or does has any greater consequence in the world, and are most likely bored and lonely and will just defend Kanye because watching him unravel is more entertaining than most things, and I guess brings some kind of meaning to their otherwise meaningless lives. And three, cultish weirdos who parasocially obsess over him and everything he does, and would basically follow him to the ends of the earth.
Explaining that they couldn't be reasoned with, and they were too far gone.
There's no hope of having any level-headed conversation with somebody who is like deep into the Kanye fandom at this point.
And finally said Kanye was not sorry.
He is very apparently not sorry for anything he's been saying or doing, and the apologies he has given aren't worth a lick of shit.
He also did review the album a little bit by pointing out some lyrics that honestly I can't even say out loud. I mean, Fantano didn't even read them. However, afterwards, fans were not happy with how Fantano went about the review. He was called out by countless big names on the internet for how he went about the review, and by many fans for how he treated Kanye's wife. Fans said things like, "Sorry, but this was a Fantano L. Bro is literally roasting somebody's wife. No less using a hashtag burn that we've heard 1,000 times for years. Why be so hateful to a female for no reason?" Fantano was being super disrespectful and childish, not specifically to Kanye, but to his wife. That's messed up. Plus, he insulted anyone who has a different opinion than his on the album. I don't know, man. I hope Kanye gets the help he needs. But Fantano had already become quite critical of Kanye months before.
A weird anti-Semitic guy who was at one time a rapper, who after his weird multi-right-wing platform idiot tour, has been trying to soft launch, you know, a return to music. Hey, look at me. I'm like performing with Travis Scott. Oh, hey, look at me. I'm going to do a collab album with Ty Dolla $ign.
But he was still kind of reviewing Kanye after all of this. I guess Vultures was the last straw. But maybe Fantano was just standing on business, because he did say that this was how he was going to act towards Kanye when Kanye first went on his tirade.
Over the last week or so, Kanye West has been in the midst of an Instagram-based meltdown. This is easily one of his most prolific meltdowns ever, and really reminded me of many past meltdowns. This is what you would call bad. This was bad. This was awful. This was trash. This was pretty much the worst thing that Kanye could have done, because if Kanye does anything, it's push it too far. Kanye, through this action, has proven himself to be a clueless, delusional, pathetic, narcissistic fool who, at this point, I doubt can really do better.
He even predicted that Kanye would take it that far.
He could pull back, he could stop, he could cease and desist, he could apologize. We are talking about Kanye here. The likelihood of him saying sorry and owning up to how horrible this is, yeah, that's low, but I suppose it could happen. Kanye will double down, he'll go harder, he'll get louder in some way, form, or fashion. He could end up on some kind of crazy right-wing social media platform that will be happy to have him go on there and say all sorts of crazy shit.
And predicted his own behavior months later.
This tweet, this move on Kanye's part was gross, was horrible, was disgusting, was beyond the pale, is worse than anything he's put out on social media before. This is a new if Kanye does continue to get worse and push things further, do not forget, do not let go of it. Hold this man to his words. Make him accountable for the way he acts and the things that he does.
However, many were confused because Kanye had previously apologized, quote unquote, but Fantano also explained that, saying that Kanye's apologies were worthless.
That one, he said sorry and he apologized, but an apology is essentially worth nothing if you just kind of continue on conducting yourself the same exact way prior to the apology. That's not how saying sorry works. You actually have to try to do better at some point.
And that Kanye didn't actually mean what he said in the apology.
Second is, oh, Kanye doesn't actually believe in any of this white supremacist stuff or think Hitler is great. He's just trying to illustrate to us the importance of loving everyone, even people who are bad and hateful. Which also also a lie. Anybody telling you that is lying to you, lying to themselves.
He explained with proof, I guess, that Kanye was a hypocrite.
How does Kanye treat people in his actual life who are alive, who are guilty of far less than hating him? People who are maybe questioning his decisions or criticizing him. Do I even need to say it? Think about it. How does he treat people who do that? What have the people who have done that in Kanye's circle been met with in recent years? Were they given love and acceptance? Were they embraced? No, they weren't. They were actually shut out and thrown under the bus and harassed and attacked and ridiculed and pulled apart. Weird. It's actually like Kanye isn't living by that standard.
But hey, even if Kanye is a horrible person, can't we just enjoy the music? Can't we just separate art from artists? Well, Fantano had an argument for that as well.
Anthony, come on, separate the art from the artist, please. The problem there is Kanye's endorsement of this ideology over the past year or so has had some pretty bad real-world consequences that are tough to ignore.
To him, Kanye was a special case.
He himself makes it hard to separate the art from the artist because this shows up in the album art, in the lyrics of the damn songs. The artist is in fact in the art, so it's Kanye who is making that separation near impossible.
This even became a point of controversy that Fantano had to address. And because of all of this, many fans believed Fantano simply had something against Ye, a bone to pick. As in the past, Fantano has been known to be a harsh critic of Kanye.
Why do you hate Kanye so much? No reviewer on the planet is more unfair to Kanye than Anthony Fantano.
He has tried to defend his hatred of Kanye.
Okay, just to remind you guys of the range of opinions I've had on Kanye's music over the years, because anything in terms of like even a little bit of criticism for you guys is like the biggest amount of bias in the world. I have said before, and I'll say again, I think The College Dropout is one of the greatest hip-hop albums of the 2000s.
I find it a bit ironic he says just a little bit of criticism, as he has been pretty critical even before any of Kanye's recent outbursts. But anyways, according to Fantano, this all showed he didn't have a problem with Kanye.
I'm sorry, but this is not the signifier of somebody who hates and is displeased by everything Kanye does.
Many Kanye fans believe Fantano just had a bone to pick with Kanye. He never really gave him that much respect. For example, here's Fantano giving a mock apology to Kanye.
I think you need to apologize now.
Dear Ye, this is my apology for my albussy reviewsy of my beautiful dark twisted fantussy. I thought that lussy about you gatussy hadussy was about the headless horse mussy. I didn't know you only saw the animussy and didn't read the mangussy. But I hope that you can find it in your heart to forgive me. Love, Anthonusy Fantussy.
And the thing is, Fantano wasn't always like this. Although he definitely did change as a person, he once didn't really care about what an artist did, literally.
Now I don't give a shit if you. I don't care if he's a guy. I really don't care if he's racist. If he comes out with an album in the future that I find interesting, I will welcome it with open arms. Neither of those goals are possible in any scenario that involves reviewing this album,
leading many fans to believe Fantano was just a hypocrite. And judging by the comments on the Vulture's review video, it was clear that not many fans took him very seriously. So was Fantano fair to Kanye? I'll leave that up to you. However, Kanye and Drake are huge artists. They can easily withstand the wrath of Anthony Fantano. However, not all artists have the same luxury. Over the years, Fantano's fanbase has grown so large that he is actually larger than most of the artists he reviews. And one of them was Lil Xan, who became a victim of Anthony Fantano's about 5 years ago. Once again, Fantano was never that fond of Lil Xan, and you'll see this is a running theme in this video. But he didn't really show too much emotion until he rated Lil Xan's debut album, Total Xanarchy, which Fantano made it clear he did not like.
This little Xan, Total Xanarchy, it's not good.
At all.
We're not even at the halfway point of the year yet, and this is one of the worst things I've heard all year.
He explained that Xan's voice was just annoying.
Lil Xan's voice for me has been one of the most simultaneously grating but also boring sounds I've heard this year. It's so lifeless and uninspired and flavorless and lacking in personality, lacking in anything engaging.
And just continued to make fun of Lil Xan's voice.
What is so interesting about listening to this guy just creak his way through a song? He's like a creaky door that's just opening endlessly. It never finishes opening. It's just always creaking.
And literally said the only good parts of the album were the parts where Lil Xan was included.
Really, the only thing I can give this record are some of the instrumentals and the features. Literally everything that is entertaining about this record has nothing to do with Lil Xan. In fact, I would say most of the time, what's interrupting the enjoyment of this project is Xan himself. Every time he pops in, every time he repeats a ridiculous lyric, every time he's creaking his way through a verse like he's high out of his mind, the enjoyability factor of the song just plummets like a crashing plane.
And to make it clear how much Fantano dislikes Xan, this is how he described the album in the end.
I guess that's the last thing this album sounds like, having to take your designer jeans and put them in a heavy wash cycle because you shit them.
On a No Jumper podcast, Xan dissed Fantano.
Really? Drop, dude. 10 out of 10. The needle drop? Yeah. Oh really? Needle drop?
You don't like him? Bro. Oh yeah, he dissed you hard.
But he did give him some props. He just explained that Fantano didn't know what he was talking about with SoundCloud rap.
I think he, with the needle drop, I think he's biased sometimes. He knows a lot about alternative rock and all that weird stuff, but when it comes to rap, I think he has no say.
This was very evident with Lil Peep.
He gave Lil Peep like a 1.
Really?
And then 2 weeks later, Lil Peep's dead. You know what I mean? So, and Lil Peep's a great artist. So the needle drop, I think you have no like way to speak on rap. You can speak on alternative rock, all that weird Japanese you like. I know you got some weird fetishes, but please do not speak on rap.
As he pointed out. If you're confused, a week before Lil Peep passed, Fantano made a review on Peep's music, and he was overly critical.
This new Lil Peep album, it's not good.
To put it lightly, he basically said Peep was putting on an act of being sad.
I don't know how anyone can listen to this and identify with it because it just sounds like such an act. Like, I get being sad and wanting to listen to sad music, but I just don't get even a whiff of authenticity to the moodiness of this record.
We all know what happened a week later. After Xan made his response, Fantano's fans on his subreddit were not very happy with Xan, saying things like, Lil Xan might be the single worst artist ever. Nobody will remember him by next year, so it's not really a big deal. But that wasn't it. In the end of the year, Fantano came back to dunk on Zan. At the time, Zan was hospitalized after consuming a copious amount of hot Cheetos, which he was already getting made fun of or on the internet. So Fantano decided to join in.
Hi everyone, I have some bad news. It's the best teeth in the game here, with the worst news story of the week. Apparently rapper or whatever, Lil Xan, has been reported to have gotten sick after eating way too many flamin' hot Cheetos.
He decided to describe the situation.
Mr. Xanadu was in the midst of packing up for his oncoming North American tour when I guess he found himself coughing up a little bit of after a hot Cheetos binge.
And then make fun of him.
If Mr. Xanadu is watching, I do want to say take care of yourself, man. Health is wealth.
Later on, after the hot Cheeto response, Xan was actually asked about this in an interview once again, and his response will shock you. He was asked by the interviewer, how do you respond to fans and critics that claim you are not dedicated enough to music? Do you feel like this invalidates how much work you have to put into yourself over the last few years? Xan then said, I've always had it with critics. I think everyone is entitled to their own opinion. I would say that every artist contributes to the greater music broadness. What would I say to that? You know, obviously, I used to have it out for Anthony Fantano, but honestly, if I could tell Anthony Fantano I'm a fan of him, bro, I might have said some dumb stuff in the past, but I like dude. I was just being young and dumb. I respect everyone's critique and opinion. Everyone is not supposed to like my stuff. Myself and many other fans were surprised by the way Xan carried himself in this interview. And even today, Xan still shows respect to Fantano, even though Fantano definitely battered Xan's spirit.
Let me ask you this, what do you think about the legend Anthony Fantano?
Anthony Fantano, yeah. He's a good critic. He's a very good critic. He hates me, I think.
He doesn't like you?
Yeah.
Why not?
I'm not his cup of tea. That's okay though.
Has he done a review on your music?
Yeah. He gave my first album, I think. I was gonna say 1. But he gave it a 0. Yeah.
Out of 10?
Yeah.
So 1 through 10, he gave you a 0.
Yeah.
That's pretty harsh.
Yeah.
And this is the only artist I genuinely feel bad for on this list. I mean, Lil Xan does deserve his failure, I guess, but just blatantly coming after him is a bit much. But Lil Xan and Lil Peep were smaller SoundCloud artists, especially back then, so it makes sense that they weren't really able to take on Fantano. However, they were not the only people Fantano took on. He also got under the skin of some quite notable names, and one of those large names was Tyler the Creator, who had some beef with Anthony Fantano a while back. It began with Tyler's Cherry Bomb release in 2015, where Fantano absolutely trashed his album and made fun of Tyler for trying to be a rebel.
As well as the trashy lyrics, constant reminders that he's rebellious and he doesn't like the rules. And will get angry about not being able to wear his hat in some place. I'm not liking these lights and all this attention. As if all of this over coverage and media saturation and controversy isn't what got Tyler and Odd Future to the point where they are now anyway.
He also called the album unlistenable.
And then just distorting the entire track to the point of unlistenability.
And said he didn't care about it.
Overall with this LP, didn't care for it. But I'm sure in a sense this was an exciting album to put out for Tyler.
And gave it an amazing rating.
So while I don't really care for this LP, I do have to give it to Tyler for being one of the few artists out there bold enough to simultaneously disappoint and impress so consistently. I'm feeling a strong 3 to a light 4 on this album. Tran.
Yikes. But hey, maybe Tyler would take it on the chin. Nope. Tyler responded and he was not very pleased. He made a tweet where he implied that Fantano only gives good reviews to rap artists about trapping, writing, either Black Power or trapping, you can't make music about anything else. But that wasn't it. Fantano also got a lot of hate from Tyler fans for something quite controversial. Apparently, Tyler had openly expressed how he didn't like women, but Fantano's ex-wife fit the bill. So he harshly rated Tyler, which only Fantano can say is true or not. However, at the end of the day, Fantano's fandom reigned supreme, and Fantano's fans had this to say about Tyler. Tyler is a crybaby. He's salty. So once again, Fantano came out on top. But Tyler wasn't the only A-list artist Fantano came after. He also came after Post Malone, who although today is one of the largest artists of the decade, with massively successful songs such as White Iverson, Rockstar, Circles, etc. Back then, Post was still a SoundCloud rapper who landed an industry hit. He was just up and coming and not many people knew him. Fantano never really liked Post Malone, but since his viewers requested him to review Post so much, he decided to give in. But instead, he only did a 50-second album review where he introduced the album and then leaves to watch a cartoon instead.
This new mixtape over.
Stop the presses, everybody! Stop the presses! You gotta stop reviewing this duty caca mixtape.
What is it, Cal? What is it?
They got the complete series of Raku's Modern Life on DVD.
So it was a skit to mess with Post. However, when Post Malone dropped his first real album, Stoney, Fantano gave it a real review. However, it wasn't flattering either.
This new Post Malone album, it's not good.
Fantano explained he never liked Post.
Ever since his big breakout single, White Iverson, I just have not gotten the appeal of Post Malone.
And this was why, which is ironic because that was his whole appeal.
And I just find his singing so insipid. It's long, it's drawly, the melodies aren't even really that memorable, or they're not even really that varied from one track to the next. It's like his singing style doesn't even really change up.
And Fantano explained that the album was boring and said,
like he's doing the same thing on every track. There's just nothing special about this album, in my opinion. And the things that do make it stick out aren't necessarily good things. I mean, the inflection of his voice, his subpar lyrics. It's like he tried to write a bunch of White Iversons and just hand the album in.
Post should be embarrassed because of how badly his single with Justin Bieber flopped.
And the song Deja Vu, despite a feature from Justin Bieber, has been one of the biggest duds of the year as far as a single from a major artist. The song made 75 on the US Billboard Hot 100. Number 1 in New Zealand, though. New Zealand.
And ended by saying Post Malone was destined to be a one-hit wonder.
Post Malone really needed to come through on this album and prove that he had some kind of staying power, that he had some kind of artistic ability beyond the fluke of a hit, White Iverson. But I think he's really going to pan out as a one-hit wonder.
Post Malone went on to become one of the most streamed artists of the decade. However, that was in the future. At the time, Fantano just rated Post Malone's album not good. How did Post feel about this? Well, he wasn't very happy. This would prompt a back and forth on Twitter, otherwise known as an internet beef. Post started retweeting hate tweets on Anthony Fantano, and then wrote, "But if you give J. Cole a mediocre rating, I'll take it as a compliment." Fantano responded by saying, "See, every cloud has a silver lining." Post Malone responded by saying, "And every Anthony Fantano has a tickler." A year later, Post dropped another album that got a 7 out of 10 from Fantano, quite a high score by his standards. However, most fans thought it was because Post gave Fantano a shout out, saying, "Your new music sucks, I feel like Anthony Fantano."
My negativity toward this record most likely inspired a lyric on this new album over here. "We don't follow trends, rest in peace to Yamo. Your new shit sucks, I feel like Anthony Fantano." Ooh.
But Fantano fans still weren't fond of Post, as on his subreddit, here's what they said. "Holy, this is huge. Every white girl and their mom is gonna hear this. I hope it's gonna be friendly banter like they did on Twitter." And recently, Post's news project has gotten a 3 out of 10 from Fantano. So, I don't know. But to be honest, Post got off pretty easy, because as you'll see with the next quote-unquote artist, Fantano has quite the swinging power. The final victim on this list is Fader. Yep, because on October 4th, 2017, Fader published an article titled, "How Anthony Fantano, aka The Needle Drop, grew a right-wing audience on his now-deleted YouTube channel. That is the plan." Fader claimed that Anthony Fantano's side channel featured videos with titles such as "Pepe the Frog triggers Hillary Clinton," "I changed my gender cause Donald Trump," and "Mega Cuck says Pokemon Go is like dogfighting." These so-called posts featured Fantano taking a screeching cadence with the rapid-fire graphics that categorize much of the alt-right edgelord style videos on the surprisingly right-wing YouTube. Furthermore, the article claimed Fantano was on controversial forums, participating himself and an active member. They even said that when Fader reached out for a comment, Fantano deleted all of his controversial videos. This article had a huge backlash and cost Fantano a lot of opportunities, but even worse was a huge stain on his reputation, as being touted as is not something you want tied to your name. According to Noisy, several shows in conjunction with the 10-year anniversary of the Needle Drop had been cancelled. These dates were in New York City, Boston, Los Angeles, and San Francisco. And the promoter for the Brooklyn show on October 28th released a statement on Twitter indicating the cancellation was due to the report by Fader. Naturally, fans were yearning to hear Fantano's side of things. So one fan asked him, "Are you going to respond to the Fader article?" He said, "Well, yeah, but I'm a YouTuber, so I'm going to respond to it in a video." And that's exactly what he did. Fantano started by explaining why he made the channel in the first place. He then explained that
the writer talks about the channel as if it were intended to be some kind of TND offshoot, even though it precedes TND and was originally just the channel I used to use to go and just enjoy YouTube as a YouTube user. As the article points out, I started putting out these incriminating meme post videos.
They had totally taken out of context a video of Pepe the Frog.
And then the article brings up my video where I talked about Pepe the Frog triggering Hillary Clinton. Spoiler, she wasn't actually triggered, it's a joke.
And did it other times to make it look like Fantano was saying something he wasn't? We'll put it that way.
Dr. Claw, as Secretary of Education, I fully agree with this, and I have to come out and say how strongly I agree with this because there have been people that, disgustingly so, have been calling Dr. Claw's PhD into question. So what if Dr. Claw didn't go to some hoity-toity liberal arts 4-year university?
They then tried to go even harder and explain that Fantano was super edgy and was saying some pretty out-of-pocket things.
So next the article pushes this idea that I've become an edgelord,
which attracted some very out-of-pocket people. Once again, we'll put it that way.
The article then goes on to paint my connections to the music board on 4chan, which there are connections. I used to go on there before the needle drop was even a thing pretty regularly. It's almost like I do music reviews and that's relevant to the discussion on the board or something.
And they tried to craft a narrative that he was saying some pretty crazy things and identified with a pretty wild group.
And the whole narrative of this article is that I'm up here pulling the strings, trying to figure out ways to get the alt-right to watch me. Ha 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 ha. I have a secret agenda against hip-hop and black artists and that I'm disingenuous, where he finally brings up what he thinks are my ties to the alt-right.
And to their credit, they did succeed in convincing the average person, which is why Fantano had to make the video. However, he would explain this was all wrong.
Now, after this introduction of Sam into the article comes the grossest accusations in the entire piece, yet also the grossest inaccuracies.
They then play a super sensitive type of video and just straight up lie about what happened in an interview.
Most important part of the video. Hyde's conversation with Fantano is horrific, offensive, and enlightening as to where both men stand. Fair warning, basically the writer says that Sam, without warning, goes into a tirade of threats, and I'm on the other end laughing, I'm egging him on, and as the writer claims, I'm wishing I could do what he does.
He explained they cut up a comedy bit and took it out of context to make Fantano look bad, and the article just never gave any real evidence.
The writer has brought up no concrete quotes or connections that would paint me as catering to or aligning myself with white. The article takes a tweet I made pretty much on free speech principles as some kind of signal that I'm right, but somehow missed the countless other tweets where I'm espousing pretty left. And it's not like I don't genuinely state my political opinions in my reviews and on my commentary channel all the time.
At this point, it was clear the article was just a very, very twisted hit piece meant to smear Fantano and end his career. Fantano had never really said anything of this nature, and he was actually totally opposed to it.
And while the channel has been controversial in the past, nothing I've said has been any more edgy or out there than what you might catch on a new South Park episode, or I don't know, a Doug Stanhope stand-up special. There's nothing inherently right about clowning rap fans or memes or edgy humor, stapling yourself, ironically bullying other YouTubers, or whatever else I was doing on my other channel.
However, Fantano didn't just let them off with a YouTube video response. He wasn't gonna let Fader just punk him like this. He had to let Fader know he had real emotion, and he decided to sue them and take it to the court of law. After watching his video, it was clear he was gonna win. So they settled it out of court that same month. The amount of money handed to Fantano wasn't disclosed, but part of the argument was to take down the hit piece on Fantano. However, an apology was never issued. The URL for the story is still live, but the page now simply reads, "This article has been removed by the Fader." However, although Fantano may have stood on business, he didn't go unscathed, as the channel that got him in the mess was taken down. This was a canon event for Fantano as well. It kind of solidified the fact that he would be deleting his other channel, and it also meant that he would be softening his opinions, especially the ones not pertaining to rap. Of course, he's still very opinionated, as you saw from the beginning of this video, but the days of Fantano wilding out, the ones the OG fans remember, myself not included, if I'm being honest, are gone. Which was pointed out by many of his fans. He didn't go soft, but he really did lose a lot of his sarcasm when it comes to controversial issues. He's too afraid of being taken seriously now, but it doesn't bother me too much, still makes good stuff. So hopefully this final quote-unquote victim gives you some more insight on how much Fantano has weathered and what makes him the person he is today. Personally, I see Fantano as someone who genuinely loves what he does, and it includes sharing his opinion, which will always make him one of the most hated figures in music. The irony is, if he really did stroke everyone's egos and gave great reviews consistently, he wouldn't be where or who he is today. Just some food for thought. DJ XXX is the #1 rap blogger in current times, as over the years, he's gained quite the following and influence. Now, normally, bloggers just report news, but what separates DJ XXX is how outspoken he is, because as we've seen many times, get on his bad side, and he won't hesitate to tear your reputation to shreds. Hi, I'm Rashad Fashir, and these are the victims of DJ XXX. The first victim of DJ XXX is Meek Mill, who is currently under fire for his allegations of being one of the redacted names in Diddy's newest lawsuit. Although there's no evidence that really shows his name, the two supposedly engaged in sexual acts together, though Meek Mill has publicly denied it multiple times. However, despite the lack of evidence, XXX felt as if it was a good situation to shimmy his way into and clown Meek for. Remember, Meek's name isn't on paper, it's only rumored, and there are no crimes that Meek is listed for. On stream, Ak was reviewing a Diddy lawsuit. As he reads the details, he said,
I forgot. Look, Mr. Combs informed Mr. Jones that he had engaged in sexual intercourse with rapper. 5, that's redacted. Look, 5, he's a Philadelphia rapper who dated Nicki Minaj.
He then continued and began to hint that Meek was somehow involved in some pretty crazy things.
Yo, Meek, we were playing around with that Michael Rubin, but if you don't, you've been tweeting about everything on planet Earth. If you don't get a Twitter rant saying you about to get Lil Rod killed, you about to his block, blow his mama's house up, this thing is saying that you and Diddy were fornicating. What the Meek?
These were some pretty heavy rumors that probably would have been pushed under the rug if Ak hadn't said anything, and Meek was left with no choice but to reply. XXX, didn't I tell you stop playing with my name? I don't know what I'm gonna do when I actually see you. It's gonna have a combination to it though. The way you guys coming on this sick now. I can't wait to meet XXX, lol. They know I drop tomorrow. This stay damage control. This internet getting too weird. XXX then replied and explained that he shouldn't be faulted. All he was doing was honest journalism, writing, wait, did you blame me for what a lawsuit said I just made up? Lol, no way. Honestly, I don't even think Meek is gay. But it's weird as hell he got Elon Musk on Twitter to blame me for what a lawsuit said and promote a song, lol. Dog, you know you can just say, that's not true, they're lying. But Meek wasn't having it, writing, y'all ain't gonna play no games with me. They're trying to do damage control. The same thing they almost tricked y'all with Lil Baby. XXX an alcoholic fully powered by the white man. Who you think that posting on every website? They be so mad they can't stop its few groups, lol. And it was clear that Ak had gone under Meek's skin because he went on a rant trying to defend himself. He began by saying he didn't do any weird substances. I'm from Philly, I don't do coke or freak ass mom. Meek said to Ak, nobody won't even offer me coke because I'm that heavy. No man or what would ever approach me about gay activity, and the whole plates, don't get it flipped. Woke up seeing this on every blog like they know how I'm coming, lol. He would continue his rant by explaining that he was simply moving different. That's why I always come around all these industry guys with my real friends. You never catch me around anyone from the industry alone. You can't even hold a conversation without my dog stepping in the room. It's been that way. I can't wait till y'all find out I'm the illest. And somebody send me the actual lawsuit. These blogs making y'all stupid day for day. But it wasn't helping his case. In fact, it was just feeding the fire. On the other side, Ak basically told Meek he was not him. Meek Mill, I promise you, nobody in the rap game envies you. You got dropped from Atlantic and then said you heard XXX were planning against you. Bro, you flat out just fell the f off. Who you think is in the rooms conspiring? Like, let's try to stop Meek Mill. We are jealous. Bro, are you high? This sent Meek to another level. He asked XXX for his address and then explained he wanted all the smoke. But XXX explained his address was public. Man, when you talk about asking for my address online, you talking about death games, XXX wrote. You must think you invincible. You don't talk about pulling up on no street guys, Holmes, cause you ain't on that with them. So don't be on that with me. In response, Meek wrote, I'll shut you down. So it was clear Meek was not winning this, and his response would take the back and forth to a new level, because a street figure, or after this, ex-street figure, claimed that he'd put his life on the line for a Twitter beef with a blogger, which fans would see as desperate and weak. Meek would keep going though, and try to defend his sexuality by saying, I'ma treat you exactly to the effects of you influencing I'm gay and I have 3 sons, Meek wrote. I'm getting at Addy now and I'm coming. Once again, Academics had something slick to say. Meek don't want to talk to any guy from Philly like how he trying to talk to me. That's why I can't respect him. He bunny hopped for the white man, acting like he's above guys who from his own city but got killer energy for a blogger. We stop believing you. He's referring to this video.
Meek, because you got your ass beat in tennis. You got your ass beat. Keep going. Count out loud.
That's the wrong time, nigga.
Count out loud.
30.
Can't, huh?
4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40, 41, 42.
Keep going. Keep going.
7, 8, 9, 1, 2.
Keep going. Keep going. Don't cheat on your bunny hops. They suck. Your bunny hops suck. You got 2.
And I guess Meek ran out of things to say and just straight up told Ak he would handle him, tweeting, "I'm gonna pull up, shoot a vid, piss on your steps, and taunt you like the geek you are," Meek wrote. "And if I see you, your hands are gonna be up, and I'm gonna take it from there. I'm gonna beat you light shit. Don't make it a threat. You working under these white men to destroy black men, I'm gonna take the hit for it. And I'm gonna give you a chance to put your hands up." This was insanely embarrassing because everyone knew he was capping. And writing fictional tweets about what he was going to do to Ak was not really helping. Just as the tweets started to slow down, Academics came at Meek further and accused Meek of bunny hopping for Michael Rubin and various other billionaires he's worked directly with, writing, "You they house slave." And by now, it really was clear Meek was not winning this, because he would then decide to delete all of his tweets that were directed at Academics and made a horrible excuse for why he did it. He said, "The governor called me and checked me. I took it down after I explained to him, this guy that powered the biggest rap beefs that killed some of my friends playing undercover." And this is somewhat true. Meek has a relationship with Pennsylvania's governor and has politically collaborated in the past with him. However, Academics didn't care. You were just talking about you were ready to die about this issue with me, and now some old white governor convinced him not to? Not his family, not his friends, a white governor. Embarrassing. This is how he lost that beef to Drake. All tweets. The back and forth died down for a few weeks, but it arose recently when Academics hopped on stream to break some news, and many more Twitter words would follow. But instead of explaining why he ducked the meetup, Meek would just go on another rant, explaining that he wanted to start a podcast telling companies to throw him offers for a deal, and Academics loved this.
So he asked for it. I obliged. I offered him $1 million. The best way to solve a beef with an op is to hire him. Meek, I'm trying to get you under the fold, okay? You could work for the academy too.
Explaining he would give him a legitimate offer to join Academics, but he wasn't done there.
From what I've heard, you've never gotten big dog numbers from your label. So me giving you $1 million deal when your first deal you signed for way less than $1 million.
Academics would take things a step further and decide to step on Meek's professional ties. On stream, Ak would assemble his chat and discuss their plans to call Pennsylvania's governor to expose Meek Mill to him.
I understand that you're over here now trying to play victim, saying that this guy wants me dead or in jail, but you tweeted out your damn self, sir, you're willing to die. But I guess what you're trying to say now is all satire. That's not going to stop us from calling the governor. We're going to call him tomorrow, okay?
It's unclear if Ak himself called the governor, but his chat sure did.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm calling as a concerned citizen of Philadelphia, and I'm calling about Meek Mill, the rapper named Robert Rameek Williams, who's making threats online, and he has public appearances with our governor.
There was a lot more back and forth, but the result was this. Ak shared a screenshot showing the block notification on Meek's page and captioned the post, "No way Meek Mill blocked me. I out-tweeted Mr. Twitter Fingers himself." The situation definitely isn't over. However, Academics had completely embarrassed Meek Mill, who was once a very respected figure in hip-hop, and made him look like a clown. And what's crazy is that this beef isn't anything new. Academics has been beefing with Meek Mill for years, and he didn't always have the upper hand. Back in 2017, Big Ak, or before he was Big Ak, and Meek had a back and forth that would last for a while. The beef would stem from Academics posting news about Meek instead of promoting his music. Meek and his Dream Chaser associates would press Ak in the DMs. They tell him to only post about them in a good light, and eventually they settled their differences. But tension must have still been there, as beef would arise as of recent. What's ironic is DJ Academics got his first mainstream attention from reporting on the Meek Mill and Drake beef. And as a well-known glazer of Drake, it doesn't take a genius to know that Ak was on Drake's side. But Meek Mill is a recent example. Academics has been beefing with rappers for a while. For example, Lil Baby, who he's been having a back and forth with for the past couple of years. The feud started after Lil Baby responded to Akademiks' posts in the DMs. Akademiks felt as if Baby was being disrespectful and wouldn't take his messages lightly.
He hits me in the DMs. Yo, little bro. I'm like, all right, man. Okay. So he blocked my main page for whatever reason, DMs my personal page, and is just talking down to me like I'm like the scum underneath the shoe.
And it later turned out that the posts that Lil Baby was displeased about weren't even about him. The post had mentioned a Lil rapper and everyone assumed it was about Lil Baby, but it was actually regarding Lil Uzi Vert. But regardless, Akademiks leaned into the beef and would want all the smoke, tweeting at him and explaining he wasn't gonna take any level of disrespect. On the other hand, Baby was a mainstream rapper and wouldn't respond to the tweets immediately. However, he would eventually respond in his verses. Lil Baby dropped his album It's Only Me in October of 2022, which had multiple direct disses aimed at Akademiks. On top priority, he called out Akademiks by name, rapping, "Akademiks think they can't get touched," as well as the song From Now On, where he compared bank accounts, stating, "Akademiks knows he ain't as rich as me." That one definitely hurt Ak. However, despite the sharp lyrics, clapping back at bloggers and critiques can show signs of weakness as an artist. If it were some blog page with 300 followers on Instagram, Baby wouldn't have responded. But since Akademiks has had such a massive audience for so long, Baby leaned into the beef for some promotion and clicks, and it definitely gave Akademiks all the power. Because after all, he wouldn't have responded if Akademiks hadn't got under his skin. Either way, these responses wouldn't go the way Baby thought it would. Because Akademiks didn't hesitate to respond to these disses one bit. To rebuttal, Akademiks went for a low blow. At the time, rumors were spreading about a supposed RICO coming Lil Baby's way for his involvement with gangs in Atlanta, so Akademiks seized the opportunity and would mock it by saying, "Lil Baby dissed me instead of Fonnie Willis, the DA of Fulton County, and his real ops. What is rap music?" This DA was the same one to indict fellow Atlanta rapper Young Thug and his crew, and hinted at Lil Baby having an upcoming RICO aimed toward him as well. So Ak would mock Lil Baby's freedom to up the score. Quite creative. But Lil Baby wasn't going to let this go. Later on, Baby was featured in a Breakfast Club interview and explained that he was responding to a viral clip of Akademiks claiming that he had more money than him, saying, once again, Ak wouldn't let this go and decided to go even harder on Lil Baby, saying that he would be more than willing to take the stand against Lil Baby if he ended up in court. Ak explained that he considered lyrics a threat and suggested that he would personally get the Atlanta DA on the line, saying, he then said,
"Fonnie, this is enough for a fucking search warrant."
And to be honest, there's no doubt DJ Akademiks would take the stand to point the finger at Lil Baby, but the beef wasn't over, because Ak later claimed that Lil Baby requested his address and later unsent the message. However, Ak added that he did give Baby his location in order to set up a fight, and Ak would then vocalize his desires to get physical.
"I will fuck Lil Baby for free or for money. I just want to get in the ring with him. No, you don't got no 4PF now. I will choke you to death. I will punch you in your face. You're not doing shit. Stop it. You're a fucking retarded rapper. You can't do shit. Stop it." Who gonna stand on that?
Now, this is the same civilian who we were talking about earlier, saying he wanted to somebody over a petty online feud. And this isn't by accident. Remember, with Meek Mill, he was playing the opposite. So if you're paying attention, it's pretty clear that Akademiks is very clever with how he leverages himself above his opposition. But you see, Ak knew he couldn't keep dogging on Baby. So rather than directly diss him, he decided to give him some quote-unquote advice. On Twitter, Ak dropped a number of messages directly at Baby regarding low numbers and also provided some advice on how to reclaim his position in the rap game, as many fans thought he was falling off due to repeated flows and just not being able to drop music of the same quality. Firstly, Ak told him to stay away from Michael Rubin, who Baby befriended. "The internet's making it sound like you want some get out stuff," he wrote. Secondly, he complimented Lil Baby but admitted that he needed to do a crazy feature run or drop a few tapes. And most importantly, he told Baby to switch up the formula. "You gotta stop remaking Whoa and It's On Me. We gave you a pass with Right On, but the formulaic songs ain't cutting it. Your cadence for hooks was new for a few years now. All it does is remind us of the most successful versions of it. Put somebody else on the hook." And he had a great point there. He then added, "Stop rapping about not falling off while the whole conversation about you is you fell off. You don't beat fall off accusations by just rapping about not falling off. Maybe add a little substance or something." And Big Ak would probably have continued his conquest, but luckily for Lil Baby, he found a new target. And it's important to note that the reason why Akademiks won this is because Lil Baby is a well-respected figure from Atlanta, especially in rap. So going to war with an internet nerd isn't the greatest look. So for that reason, Academics got the unexpected win. But these were just your everyday public embarrassments. Maybe not Meek's, but definitely Baby's. To really see the wrath of DJ Academics, we have to take a look at what he did to Freddie Gibbs. Freddie Gibbs versus DJ Academics has been one of the most heated rap beefs of the past year. With no signs of stopping, the two have been going back and forth for years, constantly trying to one-up each other. However, the blood hasn't always been bad. In 2016, Academics would defend Freddie Gibbs from what he believed was insufficient evidence with a serious allegation against Freddie, as well as them meeting in person and having a good first impression. Unfortunately, things took a turn from the worst in 2020 when Freddie Gibbs criticized a resurfaced clip of Gunna on the TV show Crime Stoppers.
Be on the outside looking in. Kitchen just down there, brother. That's what he see.
Tweeting, "If you was on Crime Stoppers TV, you a snitch. Ain't no way around it." Of course, Academics had to butt into the situation that he had nothing to do with. I'm just joking, that's a job. On Everyday Struggle, Ak would defend Gunna, saying,
"People now just don't know what snitching is, right? So, and by the way, and people like Freddie Gibbs complicate the issue, right? He makes pretty much a very ignorant tweet. If you're on Crime Stoppers, you a snitch, right? Just a blanket ass tweet. Now,
afterwards, Freddie fired back.
Academics, you a bitch. Let's get that out the way. First and foremost. Secondly, yeah, I do feel that way. If a nigga go on a Crime Stopper show or any kind of show, to me, that's some snitch. To me, personally, you got your opinion. You could disagree or disagree. I truly don't give a f. Thirdly, I ain't saying no names or call no out or none of that shit. That's y'all saying these names.
But as we've seen before, this wouldn't end well. Academics would respond in his classic video format, claiming that Freddie ducks smoke with actual rappers just to attack bloggers.
Freddie, you are here so willing to call out a blogger, but when you were trying to talk about and stake this and possibly like take shots at Gunna and T.I., you're speaking in hieroglyphic codes. Then you come back around on your Instagram saying, "I didn't say no names." Come on, bro. Are you dumb?
Afterwards, they get into another beef, and Gibbs tweeted, "I'll give a bad, attractive woman $5K if they admit to sleeping with them." Ak responded, "Bring all your statements of how much you made as a rapper, and I'll bring up tax statements of what I made as a blogger, and let's compare." In Ak's world, as long as he has more money than you, he's already won. But to be fair, that's how most rappers think as well. So Gibbs would immediately fire back with, "My son's room's bigger than your house. Stop it." It wouldn't end there though. Freddie Gibbs had many more jokes, even selling t-shirts of AK's face on Teletubby. From there, the Twitter rage would continue from both sides, but Academics would take it to a step further on a live stream where he'd embark on one of his classic drunken rants.
"I'll son you, your mama, your daddy, your son, your daughter, everybody. So when you talking about, oh no, yo, my son living, you're fucking stupid, you dumbass." Freddie Gibbs. Freddie Gibbs. Freddie Gibbs.
Which was pretty entertaining, I have to say. In the rant, he'd also go after Chrissy Teigen. At the time, Ak was still working for Complex on the show Everyday Struggle. Due to his drunken rant about Chrissy and Freddie, Complex suspended him for 2 episodes and forced him to publicly apologize. Freddie would troll Academics about the situation while freestyling on live.
"Cancel that bitch, got that bitch fried. You know that fat ass line."
However, Academics would continue his drunken rants until he was let go from Complex.
My time on Everyday Struggle is over.
So at this point, Freddie seemed to be the one winning, laughing and trolling as Ak would be during an emotional stream because he had just gotten Ak fired from his job. However, one day, all of a sudden, it kicked back off when Academics posted a video of a few rappers getting into it. Freddie Gibbs would quote tweet the post and say, "I hope you post it when I run into you." And this is where things took a horrible turn for Freddie. He tweeted again saying, "I could have smoked Academics. His farming tool gave me his home address months ago. That guy in LA he was with last week was not going to protect him if I walked in that no jumper interview. I know all of them. God got bigger plans for me, but when I get bored, I'm going to be back on your ass." On VL. Freddie went from trolling to mentioning that he could have AK over a petty online beef. And this is when fans start to take Academic's side. However, Big Ac would double down and accept the smoke.
Stop the tweeting. That's not how gangsters do it. Why are you tweeting at Academics? Because you want clout. And the shit you're rapping about, you really don't live.
And in a great turn of events for Academics, he then signed a podcast deal with Spotify where he could have less of a filter compared to Complex's everyday struggle while making tons more money. So what Freddie had done to him had actually turned into a major W. And after Act signed, he wasted no time. Just the day after his signing, he'd return to his live stream, exposing resurfaced footage of Freddie's old neighborhood, talking down to Freddie, while also trolling Freddie for having a policeman father. To respond, Freddie Gibbs would take to the stage and start an Academics chant.
Let me hear you say, fuck police! Fuck police! Now say, fuck academics!
And he would also go back to his old neighborhood to show that he was still good in his city. So at this point, the score was even on both boards. Both sides were under one another's skin, but Academics would want to cap the beef by DMing Freddie for a fight. But Academics wasn't letting up. He would make an appearance on the $1 Million Worth of Game podcast to fully air it out on Freddie, and it looked like he wanted the squabble. Just 3 days after Act said this on $1 Million Worth of Game, Freddie responded, where he seemed to accept the challenge when talking on an ESPN show. And instead of winning cash, he'd prefer the deletion of Academics' Instagram and Twitter if he won.
I just left the gym. I'm training for a fight right now, man.
Oh, you training for a fight? Breaking news on Jalen and Jacoby.
Oh, we got breaking news.
Breaking news. Who is Freddie Gibbs training to fight?
DJ Academics.
He'd also troll by posting old practice footage of Academics boxing in college. At this point, Freddie Gibbs seemed ready to get into it, and it looked like he was going to win this beef, until he was brutally given the beats just a few days later. Jim Jones and his crew pulled up on Freddie to settle some differences, and he took a major L. Of course, Academics, who had absolutely nothing with Freddie getting a chronic case of the beats, had a field day with this. Freddie would post an Instagram story of him holding a water gun, letting people know he was still nothing to play with, but Academics would beautifully call his bluff, calling out Freddie's fragile ego and supposed fabricated gangster image. And from there, it got really bad for Freddie. Afterwards, news broke that Freddie Gibbs was now dating an actress that makes content for people who are over 18. Though this news was irrelevant, Academics began to clown Freddie for his relationship choices and mock the fact that she had been with other men on camera. This girlfriend will also come back to light further in the story. Just a few months later, things took an even worse turn for Freddie because he was chased down and given another brutal case of the beats, which unfortunately I can't show on YouTube. And this time it was by Benny the Butcher and his crew, leaving Freddie pretty messed up. We'll leave it there. Academics, once again, would naturally have a great time reporting on the situation.
So they beat the security's ass while Freddie was running away, and then they caught that nigga. I heard they caught him by the shirt while he was trying to, they caught him by the shirt like this. They're grabbing him back, he's trying to run. They yank him, one nigga put him in a headlock, the other nigga give him like a 15-punch Manny Pacquiao combo to the gut.
And he'd also address the situation on Bootleg Kev.
Motherfuckers try to play with me, and I'll just make their ass, and I'll turn their ass into memes. Ask Academics. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I don't even know him like that either. I probably met him like once or twice, but you know, it seemed like he got everything in the world to say about me, and that's cool. He's been a big promotional force for me these past 2 years. So thank you, Academics. I appreciate you.
Too much damage. With so many beefs, Academics was bound to score a few wins over his enemies, and Freddie was one of them. And something you'll see that's very common is once he is on the upper hand, he doesn't stop when they're down. He continues and continues to humiliate them. And Freddie was the best example, because at this point, Freddie was getting beat from all angles, both figuratively and literally. He and his adult actress girlfriend, Destiny, had broken up, and it didn't take long until she was reached out to by Academics to expose Freddie. Destiny would claim that Freddie wasn't a gangster, that he abandoned her when she became pregnant, as well as sharing explicit photos of Freddie. Academics originally decided to not let her on his platform. However, I guess he thought it was just too good, and eventually he'd cave into the drama. During this chapter of the feud, towards the end of 2023, Academics was accused of some serious allegations, which we'll dive later into the video, And even though Freddie has faced similar accusations, he'd come back and troll academics online. He'd write, "Quite as a church mouse today, Happy New Year, you A-word, B-word." He'd follow up by posting a video of himself smiling, tagging academics in the post. But aside from that, the baby mama drama wouldn't come to a close for Freddie. His op, or top op, Benny the Butcher, would meet up with the same girl who exposed him, which you know what that means, and wrote a diss track for her, and let's just say he did his thing. Academics would react to the song on stream 2 times actually, and it's safe to say he was enjoying himself.
Yo, Benny wrote this shit so crazy. Imagine your op, your baby mom's writing a diss song for her, and you gotta wait till the baby make the cameo. This is crazy. You see this, Freddie? You can't erase that. 18 years. Yeah, for life.
Freddie would stay silent for the most part, but the beef is still going on with more disses. But at this point, there is no point going on about this because no one will ever look at Freddie Gibbs the same. It's safe to say academics single-handedly ruined his reputation, with maybe a little help. But academics didn't always have this power. His platform has changed a lot over the years. He experienced his first major attention in 2014 for reporting on the explosive Chicago drill scene. He had a channel titled War in Chirac that has been one of the most controversial series of content over the years regarding rap media. Chicago was a war zone at the time, and the people involved would watch the content and wouldn't respond well to it. Academics would give extremely in-depth reports on the M-words and crime of Chicago rappers and gangs, and the people who are talked about in the videos would think that Ak was providing way too much information, which he kind of was, almost as if he was a detective for Chicago PD. These reports would instigate Chicago beefs and sometimes even cause retaliation among opposing sides. In other words, he was making things a lot worse, which had real-life consequences. In an interview with Bootleg Kev, G Herbo spoke on the effects of war in Chirac. So academics would do deep dives on the crime, but that wouldn't really be the issues that the series would bring. It was more so the comments that Ak made about the different scenarios. For example, reporting about a person who was an 18-year-old's life who was sadly taken from an act of gang violence, where academics would call him a mini pack. His reporting was extremely sarcastic and would set the tone for the rest of his career. Again, he'd leverage himself at the expense of others. The best case of this was Academic's feud with Chicago native Vic Mensa. Vic made an appearance on Complex's show Everyday Struggle, which featured DJ Academics as a host. Vic confronted AK over his coverage in the War in Chirac series. Academics brought up the topic of Chicago rap, asking what Mensa thought of the scene now.
People exactly like you sensationalized and made a following off of clowning situations that we go through in real life.
And I guess you could just say he wasn't pleased. Vic personally knew some people that Ak would report about. For example, Academics had reported on a Chicago rapper, Trey 57, who was in 2014. He claimed Academics joked about his passing. Academics couldn't really say much to pierce Vic's passion. From then on out, the two would have bad blood for the years following, but it would finally end 6 years later after they decided to settle their differences. Vic made an appearance on Academics Off the Record podcast to hash it out with Ak. The Chicago rapper explained that he was grieving the passing of a close friend and felt as if Academics was disrespectful about the passing, which he probably was. Vic Mensa also prompted toxic hip-hop platforms to stop the exploitation regarding the promotion of substances and negativity. Vic said it was hurtful to see Academics, a black man, exploiting our pain. Later in the interview, Ak provided his perspective on their beef and expressed remorse about the situation. He admitted to being insensitive to the people affected by the violence in Chicago and took responsibility for inciting issues in the city, which was very unexpected. Now, was Ak being genuine? Did he actually have regret with his past coverage of Chicago? Probably not, because his ruthless reporting tactics would continue. There's a saying, misery makes money, and Academics realized this early on. The war in Chirac would only be the foundation to his career that was filled to the brim with bad blood. But then again, he's just a reporter at the end of the day, right? Isn't it his job to report on messy situations? Well, over the years, Academics would find himself in a lot of sticky situations that he wasn't really able to get the best out of. And something he found out was arguing with people of the opposite gender or a different sexuality usually wasn't going to end up very well for him. Gender or sexuality doesn't really matter to Big Ak when it comes to beefs, and he's shown throughout his career that he's ready for the smoke regardless of his opponent. This was apparent when he decided to go after SZA. During a live stream in 2023, Academics went after SZA with insults about her weight and alleging that she had cosmetic surgery. Ak reportedly only began to insult her because she blocked Ak on social media after he shared an image of her wearing a bikini on Twitch and insulting her physical appearance.
Not looking Indian, because right now I can't distinguish the from the stomach. You look like you just got a whole like bulletproof vest on. Your whole shit is flat. Your ass be fat sometimes, but I'm telling you, you got to get back on the knife more frequently. You love to eat. You are an eater. You're a eater.
It was totally out of pocket, and the entire internet seemed to attack academics for his crude remarks. But of course, he didn't care at all. But when his lord and savior Drake dialed him up to call him out for speaking on SZA, he would address the situation. In an interview with DJ Vlad, academics brought the conversation to public.
When Drake called me, I was like, this is what?
Wait, about SZA?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
To say what?
Drake was like, hey, like, she's a very close friend of his. And it's a very friendly call. It was just like, yo, hey, listen, he was just kind of trying to see like what I thought about it, because he's like, I can rock with you too. He said, they were doing an album at the time, and he was just like, like, she's affected by things like that.
Though he says there's no bad blood anymore, he never apologized or even at least said he was in the wrong, because Big Ak never apologized. And she isn't the only woman that Ak has gone after. He's also went keyboard to keyboard with Nicki Minaj, Megan Thee Stallion, Young Miami, Asian Doll, and even more. However, one of Academic's biggest and most strenuous battles has been against the material girl, or the GOAT, Saucy Santana. Saucy Santana is a rapper who identifies as a gay male. Santana started his career as a makeup artist for a few of Ak's other enemies, the City Girls. He began to make some noise in the industry a few years back with hits like Material Girls, Booty, and Walk, and was even on XXL's freshman list. The beef would begin after Saucy Santana wanted to defend the City Girls after an Academics rant. On a live stream, Ak would pop off and say,
we need to hold some of these makeshift chameleon, non-talented, lazy, non-passionate people accountable. You see, the City Girls are the definition of people who have gotten to places in their career without ever really doing the work. Let me be very, very clear about them. The City Girls are a byproduct of good writers, good people that put image around them, people that branded them the City Girls. There's nothing the City Girls has actually ever really did for their self.
Academics' critiques of the City Girls is a representation of the criticism that female rappers are thrown at in the industry. Everyone always wonders, are these female rappers just a machine for the labels? Do they write any of their music? Some might not. However, should those questions be applied to your favorite male rappers as well? I'll leave it up to you. Young Miami supposedly used a saying towards Academics, calling him a baddie boy. Baddie boy is Jamaican for gay man. And in an interview, Ak would express that he thought it was hypocritical since one of her best friends, Saucy Santana, is proudly gay. He then would mention Santana as well, which would ignite a flame that he wasn't ready for.
So she went into the comments and said "Bati boy."
Oh yeah.
Which means homosexual in Jamaican slang.
Which I thought was very just ironic. First of all,
isn't her best friend
case in point?
In the same DJ Vlad interview, let's just say Ak would say that he wasn't really accepting of Saucy Santana's community. But luckily for him, Vlad quickly cut him short and expressed his acceptance for the community.
So weird.
Hey, listen, I don't mess with that community. But yo, I'll say this.
Shout out to the gay community. I'm not bashing gay people in the links. I'm just saying this is my interaction with a gay person.
But hear what I'm saying. You can't even really you know what we both think, and but you can't say it.
After that, Academics challenged Santana to come to his headquarters, presumably for a showdown, giving Santana his address, and added, "But if there's baddie man vibes, it's gonna be a movie." He also said, "No baddie man like Saucy Santana can talk to me." Openly against Santana's community, so you can take from that what you want. Santana, for his part, refused to go to Ak's headquarters and demanded a meetup in the streets. Santana seemed ready to throw down, and by the way he was talking, it felt like he was ready for all the smoke.
But we all know your headquarters is giving 911. What's your emergency? No, we're not doing that. We want to see you out the door, outside in the field, bitch. What you chatting about? What you talking about, bitch? Bati man, bitch. Nobody not pulling up to no headquarters.
So he then doubled down and said that after he whooped on AK, he was going to have relations with them.
You and cause you a that's what we do to you.
He'd also take the beef to the studio to drop a diss song aimed at academics titled Meet Me in the Streets, where he let off bars like B A-word, talking big, Twitch ass, B-word, you a snitch, rat ass hoe, online eating eggplant with that deep throat. However, Ak would react and troll the amount of streams it had. In 9 days, the song had only generated about 8,000 views.
Meet me in the streets. For all that clout chasing that boy done did. All the clout chasing. Everybody commented on Hollywood Unlocked. The neighborhood talk. How many views did it do? 8,000. This is why you can't take clowns serious.
Saucy responded explaining why the views were so low, but was just grateful that he responded without being against his community.
Good job, Bati boy. You finally did what I told you. You talking about streams. It's the way to respond without being hung. It was a surprise release with no promo. It was only on Apple Music the first day. It just went up on Spotify 9 days ago. We don't care about the streams. This song wasn't for no billboard or nothing like that. The song was for the streets and where I'm trying to meet you at. That's what we made the song for. The song's for me and the fans, the clown that out your ass every mother day. Every day when I check my mentions, bitch clowning the out your ass. Meet me in the streets. That's all we doing. That's all we want to see you at. Is in the mother streets. Bitch, you finally done pulled that deal out your ass. And now you think you ready to motherfucking pro, but bitch, you know I can do this all motherfucking day. Until I see you, the bat the piss out you, bitch.
But at the end of the day, streams don't matter when it comes to real beef. And what came after next would not make things go well for Ak. Because while Santana was ready for war, academics had thrown in the towel. You see, academics started getting canceled for going against Saucy Santana's community. A huge mistake that, as a hip-hop blogger, he should have learned from what happened to DaBaby. And he responded to Santana's threats with a live stream where he cried about how he was really scared he would be canceled because he was in a beef with a gay man.
I would never like it.
My nigga's so angry right now, he would have cried. That's the type of anger.
Yo, just please. I'm telling you, I hate surgery to the soul of me. I can't. I'm only pretending.
Legitimate tears were falling down Big Ak's face. And I will say Ak is Jamaican, which is a culture that doesn't really accept gay people with open arms, but it's still not an excuse for hatred. And shortly after his feud with Santana ended, things took a turn for the worse for academics. And remember, karma will always come back for you. In 2023, Ak would be hit with some pretty bad allegations, and none of these beefs would even come close to the seriousness of these accusations. And it's important to note and remember that these are accusations, not facts. At the end of 2023, Ak would be hit with hard times when an old friend took to Instagram Live to speak about her past relationship with the keyboard warrior. Before she released her side of the story, Academics was on stream discussing an out of context clip that had gone viral at the time. There was a leaked stream video of Ak's infamous girlfriend Che screaming in Ak's home while Ak fled to another room. The public took the video and blew it out of proportion, believing that Academics was involved with evil crimes. It turns out she was breaking things during a rampage before cops were involved. He discussed another instance where he believed his name was slandered, referring to a woman who accused him and his friends of essaying her. The girl would see Ak saying this and decide to let her perspective be known. The distressed woman would begin her response online, explaining Ak was lying.
I look crazy right now, but I'm not gonna stand here and let this man continue to lie about me. That's not what happened. Academics, you know that that's not what happened.
And that they were really serious.
And for you to pretend that you didn't do anything, that I just went to your house and I'm just some thought. Like we didn't know each other for 2 years.
And that he and his friends did some pretty disgusting things to her.
You tried to save yourself after your friends are me. Whether or not you got drunk or not, I know that when you woke up, you were on top of me too. Me too.
Ak would take to another stream and defend himself by providing his side of the 1.5-year-old story.
I said to her, yo, I'm gonna keep it a bean with you, bro. You came to my house and had 2 niggas just fuck you raw. I ain't seen no condom, no none. I said, yo, you should go get tested, man. Like you done
I said, that's wild, yo. You should go get tested, bro. And from that moment, she started like, because the denial shifted and she kept like trying to like pivot on the denial to, yo, nah, send me the video. Yo, I'm pretty sure I didn't fuck him.
He also stated that he worked with police during the investigation.
We helped the police. Whatever you need. You want a phone? You want passcodes? Let's decrypt our DVR. You should see all the footage. There is nothing they did not see. You know what the result of that investigation was? By the way, here's another thing that I keep saying is different from the Castanet thing. That was officially ruled by the DA and the police that there is nothing there.
At this point, his name was already cleared. Cops kicked the door down with a search warrant, only to check his surveillance footage and find no evidence against him. But Act's same girlfriend, Che, would take to Instagram Live to let off her rant. She said that's when she was falsely rumored to be pregnant, and academics would lean into the rumor so the essay allegations would get less press.
No, I'm not pregnant. The reason why AK will not tell y'all that I'm not pregnant is because he doesn't want the focus to be on the other girl. The other girl that's coming out with this story, he does not want the focus to be on that at all.
Later in the live, Che would go on to talk about his essay accusations. She claimed that Act's DNA was in the R-word kit, as well as there being no cameras upstairs in his home to catch him in the act. Che asserts that she just wants Act to be honest and to expose the truth.
The whole thing with the case is that AK is saying that he's clear, he's saved because he was never in the pool. Cool, that's true. That's very true. He was never in the pool with the girl. But what I will say, there's no cameras upstairs, and it's a reason why his DNA was in the case.
It's just one massive, messy situation. Most likely, not much will come from these accusations due to a lack of evidence against academics, and it's extremely difficult to fight any A-worders in court, especially with little amounts of evidence. Around 6% of all A-worders actually see any consequences. Of course, these are only accusations. They could easily be false, but they could also be true. Regardless, it's an extremely serious matter. However, these weren't the only menacing rumors from Act's past that were surrounding him. On top of these shocking accusations, a few girls came out with receipts to share that academics would message them while they weren't 18. Messages were leaked, allegedly, showing Act contacting a 17-year-old in 2019. He asked the young lady where she's from, how old she is, and of course, when she was going to be legal. On top of that, academics can be seen in a photo with his arm around the alleged individual that wasn't 18 in a picture. The mystery girl explained that she allegedly met up with him as recently as 2023. She also claims that there was another girl present during the link-up, and she explained that Act didn't know if the girl was legal, but still, you know what. She then alleged that Act kept pressuring them to drink and do some other stuff while they were in his backyard. Additionally, there were separate women who claimed that Act had been talking to her before she was 18 years old and explained that he waited till she had turned of age to fly her out. She then recalled the alarming allegations and said, "He would get me drunk to something me and record it. He has hella tapes of me drunk out my mind," she said. However, things don't end here. Later, more audio resurfaced of academics explaining that he doesn't mind if a girl isn't 18, admitting that
as long as a chick got a college ID, she's getting I don't care if she's I don't care if she's 7.5. I don't care if she just turned 7. She's gonna get this.
Another girl would react to the video and also expose DMs that he had sent when she freshly turned 18.
So I was looking at his face and I was just like, why does his face look so familiar to me right now? So then I'm like, hold on. This is the same like dude that was in my request that I found so weird because he didn't really put anything. All he put was like a heart, and I thought that was so weird. Here y'all go. I know people's not gonna believe me, so yeah.
But at the end of the day, academics has crafted a fan base who doesn't care about his alleged wrongdoings or his morals. They're just here for the content. And that's why academics can never lose. By now, he's been a force in the industry for years and shows no signs of slowing down. I mean, he's probably the biggest name in the hip-hop blog space, and he's completely independent. Even after all these serious accusations, his chat army is still as loyal as ever. In fact, as the time has went on, every rapper that tried and beefed with him has fallen off, because rappers have life cycles and personalities usually don't. So while they've fallen off, acts only gone bigger and bigger, all while profiting off of their demise. In other words, Big Ack cannot lose, except when he does to like Saucy Santana. Bye.